The story begins with the chilling prophecy. Within 10 years, the Eastern Federation Kingdom is destined to collapse under the weight of the five great sins. Complete ruin will follow, leaving nothing behind. To prevent this disaster, the protagonist has assumed the role of the kingdom's protector, yet he never imagined the scale of the burden he'd inherited. Once he was an ordinary man, trapped in a modern life of 78-hour workweeks. Now, inexplicably, he finds himself inhabiting the body of a noble in a fantasy realm. The transition is far from seamless. Though the idea of living in a fantastical world seems enticing, reality hits hard. He cannot read, he has no magical talents, and he barely knows the language. The butler stares in disbelief when he sees him holding a book upside down. Meals arrive in overwhelming abundance, and the maids fuss over him, even assisting with his bath. For a fleeting moment, he revels in the life of a young count, enjoying the luxury and attention, feeling almost weightless in this pampered existence. Yet unease lingers. He has no idea where he truly is. Unlike typical reincarnations, he hasn't emerged in a familiar book or game universe at least, not one he consciously recalls. A maid casually mentions that his brothers, young Master Leo and Tonio, will return tomorrow. He freezes, perplexed, struggling to recall his own family. The names stir something in his memory. Slowly, realization dawns. He is in the world of Psychedelia, a turn-based RPG he used to play whenever he had spare time. The danger becomes immediately clear. In the game, no matter which path one follows, the five great sins wrath, greed, sloth, pride, and obsession bring devastation wherever they go. Entire cities, nobility, and power structures collapse in their wake. The Palacio family, the house he now inhabits, is notorious in the game as a side quest before the main storyline. The eldest son, Leo Palashoa, earned a reputation as the kingdom's ultimate playboy, while the second son, Tonio, is infamous for drugs. And now, he, the third son, Alan Palashoa, is cast as the expendable villain. He drops to his knees, the grim knowledge sinking in. Not only does he know what awaits him, but he also calculates the experience points he'll gain from this doomed subquest. Lying in bed, he cannot bring himself to rest. Sleep feels perilous. He would gladly return to his 78-hour workweeks if it meant avoiding this fate. This luxurious new life, he realizes, has a definitive expiration date: 10 years, no more no less. He cannot believe he has been reincarnated into a powerless character in a fantasy world. This is the opposite of every typical isekai fantasy. But a thought strikes him: if he knows the future, perhaps he can become a prophet of sorts. By intervening early, he might prevent the five great sins from plunging the kingdom into chaos, preserving his peaceful existence as a noble. After all, the sins are still children. The challenge, however, is monumental. He has no powers of his own. How can he hope to shape their path? 2 months pass and progress becomes tangible. Orphans trapped in a human experimentation center are saved. Though he receives credit, the real work falls to Evan, a capable and reliable subordinate. Evan takes charge of the orphanage, placing it under the care of a girl named Udia. The protagonist nods in approval, satisfied with his choice. Yet human interaction proves challenging. His face, frozen in its inherited neutrality, fails to convey emotion naturally. Evan, trying to gauge his response, remains uncertain whether he has been praised. The young master forces a smile, and Evan reflects ruefully that he will likely never understand this expression. In Alan's former life, emotions were always easy to read, whether joy or gloom. Now, even the simplest expressions feel alien. Still, the protagonist appreciates loyalty where he finds it. Evan is rare in the world of psychedelia, honest and steadfast despite a realm riddled with betrayal. In him, the young master sees a gem, a foundation on which to build the changes that may one day save the kingdom. That was precisely why he had hired Evan the moment he found him. Returning to the conversation, Evan reported that the purpose of sending him to the human testing center was not just to rescue the orphans. It was specifically to save Udia. The main character confirmed this quietly. Evan, ever observant, nodded, understanding the reasoning immediately. Even with his experience as a seasoned mercenary, he could sense that Utia was no ordinary child. Her strength was evident, yet she had endured captivity without resistance, a fact that baffled him. Why not bring her to the estate? Evan asked, frowning. Leaving her at the orphanage doesn't seem practical. The young master agreed outwardly, but inwardly he weighed his options carefully. Bringing her to the estate might appear as if he were exploiting her potential rather than allowing her to grow freely. Keeping her at the orphanage, under Evan's watchful eye, was an essential part of his plan. Udia was a non-human child destined to form a pact with an otherworldly entity, eventually embodying the wrath of the five great sins and causing untold destruction. Thanks to him, that grim path had been averted. Now she could live in peace, growing without the shadow of inevitable doom. Yet he could not reveal the truth to Evan. A veil of mystery was required. The time isn't right yet, he said cryptically. Evan, naturally inquisitive, tilted his head, curiosity written across his features, but accepted the explanation with his usual trust. The young master pressed him further, urging discretion and instructing Evan to provide the orphanage with sufficient resources so the children could live without fear. He handed him a handwritten letter, meant for Utia. Evan's brow furrowed. How important is this letter? He asked. Just to check in, the young master replied, forcing a casual tone. She's been through a lot. I want her to know someone cares. With a determined nod, Evan mounted his horse and set off, the letter secured. Left alone, the young master considered whether his gesture would truly comfort her. The letter's deeper purpose lay in the words themselves, a collection of quotes he had heard repeatedly while playing Psychedelia. During a pivotal moment in the game, when Udia, then known as Udia, was consumed by wrath and wreaking havoc, the Archbishop had uttered a cryptic line about calming a non-human overwhelmed by sin, a spell of agony from the dark intertwined with the brilliance of belonging to the fallen. The meaning had been elusive, even then, but the words had left a brief impression on her. Ultimately in the game, Udia killed the Archbishop, the spell came too late, and the kingdom crumbled. Now, the young master hoped the message would reach her sooner, before she succumbed to chaos. He reasoned that since wrath had been neutralized, he could shift focus to the next target. Still, he found it absurd befriending a potential monster with a cryptic quote, but he allowed himself a sliver of hope. After all, the five great sins seemed devoted to some inscrutable deity or force, and their motivations were almost incomprehensible to ordinary reasoning. Meanwhile, Utia finally read the letter. Her reaction was far from gentle. Evan, observing from nearby, could not help but note the raw intensity of mana radiating from her. It was staggering, nearly palpable. This child, small in stature, emitted a presence unlike any he had encountered. Her expression was unreadable, void of typical emotion, and yet brimming with power. Did he send this? She demanded, her voice sharp. Evan nodded. In an instant, Udia erupted with mana, a violent surge akin to a yandere discovering a betrayal. Her anger at not being invited to the estate was palpable, and Evan braced himself for the consequences. What she manifested was no ordinary magic solidified mana, a feat only attainable by those who had reached the Master Realm. The very air around her seemed to shiver under the force of her presence. Evan remembered the young master's words. It wasn't the right time for him to meet Udia directly. Surprisingly, that excuse worked. Udia calmed down slightly, her sharp eyes narrowing as she interpreted the cryptic line from the letter, a message only she and her master could understand. Evan, standing nearby, could only stare, utterly bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. Despite her yandere-like intensity, Udia insisted she grasped the meaning of the message. This girl, resembling a certain blood fallen from Overlord in both appearance and aura, was no ordinary child. She carried the wrath of her monstrous lineage, destined to become the infamous Bloody Queen, Utia. Yet, now, thanks to the young master's intervention, she was spared the destructive path the game had foretold. Back at the estate, the young master allowed himself a brief moment of satisfaction. He had, in his own small way, stretched the span of his peaceful life a little further. As sleep approached, he imagined the moon above casting an approving glow, almost as if the celestial body itself was cheering him on. Before dozing off, he placed a primrose flower on his bed, a quiet personal ritual. All he truly desired was a long, comfortable life free of chaos. It seemed like such a modest wish. In Astria Kingdom, primroses symbolized remembrance for wounds or old scars, often placed during funerals, a subtle irony that didn't escape him. He was indeed in deep trouble. The next morning found him in the estate library, surrounded by towering shelves, as if the books themselves were conspiring against his illiteracy. He was searching for clues about the third landmine among the five great sins, a process that left his head throbbing. Evan interrupted with good news. The second child had been rescued successfully thanks to the young master's intelligence about her location. Did you make sure she was treated gently? He asked. Evan nodded. Yes. After removing her from the illegal slave market, we ensured she was safe and cared for. Before Evan could continue, the library door burst open, sending them both staggering. Tonio, the second Palaccio's son, had arrived. With a sneer, he mocked the young master. How does an illiterate fool like you even hold a book? The young master's expression remained untouched, his eyes calm, almost bratty in their defiance. Tonio pressed further, trying to provoke him. Our protagonist considered fighting back after all. This was how Alan would have reacted, but the effort seemed unnecessary. Low-key survival was far more appealing. I'll be leaving, he said simply. Looks like you want the library more than I do. Tonio, assuming victory, stepped on his head with a smug grin. That's when a sharp knife whizzed past, embedding itself in the wall, narrowly missing him. Another voice cut through the tension. Leo Palacio, the eldest son, had arrived, chastising them for making too much noise. As the two brothers bickered, the young master crawled away, unseen. In the game, he remembered the Palacio family fell quickly during the first subquest, but their real-world power and influence were far greater than he had anticipated. Leo, the so-called prostitute king, and Tonio, the drug king, were entrenched in their underworld empires, squabbling over dominance. Our hero knew better than to intervene. Maintaining his sweet, luxurious life required staying invisible. Crawling quietly out of harm's way, Evan followed him, unfazed, treating the scene as perfectly normal. Adjusting his young master's hair, Evan reflected on the strange duality of the boy before him. Despite his lazy demeanor, the master possessed knowledge far beyond what seemed possible for someone like him, knowing details about illegal slave markets and secret bio-experiments scattered across the kingdom. It was enough to make Evan question everything everything he thought he understood about the world. Meanwhile, the young master simply grumbled about being tired, blissfully ignoring the chaos around him. Evan, curious as ever, wondered why the second child had been sent to the orphanage again, sensing there was more behind the choice. The young master knew better than anyone that this second child was far from ordinary. In fact, he operated on an entirely different level. Within the United Kingdom, a federation of several nations, the central realm was the Kalium Kingdom, the birthplace of the second child rescued from the illegal slave market. This boy, better known as Deus McCallion, held a terrifying reputation. He was the second boss of psychedelia and had once embodied one of the five great sins, the sin of sloth. Sold into slavery and subjected to relentless abuse, Deus had risen from suffering to wreak havoc across the kingdom in ways that left even the most hardened players horrified. It was a cruel twist of fate. Though he bore the title of the slothful sin, Deus was paradoxically meticulous, diligent, and meticulous in repaying debts and wrongs, sometimes multiple times over. That was precisely why the young master had instructed Evan to treat him with utmost care. Even recalling Deus's battles in the game made the young master shiver. When Evan asked why he had placed the second child in the orphanage instead of the estate, the young master gave a measured response. The timing wasn't right. Evan nodded knowingly, unsurprised. Then, with his usual curiosity, Evan inquired whether the letter sent to Udia had anything to do with the second child. The young master confirmed it, but the truth of the letter was far more mundane. Inside, he had simply vented to Udia about his older brother's bullying, and instructed her to look after the second child, who was feeling a bit worn down. And to be fair, that wasn't far from the truth. Deus did indeed need time to rest, heal, and gather his strength. At the orphanage, Deus kept to himself, nursing a body marred by cuts and bruises. Udia approached him, concern lacing her sharp voice. "Are you broken?" she asked, her eyes narrowing. Was this the work of the Black Goat? The very mention of that name caused a flicker of reaction in Deus. In her characteristic yandere fervor, Udia continued, acknowledging that despite his injuries, he had been chosen. She spoke of the Blue Moon, the alias the young master had earned among their inner circle, and explained that, under his guidance, an organization was forming. If Deus remained loyal and obeyed, he would have his chance at revenge. Something stirred within him at her words. Magic, or perhaps the innate authority of the sin of sloth itself, began to awaken, resonating deep inside him. With that matter settled, Udia excitedly prepared her first reply to the letter, practically trembling with anticipation. Meanwhile, back at the estate, the young master remained buried in the library, painstakingly researching ways to track down the third child. His concentration shattered when Evan burst through the door, panic written all over his face. "Sir, we're in serious trouble," Evan reported. "The second young master of the Palacio household. He's dead." Though the young master had anticipated this eventuality, the swiftness of events still caught him off guard. The funeral had been arranged almost immediately. What shocked everyone far more, however, was the glaring absence of genuine mourning. Even their father had attended as usual, flanked by two prostitutes. A display so absurd it left the young master momentarily speechless. Bringing drugs and women to your own son's funeral? That was crossing a line even for the Palacios. He'd always known this family was dysfunctional. But this was something else entirely. Psychedelia, he mused, really lived up to its reputation as a dark fantasy. Shaking his head, he moved on. He noticed that Tonio's supposed accidental death felt slightly off compared to how it had played out in the game. In the past, Leo had cried and wailed after killing his brother, desperately proclaiming himself the sole heir of the Palacio household. But here, Leo merely smirked over the corpse, practically mocking. Come on, at least try to look a little upset. It wasn't his problem, though. RMC's focus remained fixed on the five deadly sins. A year later, the succession issue was resolved. Leo had claimed Tonio's drug empire, and the county had stabilized, finally enjoying a fragile peace. Meanwhile, Utia and the young master had become avid pen pals, exchanging letters more frequently over the months. RMC appreciated keeping in touch with her, recognizing how useful it might be in the long run. Through their correspondence, Udia updated him on the other children's progress, which brought a small, satisfied smirk to his face. She even sent along the monthly sponsorship lists, which seemed to be growing rapidly. RMC's curiosity piqued. He wondered what had caused the increase, but Evan, too busy shoving food into his mouth to care much, reassured him it was a positive sign. Then Evan finally delivered the news they had been waiting for. The critical information had been located. The Information Guild had called to confirm it, a massive relief. The intelligence concerned the ancient book tied to the third child. RMC felt a rush of satisfaction. At last he could locate this next landmine with confidence. The evening was shaping up perfectly, and for the first time in a long while, he allowed himself a moment of peace. Far away, at a drug distribution hub in Margot, some of Leo's underlings were boasting about their benevolent patriarch. Thanks to his generosity, their organization had swelled to a few hundred members. What they didn't anticipate, however, was the nightmare about to unfold. One by one, members screamed in terror as they seemed to lose control over their own bodies. Some turned on themselves, committing unthinkable acts as though invisible strings had taken hold. The orchestrators of this chaos, none other than RMC's own protégés, Udia and Diaz, using thread magic granted by their master, they executed the purge flawlessly. Udia turned to DS, questioning the necessity of such lethal precision. DS didn't flinch. He explained that pity had no place here. These men had profited from exploiting lives. They weren't part of his revenge plan. Udia, however, emphasized that this operation was crucial for their master's eventual ascension. By cleaning up the county, they were paving the way for a smooth return. With a regal smile, she surveyed the scene. How could they leave this place in such disorder before our master arrives? She murmured. Deus nodded in agreement, though it was hard to say how much he truly understood. Together, they treated their master's coming as if he were a force on par with Ainz from Overlord or Sid from Eminence and Shadow. Udia's magic flared, etching a symbol into the ground as she ascended, leaving a crescent moon-shaped aura behind. We are the Blue Moon, she declared, his destined sword. 2 years passed. In that time, the young master and Udia had maintained a steady correspondence, while Evan had tirelessly tracked down the remaining sins. Completely exhausted, Evan collapsed on the grass, only to feel RMC's magic gently reviving him. He delivered the latest report. The 5th child had been located and safely sent to the orphanage. Though his expression remained unreadable, the young master allowed himself a private sense of triumph. Over the past 2 years, he had successfully saved all 3 remaining children, rescuing all 5 sins in the process. To reward Evan for his dedication, he treated him to a small feast of cakes and sweets. Still, a quiet thought lingered in his mind. Finding the sin of greed, the 3rd child, had been a particularly tricky endeavor, but one worth every effort. After making Evan put in some extra hours using his knowledge of the game, everything finally fell into place. RMC allowed himself a moment of satisfaction, praising Evan for a job well done. With the mission complete, he could finally breathe. Evan, slightly out of breath, asked if this meant all the orphanage duties were now finished. RMC confirmed, prompting a deep sigh from Evan, but the mercenary couldn't help but notice that his master didn't seem particularly thrilled. I am happy, RMC insisted, though Evan raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. When pressed, RMC attempted to insist he was smiling, and a close-up revealed the truth. There was no smile at all, not even a smirk. Evan, familiar with this expressionless facade, simply shrugged and moved on. RMC reflected quietly on how smoothly things had gone. Considering the bosses of Psychedelia had become the 5 great sins due to their traumatic pasts, the chances of saving them before their descent had seemed slim. He'd worried that by the time he intervened, they'd be too broken to rescue. Evan, how's the orphanage? He asked. Evan handed him a letter. Everything's running smoothly. The kids who seemed like broken dolls are brightening up nicely. If that was true, he wouldn't need a separate caretaker. He hadn't expected Udia to manage the place so effectively, though it made sense her background in the game had tied her sentimentally to the orphanage. Read the letter, Evan urged, and RMC obliged. Utia's words were concise. The children were thriving, and there was no cause for concern, especially regarding Diaz, who had been a particularly complicated case. Her reassurances brought a rare warmth to RMC's expression, a small, almost imperceptible smile. Quietly, he wondered if the orphanage environment itself had played a role in the kids' progress. Evan leaned in with the inevitable question, when would he meet the children? RMC deflected, claiming the time would come eventually inwardly. He admitted he had no intention of doing so anytime soon. While he might like to be close to them, he wasn't eager to deal with their personalities, especially given what he'd seen of their cruelty in the game. He reassured himself, at least he'd rescued them before they endured the events that would ultimately shape them into sins. Still, a slight apprehension lingered. I'll probably meet them in 5 years, he told Evan. More pressing, though, was the need to protect himself in this dark, merciless world. The solution, as he saw it, lay in magic. As he practiced, he felt fortunate that the body he now inhabited possessed some magical aptitude. Evan then mentioned an organization, the Blue Moon. RMC admitted he hadn't heard of them. Evan explained that the group had recently begun targeting criminal organizations, a development RMC found promising. Still, he wondered why the organization didn't exist in the game, assuming it wouldn't last long. Evan, grinning, reminded him that Blue Moon specialized in taking down nobles. The thought sent a shiver down RMC's spine. In a rare, lighthearted moment, RMC told Evan to start sleeping outside his room, just in case. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, Utia convened a Blue Moon weekly report. Sol rang the sin of pride, recounted how she had eliminated the slave traders, performing acrobatic feats while explaining how they had failed to even recognize her identity. She had even given them a chance, guess the color of her eyes, and they could live. None succeeded. Rena, the sin of greed, reported calmly on her work disposing of corpses without leaving a trace. Raiden, the sin of misophobia, confirmed the illegal testing grounds in the South had been obliterated, turning the Avalon perpetrators into nothing more than minced meat. Udia praised their efficiency, emphasizing that everything unfolded according to their master's will. They existed solely for the Blue Moon, the Great Moon, their leader. Suddenly, Deus interrupted with troubling news, causing Udia to frown in confusion. If all was running perfectly under her guidance, what could possibly be wrong? Deus explained that the head of Avalon was none other than Leo, eldest son of the Palacio Count's family, and that he had discovered a dangerous written order while cleaning the south. Leo was actively targeting their master, a threat that demanded immediate attention. Udia, of course, couldn't let this slide. She unleashed a terrifying, almost murderous aura that made the other children shrink back in fear. The letter confirmed Leo's plan. He intended to slowly poison RMC after disposing of their father. The revelation ignited a furious rage in Udia, her magic practically crackling around her. 2 years later, Count Palid, RMC's father, had passed away. True to form, the funeral was rushed and emotionless. Officially, it was listed as heart failure, but RMC knew better. Overdose was far more likely. At the ceremony, Leo received disturbing news. The blue moon had struck one of his facilities. Couldn't they at least wait until after the funeral? Leo, visibly unnerved, demanded to know if all traces had been eradicated. RMC, who had been quietly observing, noted with mild amusement that his brother was growing increasingly cautious of the blue moon. The Count's funeral concluded without a single tear, and RMC decided he had no interest in getting entangled in the spectacle. Silently, he slipped away just as Leo shot him a calculating warning glare. Evan, noticing his master's sudden departure, asked what he planned to do next. With a smirk, RMC revealed that he was already a step ahead, bags packed and ready. The plan? Lay low. Evan looked skeptical, asking if he really intended to flee. RMC clarified, it wasn't a permanent escape, just a temporary retreat. Their destination was Rodmel, a quiet town in the south of Paleo. Its small size made it ideal for hiding, and it offered a villa where RMC could remain out of sight. Leo's unnerving glares had made the timing perfect. Once in Rodmel, RMC began to enjoy the simplicity of life. He casually prepared delicious toast, taking pleasure in the mundane, while Evan followed along like nothing unusual was happening. For 3 days, life was blissfully normal, but peace was short-lived. RMC was summoned back for his brother's funeral, only 3 days after escaping. He couldn't believe how soon he had to return. According to the game, Leo wasn't supposed to die yet. The cause of death, a stab through the heart, left RMC bewildered. He approached the servants for details, only to be met with terrified screams, as though he were a looming executioner. The household's behavior was strange, obsequious, overly apologetic, treating him like a mafia lord. As he tried to make sense of it all, Evan caught up, a grin on his face. Found out why the servants are acting so strange? He teased. RMC raised an eyebrow. Evan explained. Apparently, RMC himself had eradicated the Avalon drug organization overnight. Leo had been its head. With him gone, the entire operation vanished without a trace. RMC's mind flashed back to their journey to Rodmel. Inside the carriage, Evan had asked why he was heading to such a small town instead of a bustling city. RMC explained simply, a city wasn't an option. Rodmel was the ideal location, the endgame in all his plans. His mission was clear, rescue the 5 great sins from their grim fates to prevent the collapse of the world. The town offered a villa, a private estate where he could relax in peace, free from the chaos of nobility and politics. A perfect hideaway for a laid-back noble who preferred comfort over conflict, where he could do absolutely nothing. RMC's lighthearted moment with Evan ended when the discussion turned serious. Responding to Evan's question, he insisted that every action he took served a purpose. But Evan, having heard the same rehearsed lines one too many times, wasn't buying it. He called RMC out, pointing out that he always used those responses to dodge uncomfortable questions. RMC froze for a moment, taken aback that Evan had seen through his little fabrications. Meanwhile, Leo, who had been observing RMC's departure, was deep in thought. Should he kill him or not? In truth, it hardly mattered. Leo had already planned to poison him. Yet now that RMC was leaving for the border, the urgency seemed to vanish. Still, a strange, unexplainable urge to eliminate him lingered. He ordered one of his subordinates, Alman, to follow the carriage. Alman's response was unexpected. You want me to kill him? Leo froze. Alman had never questioned his orders before, never dared to challenge him. It was unlike him, and it unsettled Leo. Your duty is to obey me, he barked. But before he could finish, Alman moved. A knife flashed through the air, piercing Leo straight through the heart. Shocked, Leo gasped, demanding to know why his loyal subordinate had betrayed him. Alman's reply was chillingly casual. I enjoy the war. It was then revealed that Alman was actually a member of the Blue Moon organization. His real name was hidden, his allegiance secret. Trained under the Blue Moon Creed, his duty was to act in defense of their master RMC, the Great Blue Moon. Any threat to RMC was to be eliminated without hesitation. He had been waiting 2 long years for this moment. Leo had finally issued the order to kill their lord. Leo argued that his followers would never allow Hidden to survive such a betrayal, but Hidden countered coldly. With Leo dead, the Avalon organization would be erased from the continent entirely. Looking down at Leo's lifeless form, Hidden remarked with calm detachment that if Leo hadn't attempted to assassinate their master, he might have survived a few more months or even years. Back in the present, RMC was enjoying a blissful, lazy life in Rodmill. He woke at his leisure, shared sumptuous meals with Evan, and reveled in the freedom of true nobility. But that peace didn't last long. A letter arrived, summoning him to assume the position of family head. Just like that, his carefree days ended. Only 4 days after they began. Returning to the Palacio estate, he immediately noticed that the staff and maids were acting strangely around him. Confused, he looked to Evan for guidance, who teased him about suddenly becoming the shadow leader. RMC's mind raced. The chaos surrounding his brother's death had inadvertently placed him in a position everyone now assumed he orchestrated. In his usual dramatic flair, he burst into mock sobs, pleading with Evan to explain why everyone was treating him like the villain. Evan, unfazed, reminded him that it was natural for people to suspect him after all. He had the most to gain. Leo was dead, and with RMC conveniently absent, he had the perfect alibi. RMC groaned in frustration as the plan to avoid entanglement had spectacularly backfired. Evan, however, offered some encouragement. With the Avalon drug organization gone and his troublesome brother out of the picture, RMC no longer had to worry about immediate threats. Evan's grin widened as he jokingly added, "In short, congratulations, you're officially the shadow leader of the county, the one who supposedly orchestrated the assassination of a swordmaster." RMC could only stare, part horrified, part exasperated, as the reality of his new position sank in. Despite Leo's shady reputation, he was still regarded as a swordmaster. RMC leaned back, contemplating where to even begin. Who could possibly strike down such a key figure in the underworld with such precision and speed? The thought gnawed at him. He asked Evan about the group rumored to hunt down other organizations. Evan raised an eyebrow. "You mean the Blue Moon?" RMC's mind raced. Could they be behind his brother's death and the collapse of Avalon? But Evan shook his head, clearing up the misunderstanding. According to the Information Guild, the Blue Moon wasn't responsible. Their signature wasn't leaving bodies behind, it was marking the moon itself. That was their method. Rumor had it all of Avalon's members had perished with a sword through the heart. Evan smirked, teasing, "Well, looks like someone just opened the road to hell." RMC ignored the joke, turning inward. By his knowledge of the game, an organization like the Blue Moon shouldn't even exist yet. If not them, then who? The question lingered unanswered. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, Utia convened a meeting with the other great sins. She asked if everything had gone according to plan. Rina, the sin of greed, confirmed that no evidence had been left behind. Sarong, the sin of pride, added that her area was completely cleared. No survivors, only corpses. Deus, embodying the sin of sloth, boasted about eliminating all 486 Avalon soldiers under his charge, his magic weaving through the air like a butterfly caught in a spider's web. Rodon, the sin of misophobia, confirmed the remaining targets had been dealt with cleanly. Utia praised their work, her presence alone intimidating enough to silence any hesitation. Rumor had it, in the novel she was over 1,000 years old, but no one could say for sure. Within 5 days, Avalon, the Asteria Kingdom's most notorious drug organization, had been obliterated, but Rodon's cautious voice cut through the confidence. "It wasn't flawless," he warned. Utia's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" Rodon explained that he had stumbled upon some documents linking certain nobles to Avalon, particularly the Altia Doctum, whose reach was deeper than anticipated. Utia's magic flared in response. "Then it's settled," she said calmly but decisively. "They must be wiped out." Redden promised to handle it quietly. Udasai raised a new concern, whether the Information Guild had been compromised or had ties to Avalon. Rena assured him that the guild issue was being addressed separately from the Blue Moon-related matters. Eiji chimed in, noting that all guilds operated similarly, invoking what he called the Hell Sword forged by the Swordmaster. Rena then asked if she should monitor RMC's movements, to which Udasai agreed, emphasizing that none of this should reach him. They all understood the stakes. When she said that person, she meant RMC. Deus clarified that since the family had initiated hostilities, their actions hadn't been sanctioned independently. Udia stiffened. In her eyes, every move made by the Blue Moon must have a direct order from RMC. A sword should never act without its master's command. She turned to the group, voice firm. "From now on, all members of the Blue Moon follow orders alone. We must take this seriously." Her gaze swept across the other sins, leaving them uneasy. "We must not disappoint him," she added. Inwardly, DS struggled to process it all. For someone as powerful as Udia to show anxiety and restlessness, simply because she had been observed by RMC, felt excessive, almost unbelievable. Yet he nodded and said he understood. Their meeting concluded with a chant, affirming their loyalty. Everything they did was for the Great Moon. The atmosphere mirrored the formality and solemnity of the Shadow Garden gatherings from Eminence and Shadow, a secretive ritual to seal their commitment. Back at the Palacio estate, RMC found himself drowning in a mountain of paperwork now that he had officially assumed the role of Count. The day after his brother's funeral had marked the beginning of an unrelenting month of duties, each more tedious than the last. He sighed, a few tears slipping down his cheeks, lamenting the cruel reality. All he wanted was to loaf around, indulge in idleness, and do absolutely nothing. Isn't that what being a noble is supposed to mean? He muttered to himself, half joking, half despairing. Even amidst his complaints, he couldn't ignore the thought that his life had taken a sharp turn. Leo's death was supposed to occur 6 years from now, yet a string of bizarre events had accelerated the timeline, dumping the full weight of family responsibilities squarely on his shoulders. The sole heir now, he felt the crushing reality of expectation pressing down on him. Just then, a handful of ministers entered the room, carrying yet more documents to add to the growing pile on his desk. RMC closed his eyes and muttered, wondering why everyone in the county suddenly seemed so industrious. Under his father, work had been treated like a rainy school day, sloppy and unmotivated. With a wave of his hand, he gestured for them to leave the paperwork behind. But in their eyes, something about him had changed. He radiated a subtle yet palpable aura of menace. Whispers of fear spread through the ministers. Some even resolved to work harder, terrified of drawing the wrath of this quiet, calculating heir. They feared he might be the kind of mastermind who could remove anyone who displeased him. For RMC, however, this was overwhelming. The pressure wasn't something he was accustomed to managing. He briefly wondered if there might be a way to delegate all the work entirely to the ministers while he maintained the illusion of authority. Later that night, Evan found himself staring in surprise. The young count had reached the second tier in magic after only 2 years of self-study in poisoncraft, a feat that normally required 4 to 5 years, plus an innate talent. Spells danced through the room as RMC practiced, displaying a skill that left no doubt about his aptitude. Deep down, he knew that his progress wasn't for show, it was for self-preservation. In this world, mastering magic meant controlling one's mana perfectly, and RMC was managing it with surprising precision. Still, a nagging worry lingered. What good was all this practice if his magic remained incomplete? He had experimented with every type of magic available in the kingdom, initially thrilled by the limitless potential. But excitement had given way to grim necessity. Now magic was merely a tool to survive. The truth pressed down on him. His mana capacity was tiny. Without enough mana, even the most refined spells were useless, a shortfall that could easily mean death in a world this cruel. RMC likened innate mana capacity to an athlete's natural weight class. Some were born with extraordinary gifts, others with nothing. He fell into the latter category. Training alone could not increase the size of his mana pool, no matter how hard he pushed himself. Yet, even in the face of this limitation, he clung to hope there had to be a way to compensate if things went wrong. His thoughts were interrupted when Evan appeared, holding a letter with a grin. "Looks like your invitation to the ball has finally arrived," he announced. RMC blinked, momentarily puzzled, trying to reconcile this sudden intrusion with the chaos of his life. A few days later, the scene shifted to the grand ball. RMC made his entrance in attire that could only be described as magnificent, every detail fitting him like it had been tailored for royalty. And yet, true to his introverted nature, he immediately claimed exhaustion, despite having just arrived. This was no ordinary gathering. It was the typical Southern Asteria Kingdom aristocratic affair, a sprawling network of noble families exchanging pleasantries and assessing one another. As the soon-to-be Count of Palacio, attendance was not optional, it was mandatory. Our MC quickly settled into a serious mindset, recognizing this as the perfect opportunity to forge alliances and cement his position. After all, networking with the nobility was a key step toward achieving his ultimate goal, a peaceful life with as little hassle as possible. Reality, however, had other plans. Every noble he approached seemed to flee at the mere sight of him, as if struck by an inexplicable fear. He waved at a passing group, hoping to draw them in, only to see them scatter. Evan, ever the optimist, tried to reassure him, but RMC brushed it off, insisting he wasn't upset at all, even if his expression said otherwise. "I expected this," he muttered, deciding to press on and handle things solo. Misinterpreting the noble's reactions, he assumed they were looking down on him for his low-class status. A half-truth. The Palacio household's recent chaos, primarily thanks to his troublesome older brothers, had indeed left the family name tarnished, of that he hadn't come unprepared. He had been secretly refining his social skills and intended to put them to the test. He began commenting aloud on the wine's subtle aroma, attempting to spark conversation. But the mysterious condition that prevented him from displaying genuine emotion on his face backfired spectacularly. What was meant to be a charming smile came across as utterly menacing. He politely mentioned to a nearby lady that he would love to have a few bottles at home. In his own mind, his expression was flawless. In hers, he looked like a demon king. Startled, she bolted, promising to have her father prepare the bottles immediately. To onlookers, it appeared that RMC had strong-armed the poor lady into surrendering a rare regional wine. Evan tried to lighten the moment, but RMC insisted she had simply been shy. Later, he retreated to a quiet corner sulking, while Evan happily indulged in the feast, teasing him about the growing list of gifts he seemed to be collecting. The wine incident was hardly unique. Every attempt at conversation now resulted in nobles handing handing him various presents, pensia, citrus tea, and other delicacies, believing themselves to be appeasing a dangerous figure. RMC couldn't help but reflect on how infamously the Palacio name had grown. Rumors of him killing his two brothers had spread like wildfire, transforming him into a figure both feared and shrouded in mystery. Feeling the weight of it all, he turned to Evan. "I need some air," he muttered. Stepping outside, the night air offered a momentary reprieve. That's when a flash of red caught his eye, a striking red-haired beauty standing not far away. As he wondered how things had escalated to this point, a soft voice broke through his thoughts. "Do you have a moment?" RMC turned, startled, searching for the source of the soft voice. At first, there was no one in sight. Glancing downward, he finally spotted a petite girl standing nervously before him. She introduced herself as Loria, the third daughter of Duke Altia. The name triggered recognition. He remembered the Altia family from the game. One of the three major shadow players in the Northern Troublemakers. Their influence had been considerable. A pang of disappointment hit him. He had hoped this was just a normal, unremarkable person approaching him. Curiously, he tried to recall her presence in the game, but came up blank. Loria, however, wasted no time with pleasantries. She asked for his protection, warning that she was facing an imminent assassination attempt. Her tone was earnest, bordering on desperate. He studied her carefully, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Loria explained that she had been living under the watchful protection of her father's mistress. With her father's health declining, she feared her elder sisters might move against her. The situation stirred something in RMC. He couldn't help but notice the parallels to his own tumultuous history with his brothers. As he stared at her, realization struck. Loria had likely never appeared in the game because she was already dead. Despite her charm and heartfelt plea, RMC shook his head. Loria wasn't coming empty-handed. She promised half of the Ultia family fortune if he helped her. Still, he couldn't commit. He barely managed his own magic. He couldn't risk raising false hopes. Yet a twinge of sympathy tugged at him as he turned to leave, her sad, earnest face lingering in his mind. He offered a quiet wish for her safety before stepping back into the party room. Meanwhile, Deus and Rena observed from a distance. One of the Ultia family members had approached their master, and they debated the next move. Diaz considered reporting the situation to the Red Moon Udia's code name, but Rena reassured him. According to their intelligence, Loria was the only Ultia family member untouched by Avalon's reach, leaving her relatively safe. Ronan, the sin of Miophobia, had already been dispatched to handle the rest of her family. Their orders were clear. The remaining Ultia household was to be eliminated, all under the Red Moon's command. Rena reminded Diaz that their priority was to ensure their master remained unaware of any Avalon-related developments. Back inside, RMC couldn't help but wonder why everyone seemed to keep their distance from him. Did he project some invisible aura that repelled them? His thoughts were interrupted when the red-haired woman from earlier approached. Seeing her brought a genuine, if inward, smile to his face. For once, someone was acknowledging him. Maybe this was the moment he could actually attempt to socialize. Yet as he turned fully to face her, recognition struck. She wasn't an ordinary noble, another shadow player. Her face triggered a memory from the game, and he realized that no casual visitor would approach him first without a reason for trouble. He greeted her politely, calling her Lady Zenonia. Her surprise was evident. How did he know her name? He explained briefly. In the Asteria Kingdom, three major shadow player families wielded influence: the Altia in the north, the Patio in the east, and the Zenonia in the west. The striking, curvaceous woman before him was Clea, the eldest daughter of Count Zenonia. "Am I really that well known?" she asked, a mix of amusement and curiosity in her voice. RMC nodded, explaining that while Kalea Patio ran her operations like a gang, the Zenonia family behaved more like a cunning criminal syndicate, a truth that made him shudder at the thought. All he truly wanted were solid connections to maintain a peaceful, noble life, and this dangerous, stunning woman threatened to complicate that dream. He bowed respectfully, complimenting her beauty, subtly signaling his intent to disengage. But Clea interrupted, saying she wanted to speak with him privately. RMC, cautious as always, replied that he would be glad to talk, just not with so many eyes watching. Deep down, RMC wished she would simply leave him alone, but the red-haired woman only smiled, commenting that he was just as the rumors had described. Then, with an almost teasing tone, she added that she looked forward to seeing him again. RMC froze, completely dumbfounded. What could she mean? Surely it was some sort of code, but he quickly shook the thought from his mind. Meanwhile, Deus and Rena, observing from a distance, exchanged satisfied glances. Their mission to keep RMC in the dark about certain matters was proceeding perfectly. That is, until Deus noticed a complication. Through the window, he spotted a figure tailing their master. Without hesitation, he and Rena sprang into action, moving to eliminate the potential threat before it could get closer. The following day, RMC and Evan found themselves at the edge of a forest. Evan squinted, uncertain. "Are you sure this is the canyon you were looking for?" "It's midday, the sun is shining, but it's unnaturally dark inside." RMC barely noticed. His mind was buzzing with excitement. Finally, he had located the true objective of his journey. As they stepped forward, he joked, "If it turns out to be empty like the others, I might actually cry. But as his gaze fell on the intricate symbols etched into the canyon walls, his confidence surged. This was it, the real labyrinth. In the game, locating it had been trivial. But here, standing at the entrance in the real world, it felt overwhelmingly tangible. He explained to Evan that the labyrinth was called the Labyrinth of Whispers. Anyone who could solve the riddles hidden in its 8 rooms would earn a powerful artifact, the exact prize he had come for. RMC admitted that he had memorized all the pathways and puzzles beforehand. They finally arrived at a massive, imposing door. For the first time, he allowed himself a moment of awe. Experiencing this labyrinth in person was far more intense than any virtual trial. Evan, curious, asked how RMC even knew of its existence. Without thinking, RMC replied casually, "I've been here before," leaving Evan more confused than ever. Realizing his slip, he quickly laughed it off and suggested they enter. Inside, monstrous creatures awaited, giant golem-like hands capable of crushing them in an instant. Evan wondered whether these monsters were linked to the riddles and if a single misstep could spell death. RMC, unfazed, began solving the first puzzle effortlessly. Evan watched in disbelief, still trying to grasp how someone who had barely left the estate could navigate a dangerous labyrinth with such precision. 4 years of accompanying RMC had taught Evan one thing. He still didn't truly understand him. Saving orphans, repaying debts, freeing slaves, delivering cryptic messages, it all seemed random, yet somehow it always ended well. That was why Evan continued to follow, even as disbelief gnawed at him. As they moved deeper, the labyrinth grew eerily opulent. RMC couldn't shake the grim memories from the game, feeling a twinge of nausea, but his focus remained sharp. A lavish room brimming with treasure sprawled before them, and his attention immediately landed on a hand statue adorned with multiple rings. "There," he declared, pointing. "The black ring. That's what we take. And we leave fast." Evan, busy stuffing his pockets with gold, raised an eyebrow. "The black ring? It looks like the least valuable of the lot. Why focus on that?" RMC explained calmly. "Taking anything else could bring unnecessary trouble. This one's different. It contains the oath of restraint." Satisfaction spread through him as he grasped it. Finally, he had obtained the artifact he had sought. With a sense of accomplishment, he began guiding Evan back, confident that his gaming knowledge had made this task almost too easy. Suddenly, Evan's instincts screamed danger. He pointed toward the piles of rocks they had passed while entering the canyon. "They're moving," he shouted, eyes wide. The formations weren't ordinary. They were golems, and they were stirring. Panic flared in Evan's chest. These creatures were unknown variables, and facing them without preparation was a nightmare. All he could think of was keeping his young master safe, even if it meant putting himself in harm's way. RMC, however, stepped forward with calm authority. "Stand down, Evan. I'll handle this." Evan hesitated, urging him to find an escape route first. But the golems advanced relentlessly, and Evan's voice wavered. "Second-tier magic won't be enough against these things." Unfazed, RMC invoked the black ring, activating the oath of restraint. The world seemed to slow around him, and before he knew it, he was transported to a strange, otherworldly dimension. A voice boomed, resonant and commanding, introducing itself as a fragment of Nasilla's great will. "State the 2 restrictions you will impose upon yourself," it demanded. RMC felt a shiver run down his spine. In the game, this part had appeared as a simple choice window, but now, facing a colossal face floating in a cosmic void, the experience was overwhelming. The Oath of Restraint was an absorption-type artifact, granting power in exchange for self-imposed limitations. "First restriction," the voice prompted. RMC formed the intricate hand signs of Babylonia. "I will always perform the hand signs of Babylonia when casting magic." "And your purpose?" the voice continued. Without hesitation, RMC answered, "To bend the laws of the world just a little." The entity acknowledged his words, granting him the corresponding power. For the second restriction, it pressed. RMC clenched his jaw, steadying himself. "I will strictly chant the words of Babylonia when performing magic." "And your desire?" the voice asked, its tone curious. "To wield even greater power to defy the rules of this world," he replied boldly. A moment of silence followed, and RMC tensed. He mimicked the exact skill icons from the game, ensuring he executed everything perfectly. With these 2 limitations in place, the hand signs and the incantations, he believed he could maximize his magical potential. After a tense pause, the voice spoke again. "Your restraints have been granted. I thank the human who remembers all the gestures and the mysteries of the forgotten god." RMC furrowed his brow, unsure what that meant, but he noticed the black ring glowing, absorbing the limitations. The artifact confirmed the restrictions had been applied successfully. "You will inherit my will. I will watch over you," the voice concluded. Time resumed its normal flow just as the golems lunged toward him. Evan's panic surged as he tried to intervene, but RMC was already in motion. Chanting the words, he began weaving his magic, recalling the form he had practiced countless times in the game. He smirked, noting that while it had looked dazzling in the virtual world, his limited mana made the initial spell relatively small. Still, he focused, testing his newly imposed imposed restraints. With a commanding gesture, he spoke the first word, refraction. His magic shimmered into existence. Repulsion followed, swelling the energy into a brilliant orb of electric blue. He combined hand signs and directed the spell, the ball growing immense, radiating raw power. With a final release, the spell surged forward, crackling like lightning, obliterating every golem in a single strike. Dust and debris swirled as silence fell over the battlefield. Evan staggered back, jaw agape. What? What just happened? Have you been hiding this all along? RMC shook his head, calm as ever. Evan blinked, still trying to process it. In his 15 years as a mercenary, he had never witnessed anything remotely like this. Evan blinked at him, still in disbelief. Are you sure that was really second-tier magic? He asked, his voice tinged with exhaustion. Yeah, I think so, he muttered. In truth, what had just happened felt nothing like the game. In Psychedelia's turn-based combat, magic improved with each consecutive turn through hand signs and incantations. Here, however, he had simultaneously layered all 4 hand signs and incantations over 5 iterations, amplifying his chain lightning into something far larger than standard second-tier spells. Essentially, he had replicated the game's scaling mechanics for a massive lightning attack, but the Oath of Restraint forced him to use every hand sign and incantation with every spell, boosting the effect multiple times. Even RMC hadn't expected the results. The sheer power had far exceeded his own projections, catching him off guard. Evan, meanwhile, exhaled in relief, slumping to the ground. Watching that fight was way more exhausting than actually being in it, he admitted. Seriously, who designed this canyon? RMC paused thoughtfully. Then it clicked. The Maze of Whispers wasn't its original name. In the game, it had been called the Maze of Paladon, with detailed maps and strategies shared on the community boards. Some guy named Paladon was behind it, he explained, though Evan was far too drained to process the information. Shaking off his fatigue, RMC pulled Evan to his feet. Come on, we need to head back. I have something I want to try once we get home. Evan frowned. Why are you suddenly so motivated? Usually, you're the king of lazy. RMC grinned faintly. Every time I select a hand sign that matches the spell's attribute, the power increases. Using the correct incantation enhances the magic further. Exactly how it worked in the game. The only difference is that here, the spell actually changes shape as it grows, instead of just numbers going up. He paused, brow furrowing. I wonder if this only works for me, since my mana control is unusual. I'll need to test it properly once my reserves recover. For now, though, he allowed himself a small sigh of relief. The immediate danger was over. Mounting their horses, they began the ride back, the canyon fading behind them. Unseen, Ren had been observing from a distance, tracking their every move. As soon as RMC and Evan left, she moved into the canyon, examining the runes etched into the walls. Carefully, she traced the glyphs with her fingers. These are Alan Empire glyphs, she murmured, reading aloud. They tell the story of the era of the forgotten outer gods. Her eyes caught a smaller, hidden inscription in the corner. Translating it, she whispered, "For my friend who shall be left alone from the coward Palin." A subtle smile curved her lips as she read further. The texts described the one who had halted the invasion of the dark creatures, standing undefeated against the Alkalaka that devoured the hearts of the citizens. The words left no doubt. This legendary figure was none other than the brilliant emperor known as Palin the Great. Ren had inherited the ancient library's knowledge at birth, granting her insights most could only dream of. As she reflected on the events in the canyon, she remembered RMC mentioning that Paladon had created the labyrinth. True to form, she misinterpreted the situation entirely, convinced that our protagonist was exceptional. After all, someone like the bloody Queen Eudia followed him, a fact that in Ren's mind spoke volumes. To command the loyalty of a figure like Eudia was something one only read about in history books. In her mind, RMC must be a close ally of Palin, the legendary emperor chronicled in the glyphs, and that alone elevated him to near mythical status. Moreover, she noted that phrases like "our boy used while casting magic" appeared nowhere in the ancient library, which only deepened her conviction that he was truly extraordinary. Blushing, she admitted to herself that Eudia had been right all along. She had been following orders without question, and perhaps with too much naivety. In a sense, RMC had gained another admirer, even if it was simply a fleeting sense of awe. Meanwhile, Deus arrived on the scene. Ren immediately asked if he had learned anything about the fool who had been tailing their master. Deus nonchalantly replied that the idiot was already dead. Not by any effort on his part. Rather, it was as if the man's head had twisted on its own. Ren insisted they needed to report this to Eudia for processing, and Deus agreed. Together they departed, leaving the canyon quiet once more. Far away in Zenonia County, Lady Kalia sipped her tea, her mind turning over recent events. She had watched RMC up close and found him exactly as the rumors claimed. Cold, calculating, and unnervingly still, his eyes deep and unreadable. It unsettled her that he had called her famous. As far as society knew, Count Zenonia was the true power in the family, yet for this young man to acknowledge her presence as noteworthy made her uneasy. What Kalia didn't know was that she was the real mastermind of the Zenonia household. Through black magic, she had manipulated her father, turning the Count into a mere puppet. The fact that RMC referred to her as famous made her wonder if he had seen through her secret, a terrifying thought given that no one else knew the truth. Her recollection of his remark about too many eyes on us only amplified her fears, as she misinterpreted it to mean that he had uncovered the spy she had sent to follow him. A classic case of misunderstanding straight out of an Eminence and Shadow scenario. Just then, one of her servants arrived, breathless, insisting that Kalia see something for herself. In her chambers, she found the person who had been tailing RMC dead. The servant explained that the seal on the body had not activated, meaning no secrets had been compromised. Still, Kalia deduced that the killer had deliberately brought the body to her. Frustrated, she tried to puzzle out how RMC had discovered her involvement. Once again, he was being misread, this time by a household head steeped in shadowy intrigue. Meanwhile, at the Altia estate, Loria wandered the halls, feeling increasingly despondent. Her first impression of RMC lingered. The cold, measured gaze and unshakable composure reminded her of her father. He was clearly someone not to be underestimated, the kind of person whose reputation alone commanded respect. For Loria, he represented both a threat and her last hope. Yet, because he had declined her plea for help at the ball, she misread his refusal, interpreting it as him acting purely out of self-interest, unwilling to risk anything without personal gain. Her thoughts drifted to her family. She was the youngest and weakest among her siblings. Tomalian, the eldest son, Marianne, the eldest daughter, Payan, the second daughter, and Ki, the second son. Once her father's protection waned, she had felt powerless. Her survival had depended on his mercy, and now that he was fading, the estate felt empty and uncertain. The servants' frantic voices interrupted her reflection. Breathless, they reported that her siblings had all taken their own lives. Loria's mind refused to comprehend it. Her siblings were the type who schemed and backstabbed each other, not surrendered to despair. She demanded clarification about Tamalian and Marianne, only to learn that the same fate had befallen them. In a horrific twist, the scene she glimpsed revealed them driving daggers into one another, a sinister display orchestrated, she assumed, by Diaz. But in reality, it was Redden, the sin of phobia, stepping confidently from the shadows of the Alti estate, declaring that the mission was complete. As Redden vanished into the night, Loria struggled to process the events. She remembered RMC's earlier words, telling her not to worry because better things were coming. In her mind, he had been orchestrating everything from the shadows, playing his hand patiently, waiting for the perfect moment to assert control. To Loria, it seemed clear. RMC had turned down her request publicly at the party, but behind the scenes he had quietly removed her siblings, consolidating the path forward in his favor. Honestly, it was easy to see why Loria reached the conclusion she did. In many ways, her situation mirrored our protagonist's own past, suddenly thrust into power as the sole heir of the Altia family, forced to navigate a treacherous landscape overnight. The sheer weight of it terrified her. In her mind, she had entered into a pact with some incomprehensible devil, a figure whose reach and cunning seemed boundless. From her perspective, our laid-back, easygoing MC had somehow transformed into an omnipotent overlord. Panic coursed through her, and she couldn't shake the grim examples she'd already witnessed of those who had crossed him. Despite the fear, she steeled herself, determined to follow the path she had chosen. 2 months later, back at the Palazzo estate, a package arrived for our protagonist from the Altia family. As he unwrapped the contents, Evan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Inside lay a bottle of Cernanon's wine, an extremely rare vintage worth thousands of gold coins. Holding it in his hands, he couldn't believe it was real. Reading the accompanying note left him even more perplexed. It was simple: with respect, Loria Altia. Not the Duke, not her father, but Loria herself. Something clicked in his mind. This was no ordinary noble attempting to curry favor. A pang of guilt washed over him for not being able to assist her when she had first sought his help. He asked the delivery man to confirm, and the man nodded, explaining that the Duke herself had prepared it and insisted it be delivered personally. The realization hit him hard. Loria had officially ascended as the Duke of Altia. He blinked, momentarily stunned by how much she seemed to have matured in just 2 short months. Meanwhile, Loria reflected on the whirlwind of events since her father's funeral. She had taken on the mantle of leadership following the succession ceremony, stepping into an office she had once been forbidden to enter. The sudden loss of her siblings had left her vulnerable, but thanks to a solid alibi, being at the ball that night, she had evaded suspicion. She recalled the chaos that had ensued while she was away. Her siblings had dismantled her secret organization, leaving her feeling powerless upon her return. Yet, looking back, she realized the timing had worked in her favor. Somehow, our protagonist had managed to remove her siblings and orchestrate events so that she had plausible deniability. In her eyes, this required not just cunning, but a near unparalleled intellect. Loria couldn't shake the impression that the MC had intentionally played the indifferent noble at the ball, hiding his true actions while quietly tidying up the mess behind the scenes. In her mind, it was the work arc of a master strategist, an overlord-level calculation that elevated him to legendary status. She even wondered just how far ahead he could foresee, how he could manage such intricate timing. She also noted that she hadn't even mentioned her father's funeral to him, not wanting to burden him further. Reflecting on everything, she concluded that he must have intervened not out of obligation, but because he had a larger plan in motion, one in which the Altia Dukedom played a crucial role. She recognized that, despite her efforts to unify all the Altia's subordinate organizations, it would never be enough to match the hidden power the MC commanded. The pieces fit together in her mind. He was Count of Palazzo, a formidable underworld figure whose influence and authority had been built meticulously through shrewd strategy and business acumen. Whatever his ultimate goal, Loria understood one thing clearly. She was now part of a game much larger than she had ever imagined. Loria found herself wondering if there was anything left she could offer him, anything that he didn't already possess. She speculated quietly to herself, pondering whether the MC needed the Altia name to subtly manipulate the political currents from the shadows. For now, though, she decided to focus on her own duties, confident that the Distinguished One would reach out when the time came. Meanwhile, back at the orphanage, our protagonist had quietly added another problem child to his growing list. The nickname The Distinguished One clung to him, and he couldn't help but find it a little too cool. Loria, for her part, blushed as she hoped he had appreciated the gift she sent, a token of gratitude she wanted him to have. Things, she realized, were starting to spiral slightly out of control. At the Palazzo estate, the delivery man departed, leaving our MC staring at the gift in bemused silence. He thought about Loria, once threatened with death, now the Duke. The rapid succession of events left him unsettled, and even Evan scratched his head trying to process the whirlwind of developments. Still, our protagonist sensed that something subtle yet significant was off. Fast forward a few months, 5 years before the story truly begins, and our MC had grown noticeably. Evan approached him cautiously, asking whether he should start addressing him as Count. The MC reassured him that titles didn't matter yet. The succession ceremony had not officially taken place. Still, having acted as Count for the past year, the ceremony felt more symbolic than practical. Deep down, he felt a twinge of melancholy. Becoming Count had never been part of his original plan. His ambitions were simple: avoid the succession war, settle peacefully in Rodmill, and indulge in a little gourmet exploration along the way. But now, having adapted to his role, he allowed himself a small smile. Perhaps there was merit in embracing the privileges of nobility after all. The balance between responsibility and leisure was better than he'd imagined. Evan handed him a letter, explaining that it was from Utia. As they stepped inside, the MC asked if Evan had uncovered anything about the assassins who had killed his brother Leo. Evan admitted they had no solid leads yet, but urged patience, reminding him that the Information Guild was still investigating. It was clear why Utia had been so vigilant, ensuring that he remained unaware of her involvement in Leo's death. Evan then asked what the MC intended to do with the knowledge once it arrived. Not out of revenge, he reflected, but to remain prepared for unexpected developments. The smallest deviations from the game could ripple outward, producing butterfly effects. Evan teased that he sounded like a real Count, but the MC merely let out a quiet sigh. Opening the letter, he read Utia's latest update on life at the orphanage. The children were thriving. Diaz had grown skilled at puppet manipulation, nearly to a professional standard. Sailor Rang had taken to gaming with friends. Rena remained engrossed in books but had discovered a love for building sandcastles, and Redden had found solace in tending to his garden. A smile tugged at his lips. This monthly ritual of letters had become a comforting habit, each message offering a small warmth to his heart. Though he had never seen the children in person, knowing they were flourishing brought him genuine joy. Curious, he asked Evan their ages, learning that they were now at the point where they could step into the world. The 5 great sins were nearly ready to leave the orphanage, a realization that caught him slightly off guard. He imagined them as adults, returning one day to express their gratitude for all he had done. Deep down, he understood it was time to let them go, to allow them to carve out their own paths. When Evan reminded him that he had taken them in because they were hurting, the MC reassured him they had grown strong enough to stand on their own. He had cared for them enough to keep them from becoming the deadly sins they could have been, and that care had set the foundation for their futures. Evan nodded, agreeing that since they were all healthy and thriving, it was indeed time to release them into the world. Our MC remembered how, in the Psychedelia game, each boss battle had been accompanied by rich, vivid descriptions of the surroundings. That attention to detail had always stuck with him. He reflected on the talents of his wards: Udia's gift of faith, Deus' skill with the sword, Renee's sharp intellect, Solang's natural combat ability, and Rand's calling as an apostle. In his mind, if each of them honed their strengths in the right areas, they would thrive once they stepped out into the world. Determined to guide them, he decided to write each child a personal letter. In a rare moment of self-congratulation, he mused that his plan was nothing short of brilliant. Not stopping there, he also prepared a small, thoughtful gift for each of them, imagining the excitement on their faces when they received it. Hours passed as he meticulously crafted every letter. Evan, tasked with keeping him company, eventually drifted off to sleep. The moment Evan woke, he bolted to deliver the letters before the MC could stop him, a small act that warmed his heart. The MC allowed himself a quiet thought. Perhaps one day, once these landmines of his had made a name for themselves, they might even surprise him with something in return. He concluded his inner reflections by encouraging them to read his letters carefully and step into the world with confidence. It was a genuinely heartwarming gesture, yet, true to their disciplined nature, the children took his letters with absolute seriousness, as though they were direct orders from a supreme lord. Eudia, ever the diligent one, informed the others that their master had sent instructions, along with a special gift for each. Even in just a single year since the time skip, the children had grown remarkably. Deus, now tall and composed, retained his cool demeanor. Solrang, ever the energetic one, leapt with excitement. Renee remained thoughtful and contemplative, while Eudia looked slightly bewildered, unsure how to react to the gravity with which everyone else treated the letters. A brief aside highlighted the personalities of the five sins, this time focusing on Renee. Her love for knowledge was evident, and any attempt to earn her favor, one might conclude, would be best served with a carefully chosen book. Returning to the story, Utia reminded the group to read the prior letter she had received. She explained that understanding the MC's intentions required context, a bit more insight than they might expect. Solarang, eyes lighting up, asked if this meant they could all read the letters now, as previously only Utia had that privilege. Udia nodded, confirming that their lord had deemed it time for everyone to be aware of his instructions individually. As they read, however, they were left momentarily speechless. The letters were mundane, filled with casual conversation and lighthearted small talk. Udia reassured them that this was intentional. Their master had always disguised his directives within seemingly ordinary messages. She even showed them the first letter she had received, which was nothing more than a greeting and a mild complaint about how his brothers had treated him. Yet, in Utia's interpretation, this casual note contained instructions for action and required her to report back monthly. The rest of the children simply accepted this as normal, rolling with the misinterpretation as if it were standard procedure. Deus noted that the MC had likely designed the letters this way to prevent leaks of critical information. Udia confirmed this, explaining that deciphering these disguised orders was an essential skill for all of them, and that carrying them out faithfully was part of their training under him. Deus raised a question that had been on his mind. If their master was truly concerned about leaks, wouldn't it make more sense to meet in person or use a magical communicator instead of relying on letters? Redden agreed, noting that Deus had a valid point. Letters were inherently risky when it came to sensitive information. Udia's gaze turned icy, and her words cut through any lingering doubt. Never question the will of our great master. Your only duty is to follow his orders. Even Diaz, usually so confident, felt a twinge of unease and quickly reassured her that he hadn't forgotten. Meanwhile, Solong's excitement was unmistakable. The mere receipt of a letter had him grinning from ear to ear, urging the others to open theirs without delay. As each sin unfolded their letter, their reactions reflected their personalities. Deus, ever composed, announced that his mission would take him to Caliburn, the nation of knights. Solang, brimming with energy, revealed he was headed to the colony, a harsh desert settlement. Renan declared Rexus, the bustling city of entertainment, as his destination. Rena's eyes lit up at the thought of Larthania, the infamous maze city. Utia, in full determined mode, stated she would be going to the Rosario Kingdom. The illustration of her on the letter had some peculiar flair, though the MC didn't mind at all. Udia then ensured everyone understood their tasks upon arrival. The others nodded. Diaz admitted he wasn't entirely sure why, only that his orders were to become a knight. So Lang reassured the group that patronage would continue to support them, no matter the circumstances. Reyna chimed in, mentioning that the MC had even revealed the locations of their gifts, while Redden noted they would discover the contents upon reaching their destinations. Utia praised them all and emphasized one non-negotiable rule. Under no circumstances should they ever mention the name of the Blue Moon. In other words, their master's true identity was to remain a secret. With that, the five sins departed the orphanage, each embarking on the missions laid out for them. 3 months later, back at his desk, the MC immersed himself in research on magic. As he sifted through the records, a sinking realization settled over him. There were no new developments regarding magical phases. He would have to figure out the mysteries on his own. Casting a glance at Evan, who hovered nearby, he asked about the investigation into his brother Leo's killer. Evan reported that the Information Guild had yet to uncover any leads. The MC's mind wandered to the butterfly effect he had set in motion. He had saved the 5 deadly sins, and Loria, who should have perished long ago, was not only alive but had ascended to become a duke. Her rapid accumulation of power in the underworld was unsettling, though the MC recognized that she was unknowingly building influence that would ultimately benefit him. Turning back to Evan, he instructed him to halt the investigation into Leo's assassin. Evan hesitated. "Are you sure about this?" The MC's expression remained neutral. In the game world, the Information Guild's Evan's network seemed unbreakable. Yet here, matters were slipping past it. Intervening now could trigger pointless consequences, unnecessary deaths he preferred to avoid. He reasoned that as long as he didn't approach the organization responsible, they would pose no threat. Evan nodded, understanding. I'll inform the guild to stop the investigation, he said. Moments later, Evan shared an update. DS had officially been knighted in Caliburn. The MC, unsurprised, gave only a casual, good for him. 3 months passed, and Evan returned with more news. DS had established his own knight order. Again, the MC reacted with the same understated nonchalance, simply acknowledging Deus's talent. The MC tilted his head thoughtfully. So, does that mean Deus has at least reached the sword expert tier? He remembered the 3-tier system clearly. Sword user, sword expert, and sword master. Given how little time had passed since Deus was knighted, he wasn't sure. Evan, however, pointed out that the news was spreading like wildfire. People were already predicting that the kingdom would witness the rise of a 5th Master Knight in less than 10 years. Curious, the MC asked, when you say Master Knight, you mean in terms of sword caliber, right? Evan confirmed it. Hearing this, the MC felt a subtle swell of pride. 6 months passed, and a full year had gone by since the 5 deadly sins left the orphanage. The MC had gradually settled into the responsibilities of his countship when Evan approached with fresh news. DS has officially become a sword Caliburn, he announced. He's now recognized as the 5th Master Knight of the kingdom. The MC froze. Wait. Only true swordmasters can earn the title of Master Knight, he muttered. He recalled the legends from Psychedelia. A swordmaster had surpassed the Aura Blade and unlocked a unique ability known as derivation. He pressed Evan further. Are you certain DS has actually reached Swordmaster? Evan clarified. Technically, he's on the verge of it. He hasn't developed derivation yet, but the kingdom has already given him the Master Knight title. And on top of that, he bested the 4th sword in a duel. The MC absorbed this, recalling that the 4th sword had also fallen to the Northern Barbarians, a campaign that according to the game's lore should have lasted over a decade. Evan continued, explaining that mastering one's mana and learning to manipulate it internally typically takes 15 years. Developing a derivation could take decades. Reinhardt, the 1st sword, had been just 32 when he became the youngest Master Knight in history, even with his natural talent. It had taken over 20 years of relentless effort to reach that level. And here was Deus, a child who had started with no sword knowledge, already recognized as a Master Knight. The MC's mind raced. If Deus only needed his derivation to truly unlock his power, that would mean he had already surpassed even Reinhardt in potential. A part of him wondered if he could connect with Deus sooner than anticipated. Evan, as always, simply nodded as if all of this were perfectly ordinary. The MC quickly dismissed the thought. No, that wasn't something he could act on. As Evan shifted the conversation, the MC's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Among all the 5 deadly sins, it felt like only Yudia genuinely kept in touch with him. Over the past year, she had consistently sent letters updating him on their progress. The others, despite never having met him in person, hadn't even sent a note of thanks for the gifts he had prepared back then. A pang of guilt struck him, but he shook it off. He reminded himself that the most important thing was that they hadn't wreaked havoc on the kingdom after awakening their powers. That at least was enough. Evan, of course, didn't quite buy it. Meanwhile, in the heart of Caliburn within the bustling central district of Karam, stood the grand mansion of the Solar Eclipse Knights. Inside, the knights carried on with their rigorous training, but Deus watched from above, deep in thought. As the youngest Master Knight in the kingdom and captain of the Solar Eclipse Knights, the weight of his title sat heavily on his shoulders. For the first time, from his vantage point, Deus caught sight of his younger sister. It was hard to believe that a full year had passed since he had left the orphanage. Yet here he was, standing at the precipice of a future he had never imagined. Thinking back on that time still brought a flush of embarrassment to Deus. When the Black Organization had torn his life apart, he had been separated from his sister, whom he had believed lost forever. That period had filled him with an almost uncontrollable fury and despair. It was during this dark chapter that their boy had stepped in to save him. Deus admitted to himself that simply being rescued wasn't enough to immediately earn his loyalty. It was only when Utia promised him a chance for revenge that he chose to follow orders under the blue moon. From that point onward, he endured a relentless stream of dangerous missions and grueling training. At the time, he hadn't cared much for the missions themselves, or even for his own safety. Every task he carried out was a stepping stone toward facing the dark forces that had shattered his life. Eventually, the first truly personal order arrived. A letter from the MC himself. Diaz had approached it with skepticism. The message instructed him to go to a small hotel in southern Caliburn, mentioning that a gift had been left for him. Initially, Deus hadn't felt any particular excitement, but the moment he stepped into that hotel room, he was utterly stunned. Waiting for him was something far beyond any material gift, his long-lost little sister. As he embraced her, Deus felt a surge of emotion unlike anything he had experienced before. In that instant, he realized the true weight of the MC's intervention. This reunion was a treasure more valuable than life itself. It became clear that the MC had likely known all along where his sister had been, orchestrating orchestrating the reunion with careful precision. Settling down with her, Sai began to recount her own ordeal. After being separated from Deus and captured by the shadowy creatures, she had endured complete darkness for what felt like an eternity. She was not alone. Countless others had been locked away in cages, all awaiting the grim fate that the shadows promised. Yet, when her own moment came, a tiny flicker of light allowed her to escape. These black creatures were in essence shadows, and even the smallest glimmer was enough to break free. Years later, she had faced yet another threat, nearly being sold into slavery. But in her darkest hour, Evan, the savior, had appeared out of nowhere, rescuing her once again. Deus couldn't help but note the irony. Evan always seemed to be the one stepping into danger to save them, while the MC received all the credit. Sire went on to explain that after her escape, she had been supported with medicine and various gifts from someone she could only call the sponsor. She even showed Deus one of the MC's letters, which promised continued care and reassured her that she was safe under the name Palacio. That single line, the promise of protection and guidance, made the MC seem like an omniscient mastermind. Deus could hardly comprehend how their great master had known about his sister. He had never mentioned her to anyone, not even to Udia, who he considered exceptional in gathering intelligence. Yet somehow the MC had pieced it all together, and then it clicked. He remembered how Udia had always insisted that their great master knew everything. In that moment, all of Deus's doubts and questions about the MC fell into place like puzzle pieces. He realized that back then he hadn't understood Udia's constant vigilance, or why she was always so wary. The truth hit him. The real fool had been himself all along. Diaz recalled the MC's words to Loria. Good things will come. At the time, he hadn't grasped the meaning. Now, however, he understood that the MC had been fully aware of everything, merely leaving hints for Loria, who had to navigate her own path. Peak misunderstanding, he thought wryly. At this rate, the MC might even rival Sid from Eminence and Shadow or King from One Punch Man. Breaking the moment, Sai called out to her brother, "Are you alright?" Deus smiled, reassuring her, "I'm fine." But deep down, he remembered Utia's warning. A sword should never act on its own, and by questioning things, he knew he had come dangerously close to breaking that rule. Deus allowed himself a quiet moment of reflection, realizing just how generous their great master had been in forgiving him. He had spent so long consumed by hatred and thoughts of vengeance against the Black Organization, yet now he saw that the survival of his only family was a gift beyond measure. Memories of Utia's unwavering devotion to their boy flickered through his mind. Her insistence that, in time, they would all understand why she followed him so blindly. Back then, he had dismissed her dedication as fanaticism, but now the truth was undeniable. The letters, the orders, the unquestioning trust. It had never been blind. A surge of determination filled Diaz. He vowed to repay the MC for all that had been done, setting his sights on becoming the pinnacle of Caliburn, a master knight. Not stopping there, he resolved to establish a personal knightly order in honor of his master, assembling the finest swordsmen the world had to offer. And just like that, Deus had fully committed himself to what he privately called the MC's obsession camp. A few days later, Deus prepared to depart with his knights, who had been named the Solar Eclipse Knights. He addressed them with commanding presence, explaining that the mission ahead would serve as the first step in their journey. Standing tall and exuding majesty, he declared that no hardship would deter him from proving his gratitude and delivering recompense worthy of their great master. Under the gaze of the blue moon, he would demonstrate the full extent of his power. The expedition he spoke of was none other than the long-foretold battle against the Northern Barbarians, a campaign referenced in the game's lore. Meanwhile, back with their boy, he enjoyed a rare moment of peace outdoors, feeling the gentle breeze as he continued his meticulous research on magic. He mused that perhaps his days had become so serene because all of his little landmines, the children, had grown into capable young adults. A sudden gust scattered some of his papers, forcing him to scramble to gather them. One could hardly believe how this seemingly lazy, laid-back figure garnered such admiration from everyone around him. Resuming his work, the MC began recording his discoveries on the intricacies of magic. Since returning from the labyrinth, he had focused on the phases of spellcasting. In this world, the phrasing used during incantations directly altered the behavior of spells. For instance, the phrase refraction reinforced imperfections within a completed spell, extending its range and modifying its form. Following this, repulsion would crush the spell's structure, affecting the projectile's trajectory. Although technical, the process was precise and methodical. The blue light that emerged from repulsion enhanced parallel magic, such as the electrical spells he had wielded previously. Adding diffraction converted the magic into a penetration or critical line, effectively granting a critical hit effect. His goal was to identify which phrase combinations synergized best with each type of spell. Rules governed these incantations strictly. Phrases could not be mismatched, repeated, and each spell could only contain 4 phases. Breaking these rules resulted in instant failure. Given his limited mana, he could cast only one major spell per day, making the experimentation painstakingly slow. In this world, the ancient Babylonia hand signs and phrases had long been forgotten. There was no reference or guide to follow. Every discovery, every formula was the result of his own painstaking research. Despite studying magic primarily to protect himself, the MC found the process surprisingly entertaining. He couldn't deny the thrill of unraveling the mechanics and discovering new possibilities. With a focused gaze, he prepared to put 2 months of research and experimentation to the test. Today's target, electrical magic. As he began to cast, he employed one of the ancient Babylonia hand signs. Immediately, the spell began to take shape, its form shifting as the focal point of his manosphere was disrupted, creating sparks of lightning that danced chaotically. At first, he frowned, thinking the magic looked weak, almost laughably ineffectual. But then he intoned the phrase fixation, and the spell swelled, gaining structure and volume. Encouraged, he followed up with compression, condensing the lightning into a dense, glowing sphere of electrical energy. Next came breakdown, which imbued the spell with a distinct purpose, followed by fleeting bloom. Another Babylonia hand sign later, the magic surged upward, erupting like a massive tree of lightning, its branches stretching toward the sky. Watching the spectacle, he realized the order of the phrases was crucial. Previous attempts had failed simply because he had uttered breakdown too early. His concentration was broken by an unexpected sight. Turning around, he froze, standing at the entrance were Lady Kalia and her attendant, wide-eyed in disbelief. They had arrived just in time to witness his grand display. Lady Kalia's gaze was sharp, immediately identifying the spell as origin magic. The MC, equally stunned, wondered what on earth she was doing at his doorstep. Her butler stepped forward, explaining that manipulating origin magic at this scale implied he was functioning at the level of a 7th circle mage. Horror washed over the MC. He knew this misunderstanding would spiral out of control. In this world, magic was ranked in circles, with the 8th circle being the pinnacle. It was only a matter of time before everyone around him assumed he was a legendary grand mage. Meanwhile, a bonus glimpse into Caliburn revealed Diaz in his element. Recognized by the king and officially authorized to form his own knight order, he had been named captain of the Solar Eclipse Knights. The king, adorable in his insistence, tried to persuade Diaz to remain in Caliburn, yet Diaz's mind was elsewhere, focused entirely on his master. Back at the reception, Lady Kalia and her butler waited, tense. Inside, Lady Kalia was quietly panicking. Her 2 reasons for visiting were clear. First, to discern what this unpredictable figure intended for the underworld, since he could easily wreak havoc on Zenonia, and second, to gauge the power of the forces protecting him. She was convinced that some hidden organization operated behind the scenes, granting him near complete control over the Palatial underworld. The MC, for his part, had done nothing but breathe, yet somehow everyone assumed he was orchestrating a masterful game of 4-dimensional chess. Lady Kalia's internal panic only intensified. Instead of clarity, she found herself drowning in fear. The sight of her usually composed, arrogant butler, Venkel, trembling beside her made her even more uneasy. Venkel, a 5th circle mage exiled from the magic tower for his cruel experiments, was a man capable of obliterating an entire battalion with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet now, even he seemed utterly unsettled, his usual poise gone, replaced by unmistakable terror. Kalia had never seen him like this before, and frankly, neither had anyone else. Both of them froze, silently wondering if the display of magic they had witnessed moments ago truly belonged to the legendary origin magic. Finally, the MC made his appearance. With his chronic resting villain face firmly in place, he exuded an aura of seriousness that made even the most fearless hesitate. He regarded Lady Kalia with his unreadable expression, and asked curtly what had brought her to his county. Kalia, flustered but composed, quickly apologized for her unannounced visit, admitting she had been eager to meet him for some time. But before she could elaborate, the MC interrupted with a glare sharp enough to rival a demon lord. He made his intentions unmistakably clear. The magic they had witnessed was not origin magic. In fact, he was barely at the 2nd circle of magic. He even pointed out that her mage should have realized his spell had no real effect. Inside, the MC panicked slightly, thinking to himself that the spell he'd cast was utterly useless for both offense and defense. He'd only been experimenting, playing around with the phrases of magic. But Kalia and Venkel completely misread his calm, detached eyes. To them, the message was clear. Say nothing about this, or face the consequences. Venkel, still trembling, stammered in agreement, desperately trying to appease him. Even Lady Kalia could not help but notice how unnervingly respectful her usually insufferable butler had become. Meanwhile, the MC, blissfully unaware of the chaos his expression caused, assumed he had handled the situation perfectly. Turning his attention back to business, he suggested they get to the matter at hand. Kalia mentioned that she had only planned to visit after he finished his daily errands. The MC, blunt as ever, asked if that meant there was no special reason for her visit. Kalia confirmed confirmed, and he straightforwardly stated that if there was nothing urgent, he didn't have time for idle chatter. His work took precedence. It was essentially him telling a powerful noble to take a back seat. Lady Kalia rose immediately, nodding in understanding and thanking him for his time. But as she prepared to leave, the MC tossed out a surprising suggestion. If she truly needed someone to talk to, she should visit Duchess Loria Altia. He even added that the two of them would likely get along well. Kalia froze. The suggestion, paired with the MC's deadpan expression, was unexpected and potentially misleading. Still, she nodded in agreement, deciding to pay Loria a visit as he recommended. Without further delay, she and Venkel departed. As the door closed behind them, Evan turned to the MC, curious, why would Lady Kalia from a fallen family travel all the way to Palatio? The MC shrugged, nonchalant. I have no idea. Honestly, I can't even begin to understand her reasons. He paused, a flicker of concern crossing his otherwise impassive face. Deep down, he knew this visit would only stir up trouble. If rumors began spreading that he had wielded origin magic, every overconfident challenger seeking glory would soon be at his doorstep. And honestly, he couldn't argue with the thought. Psychedelia was a dark, unforgiving world after all. He just hoped those idiots actually understood what he had been trying to convey. At the same time, he found himself questioning why someone like Lady Kalia would even consider paying a visit to Duchess Altia, who was practically her rival in the underworld. He silently prayed they would leave him out of whatever chaos was about to unfold. Little did he know, he had no idea just how much he had set in motion. As the carriage rolled onward, a glimpse into Lady Kalia's mind revealed her own anxieties. She turned to Viankel and asked, almost in disbelief, if the magic they had seen earlier was truly origin magic. Viankel's response was immediate. He shook his head firmly. That only fueled Kalia's confusion. Why did he appear so frightened? Viankel explained, his voice heavy with gravity, that origin magic obeyed its own set of rules, acting upon the canvas of the absolute. It was reserved for only the most accomplished of mages. Yet what he had observed from the MC was something entirely different. Using his observation magic, Viankel had witnessed the boy literally tearing at the fabric of that canvas, bending the immutable laws of magic as if defying the very principles of reality. He described it in awe and terror. The MC had seized lightning, twisted it, and shattered the fundamental laws of the world itself, and somehow the magic still came alive. It was an impossible miracle made tangible. But what truly shook Viankel was the source of that power. He recognized the unmistakable signature of the long-forgotten gods. It was no trick. The MC had enacted a binding vow using the Ring of Restraint, granting him the ability to manipulate the laws of the world at will. Gripping his head, Viankel muttered that dwelling on this knowledge was dangerous, recalling his own youth when he had been celebrated for his studies on the magic of the forgotten gods. He knew the gravity of what he was saying. With a stern warning, he told Lady Kalia that she must never, under any circumstances, confront the Count of Palladio. The realization hit her hard. She understood now that it was utterly futile for someone as insignificant as herself to try and decipher RMC's intentions. When she recalled his suggestion to visit Duchess Altia, she misinterpreted it as a direct order. In that moment, she felt as though she had been unwittingly set into motion as a pawn in his game. Fast forward 5 months. 2 years had passed since the 5 deadly sins had left the orphanage. The MC and Evan were engaged in their usual relaxed routine when the MC asked if there was any new information. He secretly hoped it was about the children, but Evan had to break the news. The update had nothing to do with them. Zenonia County and the Altia Duchy, he reported, had formed an alliance. The MC froze, utterly stunned. How could two of the underworld's most formidable powers suddenly join forces? Evan tried to ease his tension, pointing out that it was likely just a temporary arrangement and that while not common knowledge, the information was reliable. Despite that, the MC felt a surge of panic. Just when he thought he had steered the 5 deadly sins onto a safer path, now he was confronted with the prospect of a supervillain collaboration between two of the underworld's finest strategists. A flicker of dread crossed his mind. Was the Asteria Kingdom teetering on the edge of disaster once more? Then it hit him. Had Kalia actually followed through on his subtle nudge back then? She had. She had taken his suggestion seriously and visited Duchess Altia. Pushing down the anxious thoughts, he reassured himself that it was probably just a temporary alliance. After all, in the game, Kalia's cold and arrogant nature suggested it wouldn't last. Still, unwilling to take any chances, he resolved to prepare for the worst. He even went so far as to write an apology letter to Lady Kalia, carefully explaining that his earlier bluntness wasn't meant as disrespect. It was simply that he struggled to express himself properly. He could already imagine Kalia reading it and interpreting it as some cryptic command or hidden message. Shrugging, he sent Evan off with a letter, instructing him to deliver it through the Mercenary Guild. Evan nodded, promising to keep an ear out for any news regarding the children. Speaking of the children, the MC's eyes fell on the last letter he had received from Udia. He wondered how Radon and Sularang were faring. It had been radio silence since Udia confirmed that they had reached their destinations. A small pang of worry gnawed at him. What if Sularang had fallen in some deserted alley? It wasn't an unreasonable concern given Sularang's reputation for recklessness. Still, he reasoned that if Sularang had managed to obtain the gift he had left for her, she would rise to her potential and become the ultimate warrior, the Baba Yaga of her kind. The gift in question was the essence of the Golden Mane tribe. In the game, acquiring it would have prevented corruption and transformed her from a reckless sin into a powerful wolfkin. He had originally left it as emergency treasure, but now he hoped it had found its purpose. Sent to the harsh desert colony, a land where strength alone determined survival, Sularang had the talent to thrive. Far away, deep in one of the desert caves, Sularang finally completed her trials. She raised her voice in triumph, clearly delighted by her accomplishment. She had cleared the dungeon and claimed the gift sent by the Great Moon. Her main character's carefully orchestrated present. Playfully, she admitted that she had once believed the essence of the Golden Mane tribe was nothing but legend, but now, standing before the artifact, she realized the bedtime stories of her youth had been true. Flashbacks danced through her mind, recalling tales from her tribe about the Golden Mane tribe. The wolfkin descended from the king of all beastkin, and the essence had been passed down for generations, granting its wielder unmatched strength and authority. Sularang understood the significance of what she had achieved. Acquiring the legendary artifact and navigating the trials wasn't just luck. It was a feat that proved her worth. Gratitude welled up in her chest as she thought of the MC. He had saved her from a meaningless death as a subject in a bioexperiment, and more than that, had given her the power to seek vengeance against the black dragon that had taken her parents. With that magic now at her command, she swore to repay him. She understood his intent. He wanted her to become the strongest gladiator, to restore her tribe, and to exact justice on the forces that had destroyed her family. Stepping out of the cave, she declared with a mix of determination and pride that every action she took would be for that man. Her gaze sparkled as she proclaimed that the Golden Mane tribe would rise again under the blue moon. In essence, the MC now had the loyalty of two formidable minor organizations, and counting Loria and the Kalia Altia Alliance, 3. If this trajectory continued, he could very well become the head of a nation without ever lifting a finger. Back in his study, the MC continued his usual routine, chatting casually with Evan while flipping through documents. Evan mentioned that the Information Guild had managed to gather new intelligence on the 5 Great Sins. He admitted he had meant to share the update earlier, but it had slipped his mind. Maintaining his calm demeanor, the MC asked for the details, and Evan revealed that Sularang had been performing exceptionally well in the desert colony, so much so that she had earned the nickname the Golden Flash. He couldn't help but smile at the chibi version of Sularang that the artist always slipped in whenever she appeared on screen. Cute as ever. He felt a vague familiarity with the nickname Golden Flash, though he couldn't quite place it. Still, he was simply glad to hear that Sularang was doing well. Evan chimed in, pointing out that in that lawless desert colony, anyone could rise to power as long as they had the strength to back it up, much like the chaotic cities in Eminence and Shadow. Curious, the MC asked if there was any news on Radon, the sin of mysophobia, since he hadn't heard a thing about him after arriving in Rexus, the city of entertainment. Evan admitted there was some information, but the guild was still verifying its accuracy. This prompted the MC to call Evan out, questioning why he was lounging around instead of preparing for their upcoming journey to the Magic Tower, a trek that would take at least a month. Evan froze, clearly caught off guard, insisting he hadn't realized they were heading there. The MC wondered if he'd simply forgotten to mention it, but Evan, accustomed to these surprises, merely sighed. A month seems excessive, Evan protested. Reaching the Green Magic Tower shouldn't take more than a week. Our destination is the Blue Magic Tower, the MC clarified, watching Evan's expression twist in surprise. The one near the Labyrinth City. Quite a trek. Evan's initial shock faded as he nodded and promised to begin preparations immediately. Left alone with his thoughts, the MC grumbled to himself about the long carriage ride ahead. A full month of travel, just thinking about it wore him down. He reminded himself that he had no choice. The item capable of aiding his precious, limited mana pool awaited him there. Memories of the Labyrinth City crept into his mind. Memories from his gaming days, of countless hours spent grinding and exploring. At the heart of the city lay the Labyrinth, infamous among players for its depth and difficulty. Relics and powerful artifacts appeared frequently, but no one ever reached the end, driving players to frustration and even to cheat codes just to hit floor 150. Yet the Labyrinth simply kept going. The MC reflected that, much like in the game, these dungeons were treasure troves for magical relics, and the role of an official magic appraiser had skyrocketed in prestige and wealth for those fortunate enough to secure it. One such fortunate individual was Rainey, the embodiment of greed. With her skills, the MC reasoned, she likely aced the appraiser exams. Still, he couldn't help but wonder if the gift he had sent her, a basic item appraisal tool, was underwhelming compared to the gifts the other children had received. Perhaps he would need to provide her with additional support later, though that was a problem for another day. Meanwhile, in the maze-like streets of Lithania, where winding alleys and labyrinthine houses made navigation tricky, a small appraisal shop quietly thrived. The city had no official authority, making it a haven for adventurers and mercenaries. Hidden among the southern markets, the Murdy shop had earned a reputation for serving nobles and rank explorers alike. One of its regular patrons was the Lord of Lania, a distinguished man with a peculiar peculiar beard. Inside the shop, Ren, the masked appraiser, had just finished evaluating a magical item designed to ignite flames using mana. Explaining to the Lord, she mentioned that the item could be imprinted, a feature allowing the flames to burn continuously for an hour with just a small amount of mana. The Lord's eyes lit up at this improvement, pleased with the boost in efficiency. Imprinting, as Rendai explains, isn't just an appraisal. It upgrades an item to a higher level, and the exact ability granted depends entirely on the nature of the object. Once the last customer had departed, she removed her mask and spotted a peculiar item nearby. Picking it up, she noted that it too could be imprinted. She smiled knowingly, explaining that the true reason her shop had earned its reputation, despite being tucked away in a quiet corner of La Fania, was this variability. According to her, it was a blessing from the great moon. Unbeknownst to her, this was the item the MC himself had gifted her. As usual, he remained blissfully unaware of its full potential, believing it could only appraise other items. In reality, it possessed a hidden function capable of enhancing and upgrading items, something even he hadn't grasped. Rendai reflected with a small chuckle on her early days, when the MC had first suggested she become an appraiser. At the time, she had been utterly baffled, even imagining him as some enigmatic figure from the era of the forgotten outer gods. She hadn't understood how his guidance, sending her to the Labyrinth City to train as an appraiser, would contribute to defeating the dark forces, the same sinister entities that had kidnapped Dace's sister. It wasn't until she examined the gift he had given her that everything began to make sense. The item, known as the Eye of the Stalker, was as practical as it was extraordinary. It could instantly identify objects that fell below a certain mana threshold, acting like a vigilant assistant for appraising. Yet that was only the beginning. Its true capability was hidden until the seal was broken. Being born with a connection to the ancient library, Rendai immediately recognized that no record existed of such an item. Upon unlocking its power, the imprinting function activated, allowing her to process up to 500 items simultaneously, a feat previously unimaginable. True to her nature, she misinterpreted this as further proof that the MC had anticipated everything, gifting her the item to ensure she would gain the strength necessary to combat the dark forces. To awaken the item fully, she needed to sacrifice 500 unique items. By now, she had already offered 2,048. With a mischievous gleam in her eye, she calculated that only 252 more sacrifices were required to unleash the item's full potential. However, the artifact was selective. Only high-tier relics would suffice. Any attempt to sacrifice lesser items would erase all progress, like a discerning connoisseur refusing anything but the finest. Each relic had to be appraised carefully before it could be offered. Rendai's behavior grew increasingly eccentric. She hugged the item tightly, murmuring that the great master had surely known she was the only one capable of this task, given her unique link to the ancient library. Her devotion bordered on obsessive, and it was clear that Yudia now had serious competition for the title of ultimate yandere. Rendai insisted that every action she took was aligned with the MC's grand will and would unfold according to the intentions of the Great Moon. 3 weeks later, the MC finally arrived at the Blue Magic Tower, prepared to continue the next stage of his journey. And let me tell you, it was a sight worth witnessing. As he stepped into the Blue Magic Tower, our protagonist encountered the Vice Tower Master, Fenia Chryson, a 6th Circle mage. Petite yet commanding, she didn't waste time with pleasantries, bluntly demanding that he state his business or leave immediately. He blinked, taken aback by her audacious rudeness. There was something familiar about her. Of course, she had been a key figure in the Psychedelia game. At this point in the timeline, she was still Vice Tower Master. The main events of the game hadn't yet unfolded. In-game, she had been a prodigy, reaching the legendary 8th Circle by the age of 20, and ascending to Master of the Blue Tower. Magic towers, he reminded himself, were not merely places of power. They controlled the production of critical resources, granting their masters influence comparable to that of nobles. Yet, despite her accomplishments, Fenia's tone felt unnecessarily sharp. He introduced himself as the Count of Palacio and explained that he had come regarding the time gate. Fenia's eyes narrowed as she evaluated him with her observation magic, a faint smirk forming. She couldn't resist mocking him, asking what someone with so little talent could possibly do about a time gate. She waved him off dismissively, leaving him dumbfounded. Evan, who should have been at his side, merely observed in silence, as if this was perfectly normal. Pressing for a response, he tried again, but Fenia's irritation only deepened. She scoffed, noting that countless others had come before him, all promising to close the time gate, and all had failed. He insisted on his sincerity, calmly requesting only that she point him in the direction of the rift. Internally, he wondered why she had to make everything so difficult, feeling slightly wronged by her hostility. Fenia's warning was sharp, enhanced by a surge of mana. She reminded him that gaining public support required substantial proof of ability, particularly since rumors had begun circulating that he had only inherited his title by chance after the death of his siblings. He paused, stunned. Who had been spreading this gossip? Years had passed since any outrageous acts, and now people believed he had grown soft, which admittedly wasn't entirely false. Despite her stern demeanor, he noticed that Fania seemed unusually well informed about events beyond the tower. It was intimidating. He admitted internally that while her tone had annoyed him initially, witnessing her magic erased all irritation. Evan leaned in quietly, warning him that challenging her recklessly would be a grave mistake. But eager to prove his worth, he approached Fania and declared that if he failed to close the time gate as promised, he would surrender all his property to the magic tower. Fania raised an eyebrow, thinking he was joking, but he remained serious, swearing an oath if necessary. Surprised by his resolve, she agreed to guide him. Upon their arrival, she reminded him that failure would indeed forfeit all his wealth. He simply replied with confidence that such a scenario was impossible. To Fania, this was the perfect chance to measure the truth behind his reputation as the underworld's leader. Examining his mana hole, she noted that his abilities were underwhelming, barely second circle, with just above average energy sensing. His aura was remarkable, yes, but the practical skills seemed mediocre. She couldn't fathom how he intended to deal with the time gate with such limitations. He, however, remained unfazed, explaining that the time gate would close naturally in 3 months after releasing the relic he sought. No other mage, he noted, possessed the skill to handle it anyway. As he prepared to cast, using a Babylonia hand sign, Fenia's lips curled into another teasing smirk. She questioned his reliance on hand gestures instead of a staff, deeming it almost fairy tale-like. While she mocked him, the tower seemed to hold its breath. He began his incantation, and slowly, an eerie silence fell over the chamber. Fenia was utterly bewildered. Everything around her had come to an unnatural standstill, and her eyes of observation, a form of advanced magic that could pierce through the essence of spells, struggled to comprehend the phenomenon. All she could sense was an overwhelming wave of dread as a massive, sinister eye hovered above the young man, watching him with an unblinking, almost sentient gaze. This was the entity that had granted him the ability to bend the laws of reality. Its presence was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, a silent overseer whose intentions were impossible to decipher. Whether it was a benevolent guardian or a mechanism to enforce restrictions, Fenia could only guess, but the sheer magnitude of its presence left her frozen in place. She tried to analyze his magic, but the patterns were unlike anything she had ever encountered. Observing him was like attempting to probe a forbidden command on a computer, only to be warned that proceeding would crash the system. Fear rippled through her veins, the kind that screamed, "Enlightenment can kill." Before she could recover, a colossal hand appeared, issuing a silent, wordless warning, "Do not move." The entity had declared an absolute silent zone, and Fenia, drenched in sweat, understood that any misstep would be catastrophic. Then, as abruptly as it had arrived, the eye vanished. The young man, blissfully unaware of the eldritch horror that had just unfolded, turned to her and casually stated that the time gate had been sealed. Fenia's jaw dropped. Internally, he considered the task trivial, a simple matter thanks to a technique he had learned from the game. He added that he intended to claim the relic from the time gate himself, since he had performed the sealing. The relic, a black bracelet almost identical in color to the ring of restrictions he already possessed, lay before Fenia. She stared at it, bewildered as he tried to make sense of her expression. In a panic, he wondered if she had somehow caught him using a glitch or some random anomaly to close the gate. Fenia, still traumatized by the confrontation with the unseen cosmic entity, calmly reassured him that she would keep the matter secret. The protagonist, oblivious to her inner turmoil, saw this as a victory and smugly asked her to remain silent. Fenia agreed, still sweating bullets. The comedy of the situation was striking. He assumed she was grateful for his work on the time gate, while she genuinely believed he was hiding his identity as something akin to a cosmic horror. Neither had any idea that their interpretations were completely misaligned. Someone curious might wonder why the entity remained invisible to anyone else, or why Fenia only noticed it once he began casting. Essentially, it only manifests when he uses magic that bends the world's fundamental rules. To perceive it, one must actively employ observation magic. As they prepared to leave, he turned to Evan, ready to move on. Evan, as usual, lounged in complete calm, while Fenia had been in full panic mode. Just as they were about to depart, Fenia nervously called out, offering him a few mana potions as a gesture of goodwill, a clear attempt to redeem herself after her earlier rudeness. He examined the potions and noted that a homemade mana potion from the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Tower was a rare treat. Then he froze. Just 2 of these potions were worth more than his entire mansion. The thought alone was overwhelming. Fenia, misreading his stunned expression as anger, panicked, promising to keep his secret safe. Meanwhile, the oblivious protagonist assumed she was grateful for his efforts with the time gate, a complete misunderstanding. In her frenzied state, Fenia suggested they form a mana oath to guarantee her silence. Confused, he wondered if such an extreme measure was even necessary for some something as straightforward as sealing a time gate. Before he could clarify, she began the ritual, spreading her mana outward and forming mystical chains that bound her to him. Breaking the oath now would mean death for one of them. Spoiler alert, of course it was her, since she was the one who had cast the spell. She hurriedly asked if she had done it correctly, insisting that she was excellent at keeping promises. The introverted MC, feeling it would be more trouble than it was worth to clarify the misunderstanding, decided to just go along with it. In the end, he walked away with the relic he had wanted all along, 5 mana potions and an oath attached to it, though he still hadn't quite figured out why. As they rode back in the carriage, Evan glanced at the bracelet on the MC's wrist and asked if that was truly the treasure he had received for sealing the time gate. The rough appearance of the bracelet didn't escape him. Bracelet on the MC's wrist and asked if that was truly the treasure he had received for sealing the time gate. The rough appearance of the bracelet didn't escape him, especially considering the effort that had gone into obtaining it. Curious about its value, Evan pressed further. The MC admitted that he wasn't entirely sure how valuable it was, but he knew it was necessary. A faint smirk appeared as he reflected on the relief of having it. He revealed its name, the Mark of the Corrupted, and explained how the gems embedded in it absorbed and stored mana from the surrounding air. Watching the gem sparkle, he confirmed that it functioned perfectly. Though it didn't hold much mana, it exceeded the tiny capacity of his own reserves. The realization that a support item could outmatch his own mana capacity dampened his mood slightly, leaving him irritated. Still, he tried to encourage himself, reminding that the bracelet was designed for magical exploration and self-defense, not combat. A brief pep talk to himself left Evan both confused and intrigued by his master's peculiar behavior. Meanwhile, the MC recalled Finea's earlier misunderstanding. Despite his repeated explanations that his magic had only reached the second circle, she had responded as if she already understood. He wondered whether her sudden politeness had been genuine, or if she was subtly teasing him. Similar reactions from Lady Kalia and Vankel after witnessing his magic further perplexed him. The mysterious entity that appeared above him with every spell remained invisible to him, yet it provoked awe in powerful mages. Though the uncertainty made him uneasy, he pushed the thought aside, reasoning that he probably wouldn't encounter them again. With the serene weather outside, he chose to simply enjoy the moment. Finally, they arrived at the Altia Docula estate, where Loria was hosting a charming tea party. Lady Kalia was also present, radiant as ever. The two shared a warm rapport, having grown close over the years. Loria expressed how comfortable she felt around Kalia, free from concerns about rank or authority. Kalia, in turn, thanked the MC, praising the insight he had shown, a testament to his subtle influence. Unknown to the MC, these two leaders often discussed him behind his back. Kalia recalled the day he suggested she visit the Duchess of Altia, praising him for guiding her understanding. Their first encounter had revealed how deeply the MC had shaped their perspectives, and they had taken his guidance to heart, interpreting it as a formal order even though he had no idea such a thing existed. Their devotion, rooted in his mere presence, led them to conclude that any internal power struggles were meaningless compared to his absolute authority. Consequently, the Zenonia and Altia families became allies, a result entirely unbeknownst to the MC. Returning to the present, Loria asked why Lady Kalia had come early, since their usual meetings were scheduled for the next month. Kalia explained that she had received a letter from the MC, noting the discreet manner in which it had been sent, referring, of course, to the apology he had sent her some time ago. Loria couldn't help but guess that she might have misunderstood its intention. As predicted, Loria and Kalia completely misread the apology letter. While it was plainly meant to express remorse, the two interpreted it as a green light to take action against the nobles who had been irritating their master. The letter had simply mentioned that he didn't have many noble friends, yet Kalia twisted it, insisting that a straightforward apology was actually a directive. Loria, for her part, nodded along as if this reading made perfect sense. Kalia explained that she had come to see Loria precisely to help decode what they now considered his orders. They began dissecting the letter, starting with a comment about his lack of noble acquaintances. Based on what they knew, Baron Kenya aligned with the aristocratic faction. Maris Valentino wielded influence among the royalists. Viscount Val also sided with the royalists, and Duke Poloni was a pillar of the aristocratic faction. Given that the nobles he interacted with at the ball were hardly anyone of consequence, they concluded that he must dislike both the aristocratic and royalist factions. From there, they leaped to the assumption that his words were actually an instruction to eliminate all major nobles. Loria suggested applying some common sense, and Kalia agreed, only to discard it immediately. They firmly decided that the letter implied he wanted the current nobles ousted and a completely new regime installed. At this point, it was clear that the young man had achieved peak levels of being misunderstood. Two grown women had essentially written their own command under his name. Loria speculated that this must have been why he had made her a duchess in the first place. Convinced that they could carry out the operation together, Loria and Kalia eagerly began planning what amounted to a noble purge, all sparked by nothing more than an apology letter. Meanwhile, back at the Blue Magic Tower, The Tower Master returned to find Fenia reporting that Count Palacio had sealed the time gate. When the Master pressed her for details, Fenia, utterly drained and close to collapsing from stress, couldn't even form a coherent sentence. She simply stared, lost, as the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, all leading back to their unsuspecting protagonist. At the same time, far from any of this chaos, the young man sat outside with Evan, casually munching on a sweet potato, blissfully unaware of the storm he had set in motion. As Evan handed him water, he grumbled about wanting to go home, while quietly hoping Utia had finally received the letter he had sent her. Finally, Utia appeared, and it felt like ages since the last time she was seen. Leo, the artist, seemed to have timed it perfectly, gifting fans a charming Christmas-style surprise panel. The bonus illustrated the two onlookers who had previously witnessed the full extent of his power, focusing on the Eye of Observation, a magic skill expected of high-circle mages. Most unlock it around the 6th circle, though some, like Fenia, are born with it. Vianco gained it naturally at the 6th circle, while Fenia had the luck of innate talent. At the Blue Magic Tower, the Tower Master Saint Micardo, an 8th circle mage, finally grasped the shocking truth. The time gate had vanished. He turned to Fenia, who looked completely spent, and asked if anything unusual had occurred in his absence. Fenia's reply was simple. All her tasks were completed. The Tower Master, caught off guard, couldn't fathom what could have happened, since Fenia's usual demeanor was anything but compliant. Normally, she would have been relentlessly testing him, challenging him at every turn. As he reflected, he remembered how Fenia had become Vice Tower Master at such a young age thanks to her exceptional magical talent. Her genius was matched by an arrogant, carefree streak that often bordered on cruelty. She once made a rookie cry 77 times in a row. He never intervened, assuming that reaching the 7th circle would humble her naturally. But seeing her now subdued and exhausted left him unsettled. Who could possibly be powerful enough to humble a prodigy like her? Tentatively, he tried to make conversation, mentioning that his northern business trip had felt long. Fenia simply gave him a weary, defeated look. After a pause, she finally admitted the truth. It was Count Palacio who had sealed the gate. Finea hesitated, explaining that due to the oath she had sworn, she couldn't go into the specifics of how Count Palacio had sealed the gate. She added, almost apologetically, that there wasn't much more to report. The Tower Master naturally was left with a torrent of questions swirling in his mind. Slowly, he began to piece together what had truly humbled the usually indomitable Fenia. Some form of unfathomable origin-level magic. Credit where it was due, this insight was sharp. He reached out, running his fingers through Fenia's hair with a careful gentleness. She was clearly shaken, so terrified that she didn't swat him away as she normally would. He found the whole scenario intriguing, and mentally made a note that a visit to Count Palacio might be in order. Meanwhile, miles away, the young man had returned from the Blue Magic Tower. A full month had passed since then, which meant roughly 2 months since his journey began. Despite the long trek back home, he looked sharp, moving with precision as he practiced magic. Since obtaining the Mark of the Corrupted, he had dedicated himself entirely to researching magic phrases. Now that he could cast spells multiple times a day, his training had intensified, and new rules and patterns were slowly revealing themselves. He had discovered that magic phrases followed strict guidelines. Phrases had to match the intended effect. Repetition within a single spell was forbidden, and only 4 phrases could be stacked at a time. On top of that, certain phrases created overlapping effects if arranged correctly, and some needed careful preparation beforehand. As he jotted his observations in his notebook, he realized there was another layer. Placement mattered. The positioning of each phrase influenced how the magic manifested. Phrases were no longer just words. They were a form of visualized mana. For example, casting a fireball while mentally charting the process resulted in flames behaving entirely differently than if he acted on instinct. Evan observed him quietly, noting that his magic seemed to grow stronger by the day. The young man merely sighed, letting Evan continue. Even before this, Evan said your magic was already leagues beyond normal 2nd circle mages, but now it's even more impressive. And Evan wasn't exaggerating. The crater in the garden, caused by a single test, dwarfed anything normal gravity magic could produce. Deep down, the protagonist knew that 2nd circle gravity magic, at full force, wouldn't be lethal against a human, yet his version looked like it could flatten an entire battalion. He allowed himself a small smirk, feeling the satisfaction of tangible growth. Evan fueled his confidence further, praising the ingenuity and sheer spectacle of his magic. He explained that the increase in power wasn't due to raw skill or memorized phrases. Rather, it was a matter of precision and execution. Phrases acted as triggers, altering specific attributes, and through months of study and repetition, he had gradually optimized optimized the arrangement. Even minor adjustments to the sequence yielded noticeable improvements. His recent success came from fine-tuning, not sudden bursts of strength. Feeling playful, he teased Evan, claiming it was all in Evan's imagination, that his firepower couldn't possibly have increased overnight. Perhaps it was just that he was feeling fit and in good spirits. Evan, accustomed to such antics, nodded with mild amusement. Before the banter could continue, Evan mentioned that a letter from Udia had arrived. The young man's expression softened, a faint blush rising to his cheeks. He excused himself, saying he wanted to read it in private. His stride was quick, purposeful, and eager as he headed to his room. Clearly, letters from Utia were something he looked forward to more than he let on. When Evan asked about it, Luke casually claimed he had already exhausted his 3 daily uses of magic, so he might as well call it a night. Yet, even as he stepped inside, Evan's comment about his increasing magical strength lingered in his mind. There were realistically only 2 possibilities. Either his growth was a reward for his efforts, or it was a curse. A curse, as defined in Eastern rituals, involved a caster sacrificing themselves to place a curse on another, or even on themselves. The afflicted party would endure a loss but gain something in return. Luke considered it carefully. He had no ties in the East, no one capable of cursing him, so that possibility was quickly dismissed. Could it be faith then? But as the ruler of a minor account largely ignored by the underworld, the notion of receiving faith seemed improbable. With a shrug, he decided not to dwell on it. As long as it didn't inconvenience him, he would simply keep living. The scene shifted to the holy kingdom of Rosario, to its gleaming capital, Rionel. Pure white towers rose against the sky, reflecting the devotion of the people to Sharonia, the goddess of the moon and peace. Inside the East Prayer House, Udia knelt in deep prayer, her composure interrupted by the arrival of Luke. She turned gracefully, greeting him with the warmth of familiarity, calling him Luke. Her appearance in flowing white robes was breathtaking, the artist's work capturing her ethereal presence perfectly. Luke, observing her, felt the weight of respect he couldn't explain. Despite her rank as a simple nun, beneath even a paladin and lacking any holy sashes, he instinctively bowed. He informed her of the recent operation's success. 8 children and 25 lives saved in a small village tucked between east and west, largely thanks to her guidance. Udia waved off his praise. "It was your effort, Luke. Your team deserves the credit." Luke shook his head. "No, it was your teachings. You guided someone like me who had no clue, and I will always be grateful." For 20 years, he had lived in despair, unable to even sense divine power. Just when he was on the verge of giving up, Utia had appeared, speaking in cryptic phrases that Luke didn't fully understand. She instructed him that if he desired true power, he needed to place his faith in the moon. At first, he had been puzzled. Her red eyes and pristine robes made her seem otherworldly, almost intimidating. Luke had no idea what she meant by the moon, but in his desperation he followed her instructions, praying to the moon for days. Miraculously, he discovered he could now access divine power. Overjoyed, he realized that believing in the moon, rather than directly in the goddess Sharonia, granted him the strength he had long sought. Udia had subtly engineered this shift. By directing faith toward a tangible representation, the moon, she effectively encouraged belief in Luke himself. Each person who followed her guidance would gain power through him, inching him closer to divinity. Luke, aware of the potential heresy, noted that the divine power he received behaved identically to that of others who worshipped the goddess. Even artifacts dedicated to Sharonia responded as if the power came from a divine source. Curious, he had asked Utia why she guided him this way. Her answer was deceptively simple. Faith originates from the unseen, yet it manifests more reliably when directed at something tangible. The moon, constant and visible, served as a perfect proxy. Luke accepted this rationale without hesitation, rationalizing that the goddess Sharonia herself was reflected in the moon. He bowed deeply, promising to devote himself completely. Now in the present, Udia suggested they offer their prayers together as a gesture of gratitude. Luke agreed, willing to participate as often as necessary. She noted that they had arrived just as the congregation was gathering, revealing that she had cultivated a devoted following. Graceful and poised, she raised her hands and invited all present to join in worshiping the great moon. It was in that moment that the truth became clear. Udia, a humble sister of Rosario, had effectively begun establishing a religion centered on Luke himself. A faith in him masked as devotion to the moon was quietly taking root. The implications were staggering, and yet Utia moved with serene confidence, orchestrating the growth of this new belief with unassuming mastery. Luke was on a path to godhood, seemingly without having to lift a finger. Meanwhile, a bonus panel gave a spotlight to Evan. In this world, mail was typically handled through the Mercenary Guild and delivered directly to home mailboxes. This time, Evan had received letters inviting them to a banquet, a social gathering for prominent figures. Alongside the letters was a quirky mercenary advertisement card, offering a bit of everything in exchange for anything of value. Luke couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Back to the main story. Luke spent the day quietly at his desk, sorting through the letters Evan had collected. When he opened Udia's latest note, a small sigh escaped him. Once again, there was nothing particularly noteworthy, mostly mundane updates on daily life, confirming that the other sins were all thriving. While that should have been reassuring, he couldn't shake the twinge of disappointment that only Udia seemed to reach out to him. He tried to rationalize it. From the children's perspective, he was likely just some distant figure, someone they had never truly met. It made sense that they wouldn't think to write, but in reality, he was missing the mark entirely. To them, Luke probably appeared more like a godlike authority, someone they couldn't approach without Udia's guidance. Still, he reminded himself that he had already fulfilled his main goal, guiding the five great sins onto a path that would prevent them from causing havoc in the world. He tried to calm his restless thoughts by imagining himself silently chanting a mantra, like something out of a martial arts movie. He reasoned that Utia, despite her busy schedule, consistently wrote to him. That alone was a small comfort. Though he had effectively raised 5 children, only the eldest seemed aware of his efforts. He felt conflicted, partly content, partly wistful. His thoughts were interrupted when Evan spoke up. Luke jumped, startled, realizing Evan had been nearby all along. Evan shared intelligence gathered from the Information Guild regarding the children. The first revelation was about Roden. Luke's eyes widened. Roden had become a pirate. The news hit him like a shockwave, prompting him to picture a twisted version of Ran as he demanded clarification. Evan quickly explained that the children causing the most rumors were actually Seal Rang and Deus, not Roden. Seal Rang had achieved an impressive 3-2 win streak in the arena, a remarkable feat indicating she was on the path to becoming the Baba Yaga. Luke, surprised, asked, "If Seal Rang has 32 wins, who's leading the arena?" Evan replied matter-of-factly, "The Lion King, holding a 4-1 win streak." Luke recalled the Lion King from the game, a tremendously powerful character who had briefly joined the player's party. The colony's stability relied on individuals like him to maintain military might, and now Seal Rang was poised to surpass even the strongest. The conversation shifted to Dace. Evan reported that Dice's Order of Knights had successfully defeated one of the 8 barbarian chiefs, Kurga of the Snowfield. These chiefs were no ordinary foes. Through ritual, they could transform into monsters, making them exceedingly formidable. Luke couldn't help but recognize them from his game experience, recalling the battles he had fought against the barbarians and their god, Alterus. A sigh of relief escaped him. Thanks to his interventions, the 5 deadly sins had never united, preventing Alterus from appearing. Luke felt confident that he would not have to face such threats again. With Dace performing admirably, he could rest easy. Evan confirmed that through this mission, Dace had reached a skill level on par with Reinhardt, the first sword. Yet ever the modest and clueless one, Luke wondered if he should have visited Dace in person. Riding on the coattails of his achievements might have been satisfying. Finally, Evan updated him on Rena, the sin of greed. Her appraisal shop was flourishing, and she had begun producing black engravings capable of enhancing artifacts. Luke simply shrugged, finding the concept intriguing but not particularly shocking, just another facet of the strange magical world he navigated. Luke couldn't help but wonder if he fully understood just how remarkable imprints could be. Shaking off the thought, he turned to Evan, asking again, with a hint of disbelief, whether Rodan had truly become a pirate. His expression fell immediately at Evan's confirmation. Evan, sensing Luke's reaction, asked if he knew about the 7 archipelagos off the coast of Rexus, waters notorious for pirate activity. Then, with a small smirk, he added that Rodan had become the captain of the first archipelago, the largest of the group. Instead of feeling impressed, Luke nearly lost it entirely. Becoming a pirate, to him, was far from noble. It felt like stepping over to the dark side. He recalled a post he had laughed at back in the game, a player complaining about their character turning pirate despite years of careful planning and devotion. And now here he was, literally holding his head in despair over the same fate. "I didn't send Rodan to Rexus just for him to become a pirate," he muttered to himself. Luke had a plan for Rodan, straightforward and practical. As one of the rare sea godkin, Rodan had a natural talent for detecting threats, especially lurking beneath the waves. He could glide through water with ease, almost like a marine prodigy. The original vision had been clear. Send Rodan to explore the ocean of Rexus, hunt treasures, and recover relics of immense value. A future filled with adventure and opportunity awaited him. A treasure hunter's life, a role that promised prestige and excitement. But then Luke realized, with a grimace, that treasure hunters and pirates weren't so different after all. They both sought riches and relics, sometimes by force. Evan, seeing his mentor's distress, began his usual playful banter, trying to lift Luke's spirits. "Rodan's the captain of a legendary pirate crew now," he said. "Basically, he's the lord of the island where all the pirates gather. That's a pretty big deal." Luke let out a reluctant chuckle. "Well, if that's the case, maybe it's not so bad. Still, a nagging question lingered in his mind. How had Rodan defeated the captain of the first archipelago? According to the game, every archipelago captain was near superhuman. No one could simply take them down in a naval battle. Luke reasoned that Rodan must have seized the true treasures from the relics of the old era, much like he himself had done during his game adventures. Countless hours of preparation and strategy must have led Rodan to this position. Even so, it was a rough moment for Luke. The world didn't always bend to his plans, and this particular twist stung more than most. He joked to himself that having a pirate son must feel something like this, a mix of frustration and disbelief. The scene then shifted to the bustling heart of the Principality of Kachia, within the maritime city of Rexus. Beyond the dazzling coastline lay the notorious 7 pirate archipelagos, with the first archipelago reigning as the largest. Once it had been ruled by the legendary Alcride, the Red Slayer said to be blessed by the Heavenly King himself through unimaginable wealth. And it was here that Rodan, the white-haired adopted son of Luke, claimed the title of captain of the first archipelago. He carried himself with an undeniable air of authority and composure, a presence befitting his newfound rank. Seated in his quarters, Rodan reflected on the events that had brought him here. Despite everything, he still struggled to fully understand the man who had shaped his life. Luke, much like Dias, he had never held much interest in the Blue Moon organization. Initially, Luke had simply been a savior figure, someone to be grateful to for rescuing him from a grim fate. Rodan had been destined for vivisection as a slave, but Luke's timely intervention had changed everything. Meeting Utia along the way had awakened his latent abilities, giving him a chance at a new life. He admitted candidly that during his time in the orphanage, he often felt like he was following Utia's lead rather than Luke's. So when a direct order finally came from Luke, the letter instructing him to travel to Rexus and take up the role of a treasure hunter, Rodan was utterly baffled. He couldn't comprehend the purpose behind the mission, or why his new path had been chosen for him. Rodan felt a surge of revulsion, as though this entire path was worlds apart from the vengeance he had sworn against the black things that had annihilated his clan. His family had lived quietly on a hidden island beneath the waves, a sanctuary known only to them. Then, one fateful day, the black things appeared, monsters that seemed to emerge from nowhere, and tore through his village. Every man, woman, and child was slaughtered. Those few who managed to escape were relentlessly hunted down. Rodan had lost his parents at a tender age, forced to witness their brutal deaths firsthand. Afterward, he was sold into slavery. When Luke had instructed him to journey to Rexus as a treasure hunter, Rodan had assumed it had nothing to do with revenge. It felt pointless. At first, he even considered feigning obedience, mostly out of fear of Udia. But upon arrival, the scene before him stunned him. The very monsters responsible for his parents' deaths now stood casually among the archipelago captains, wielding his clan's sacred magic as if it were theirs to command. Their arrogant boasting about the Heavenly King's protection only stoked his fury further. The magic they wielded was no ordinary power. It could only be obtained through a sacred ritual involving the bodies of sea godkin, a process in which the Kled god's blessing was tricked into favoring outsiders. Essentially, if a clan received divine favor, someone from outside the clan could slay a member, smear themselves in the victim's blood, and deceive the god into bestowing the power as though it were their own. It was a horrifyingly twisted reality. The realization hit Rodan like a tidal wave. All 7 archipelago captains had stolen his clan's magic. That meant the monsters had torn his parents' bodies into 7 pieces. The thought alone sent his blood boiling. Before he could act on his fury, a new question gnawed at him. How had Luke known of all this? Rodan had kept his past tightly locked away, yet now the very targets of his vengeance were placed before him. In his mind, it was as if Luke had orchestrated the entire scenario, handing him the opportunity for revenge he had been promised all those years ago. Udia had once vowed that Luke would help them settle the score. Perhaps it was coincidence, but somehow Luke's credit kept following every twist of fate, and Rodan found himself oddly satisfied by it. Clenching his fists, Rodan realized he couldn't just storm the 7 archipelagos in his current state. Even stolen, the magic they wielded was formidable. And combined with their superhuman sea god abilities, they were far from pushovers. Not to mention, their numbers were intimidating. Yet if Luke truly had set this all up, then the gift he had received must also be part of the plan. As usual, Rodan misread the situation entirely, yet everything seemed to be falling into place perfectly. The gift in question was a compass-like necklace, which Rodan now swore would become the cornerstone of his vengeance. A few days later, along the stunning shoreline of Rexus, Rodan dove into the sea to test Luke's gift. The necklace sprang to life the moment he hit the water, conjuring a swirling stream around him that transformed into a pair of magical water goggles, giving him an effortlessly cool appearance. Rodan explained that the artifact was called the Spectacles Spectacles of Amrita. True to its name, it granted him the ability to spot and track hidden relics deep beneath the waves with uncanny precision. It was like strapping on a pair of enchanted glasses. With the Spectacles of Amrita, Rodan could now detect relics hidden deep beneath the sea, compensating for his lack of raw combat power. Hours passed as he explored the waters, the setting sun painting the horizon in warm hues that danced across the waves. Emerging from the sea, he realized how naive it had been to feel only gratitude toward Luke. The man hadn't just laid out the targets for Rodan's revenge, he had also granted him the means to carry it out. At this point, there was no point in overanalyzing the misunderstandings. Everyone had seen it before. Whenever Luke acted, others inevitably misread his intentions. Rodan shook his head, recalling the letter he had received. He now believed he understood its meaning, even if it was far from what Luke had actually intended. In Rodan's eyes, the message was clear. Take out the captains of the 7 archipelagos, exact revenge, and seize dominance over the pirate world. Udia's repeated mantra, that all their deeds were for the great moon, echoed in his mind. At first, the phrase had meant little to him, but now it had rooted itself deeply in his heart. Staring at the moonlight reflecting on the waves, Rodan whispered to himself, everything is for the great moon. 3 months later, as summer's heat gave way to the crisp air of autumn, the Asteria kingdom prepared for its grand social gathering. Luke sat in a carriage en route to the event, his usual air of exhaustion visible as he grumbled about being forced to attend. Every 4 years, nobles were required to appear, and Luke, ever the reluctant participant, despised the whole affair. Soon, other carriages joined the procession, Evan pointing out that the Krilled and Adadorn family carriages had finally caught up. Luke noted the practical reasoning behind the convoy. Traveling together minimized the risk of bandit attacks or other hazards, a logical but irritating custom for someone who preferred solitude. That evening, lodged in a nearby inn, Luke reflected on the day's lessons. Dealing with nobles, he realized, was far trickier than facing bandits, and the 2 nobles accompanying him were the epitome of arrogance and stupidity. They mocked him for bringing only a single escort knight, assuming it indicated poverty, and openly laughed at him, even spitting as they spoke. Usually, Luke could brush off such petty insults, but with these fools so blatant in their disrespect, it grated on him. Deep down, he wished they would simply leave and gossip behind his back, rather than confront him so boldly. He understood their disdain. The Palladio family's fearsome reputation had been forged through his brother's rule over the eastern underworld and the fortune they amassed. But with his siblings gone and Luke content to live honestly, the underworld had fallen out of his hands. The small-time players scrambling to fill the void spread rumors of Luke's luck, which became the accepted narrative. To the nobles who thrived on these stories, he appeared weak, and that was why they mocked him so freely. Luke reflected on how the world saw him, once a master of schemes, now a man-child who had stumbled into success. Yet for these 2 nobles to mock him so openly, questioning his finances and behavior while being significantly older, was absurd. As he sank deeper into thought, it became clear that their antics had crossed a line entirely. Then it hits him. Maybe their behavior wasn't entirely random. Perhaps it stemmed from the fact that these 2 nobles had once been under the thumb of his brothers. And honestly, that made a lot of sense. Krilled and Adadorn had been nothing more than pawns for his siblings, obedient to their every command. Now that his brothers were gone, the frustration they had long harbored was being funneled onto him. Luke frowned, feeling the unfairness keenly. He hadn't humiliated them. He hadn't ruled them with an iron fist. Yet here they were, taking out their grievances on him. He even joked inwardly that dealing with them felt like moderating a group of internet trolls, and that he ought to save their rants as PDFs for future amusement. At that moment, Evan returned, carrying roasted corn and a look of mild surprise. Apparently, these 2 fools were still in fine form. Luke couldn't help but appreciate how both he and Evan were just letting the nonsense slide, choosing to ignore the petty attacks. He asked casually where Evan had been, and the other simply replied that he'd gone to the kitchen to grab some snacks. Snacks that, as it happened, looked absolutely irresistible. Even Luke, normally not one for small indulgences, couldn't resist. As they munched on the corn, he reflected on how much he valued simple staples, especially on chilly evenings like this. Meanwhile, the idiots continued their loud competitive chatter, which Luke couldn't help but compare to underground rap battles. Still, he ignored them, savoring the warm corn. Evan, ever the laid-back companion, casually suggested that a touch of butter might elevate the flavor even further. Far to the north, an unforgiving wasteland of ice and bitter wind stretched endlessly. The land was bathed in a cursed grayish light, as though life itself had abandoned it. Among the snow-strewn corpses of fallen barbarians, one figure struggled to cling to life, a chieftain who had lost an arm and an eye. This was Clickon, one of the feared 8 barbarian chiefs. Despite his grievous injuries, he cursed the Knights of Caliburn, insisting they understood nothing of honor. To these warriors, dying with valor in battle was the ultimate glory. yet they had been deceived. Dace's knights, posing as Caliburn, had ambushed them after promising a fair duel. As Clickon's strength waned, he cursed the fate of the other barbarian chiefs, especially Kurga of the Snowfield. All around him, the telltale signs of thread magic, the signature of Dace, wove through the battlefield. In his final moments, Clickon's regret was profound. The shame of such a dishonorable death weighed heavily, and he could not even close his eyes in peace. Tears of blood streamed down his face. Then a voice called to him, urging him to speak the sacred name, to invoke the god they revered. Summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, Clickon rose and shouted Ultras's name, calling upon the deity of the barbarians. In that instant, the god manifested, promising vengeance for his people. What was truly unfolding was a radical departure from history. Des, one of the 5 great sins, had destroyed the barbarians rather than align with them to bring ruin. This act, unforeseen in the original lore, inadvertently awakened the barbarian god that had long been meant to remain sealed. Luke couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. Finally, a real battle was on the horizon. The journey to the location of the grand social gathering dragged on, each mile marked by the tiresome banter of the 2 foolish nobles. Even with other noble families moving alongside them, Krill and Adadorn couldn't resist poking fun at him. Luke, however, simply ignored them. Years of gaming had honed his patience. Resisting the urge to snap at taunts had become almost second nature. Evan, meanwhile, wandered nearby, fishing as his master took a moment to relax. Both of them moved through the evening with casual ease, leaving the petty squabbles behind. Eventually, the party decided to set up camp for the night. Evan prepared the fish he'd caught, and Luke dug in alongside him, savoring the simple meal. The 2 idiots' continued mockery only intensified their own frustration, but Luke considered himself victorious in this unspoken contest. Ignoring the hecklers had its rewards. Meanwhile, the 2 nobles huddled together for a private discussion, whispering about the limited number of escort knights each family had brought. One with a mustache confirmed through his artifact that all the families had more than 5 knights, whereas Luke had brought just 1. Their disdain grew, and they openly questioned how he dared sit at the same table as them, mocking his supposed incompetence. Yet Luke and Evan remained blissfully unfazed, content with their roasted fish and the quiet satisfaction of ignoring their taunts. The 2 nobles, emboldened by their private chatter, began plotting openly, convinced the underworld could finally be theirs now that Luke proved himself to be an idiot. They boasted about leaving the Palacio family's shadow behind, unaware that Luke in truth was more formidable than any of his late brothers, backed by loyal subordinates who could twist words and situations to lethal effect. If only they knew the reality, they would never dare speak so freely. Lost in their daydreams of wealth and power, the nobles were suddenly interrupted by rustling in the nearby bushes. Turning to investigate, they were confronted with a sight so terrifying that screams tore from their throats. The commotion drew the attention of the escort knights, who rushed forward to assess the threat. What the fools had stumbled upon was not just a few monsters, but a full horde. The knights quickly coordinated, instructing their mages to illuminate the area. The head mage, a young woman with a surprisingly commanding presence, cast a spell that sent beams of light shooting into the canopy. Additional mages joined, and the forest was bathed in bright, revealing light. That's when the scale of the threat became clear. Goblins, numerous, armed, and unlike any they had faced before. Relief briefly flickered across some of the knights' faces. After all, goblins were generally weak. But as the light revealed their true numbers and grotesque appearance, covered in purple crystals, their confidence crumbled. Panic spread as goblins leapt forward with unnatural coordination, each one radiating mana and displaying combat skill far beyond the ordinary. The knights realized these were no ordinary creatures. Their strength was amplified, and even seasoned warriors struggled to comprehend it. The goblins surged forward, intent on overwhelming the knights. But just as they closed in, a massive wall of earth erupted from the ground, halting the horde in its tracks. Some goblins collided violently with the barrier, falling to their deaths, while others tried to regroup, only to be trapped within a gravitational sphere of immense size. The spectacle left the escort knights in stunned silence, unsure how to process such overwhelming magic. One quickly recognized the combination: a 3rd circle rock wall spell and a 2nd circle gravity manipulation. The power required to wield both simultaneously was far beyond ordinary capabilities. Then, as if on cue, Luke stepped into the fray. He began reciting his signature enchantments, starting with enhancement to bolster his own abilities, followed by compression with intricate hand signs formed from clenched fists. The sphere containing the goblins began to shrink, twisting into a floating orb that seemed to defy the very laws of nature. The scale was staggering, breathtaking even to the trained eyes of the escort knights. To increase the spell's potency, Luke advanced toward the front line, chanting vacuum while forming one final elaborate hand sign. Magic flared around him, his hair seeming to glow as his aura intensified. With a voice steady and commanding, he invoked Return to Origins. The spell drew from one of the mana reserves in his bracelet, compressing the orb until the goblins within were utterly obliterated. The destruction was absolute, leaving no room for survival. The escort knights could only gape in awe at the devastating, precise power their master had unleashed. Goblin corpses rained down from the sky, but Luke remained utterly unshaken. Even the two foolish nobles from earlier were rendered speechless, and the escort knights could only gape. Yet a few stubborn goblins still pressed forward. With a commanding tone, Luke barked at the knights, questioning why they weren't attacking. Within moments, he had assumed full control of the battlefield. The knights swung their swords with renewed vigor, cutting down the remaining goblins. But Luke wasn't about to let them hog all the credit. His magic flared repeatedly, obliterating any goblin daring enough to charge, while Evan moved like a shadow, deflecting sneak attacks with precision. The fight dragged on through the night, a relentless dance of steel and sorcery, leaving the forest floor littered with the bodies of their enemies. When dawn finally broke, the nobles who had been hiding behind trees slowly emerged, gawking at the carnage. Exhausted from a night of combat, the knights exhaled in relief, yet their attention inevitably turned to Luke. How could one man fight so relentlessly without showing a trace of fatigue? The aura of confidence he radiated during the battle made it seem effortless, but behind the mask, he was far from calm. As the adrenaline faded, reality hit him. His mana reserves were completely drained. He felt exposed, vulnerable, no spells to protect him if another wave had arrived. Evan stepped closer, checking for injuries, but Luke assured him he was fine. Deep down, however, he was shaken. The thought of facing such a threat without magic was terrifying, and he silently thanked himself for having Evan by his side. Alone, the outcome could have been catastrophic. Luke's gaze then fell on the purple crystals embedded in the goblins' bodies, amethyst. The realization sent a chill down his spine. This was a sign of divine descent, a phenomenon that heralded the approach of an outer god. In this case, the barbarian god. The crystals indicated that the creature's physical abilities had been amplified to extreme levels, making them far more dangerous than ordinary monsters. It didn't make sense. The outer gods were only supposed to appear after the 5 deadly sins awakened and the world's balance began to unravel. Yet here was evidence that something had already shifted. Were all the outer gods emerging, or just one? Luke couldn't be certain, but he knew one thing. He needed information, and fast. Meanwhile, the two nobles who had been plotting against him were in full-blown panic after witnessing his display. They misread his tense expression as a glare aimed at them, further amplifying their fear. In truth, Luke wasn't looking at them at all. He was inwardly calculating how to survive the chaos now brewing around him. The following day, the caravan finally arrived at the ducat house of Rote, a sprawling mansion that could have easily been mistaken for a palace. The Graham social gathering, of accustomed to his master's grumbling, simply nudged him forward. Together, they stepped through the mansion gates, and for the first time, Luke allowed himself a glance at the interior of Duke Roach Gray's opulent estate. The grandeur of the place was enough to make even a seasoned adventurer pause, though Luke remained more interested in what challenges or absurdities awaited him inside. The mansion's interior was nothing short of breathtaking. Every surface gleamed as if sculpted from pure gold. Even Luke, who rarely marveled at extravagance, couldn't help but notice the opulence. The chandeliers sparkled, the furniture was impossibly ornate, and even the wine glasses shimmered with delicate traces of gold. Evan leaned in to inspect them more closely and chuckled under his breath. "Someone's really showing off," he whispered. "I wonder if anyone would even notice if we swiped a few of these." Luke scanned the room, noting the nobles bustling about, exchanging pleasantries and subtly sizing each other up. Part of him considered mingling, but he wasn't keen on unnecessary socializing. Still, appearances mattered, so he settled on a neutral path, enough to be seen but not drawn into their schemes. That's when he felt it. A presence creeping up behind him. Spinning around, annoyance flared immediately. It was those same two nuisances from before, Krill and Adorn. This time, they were putting on an act of feigned humility, nervously presenting gifts. Krill proffered the finest cuts of meat from his lands, while Adorn offered a chest brimming with gold coins, both begging Luke to accept their support. Luke frowned, confused by the sudden change in demeanor, but his expression, a natural resting villain face, was terrifying enough to make the two nobles shrink back in panic. Finally, they admitted what they should have long ago. Crossing Luke had been a colossal mistake. A flashback illuminated the reasons for their terror. After witnessing Luke's display against the goblins, the two had been utterly shocked. They had never imagined he possessed such overwhelming magical power. Curious, they had even cornered one of the third circle mages in the escort, asking if the spell that had annihilated the goblins, a swirling black vortex, was a second circle spell or something far beyond their comprehension. The mage's response left them speechless. Luke's magic was far above what they could handle, beyond even third circle mastery, possibly fifth circle or higher. Their earlier mockery of him, calling him lucky for inheriting his brother's title, suddenly felt like sheer foolishness. They realized Luke had been concealing his true abilities all along, and the lack of escort knights was no indication of weakness. Now standing before him with gifts in hand, both Krill and Adorn were trembling. Luke's villainous glare, ever present and unnerving, only amplified their fear. Desperate to save face, they resorted to begging, bowing deeply and pleading for forgiveness over their previous arrogance. Luke, oblivious to the depth of their terror, assumed assumed they were simply teasing him once again. Even Evan paused, uncertain whether the nobles were mocking or genuinely groveling. Luke decided to play along with a bit of intimidation, enough to put them in their place without causing a scene. Inside, he knew he couldn't actually do anything extreme, but the scare would suffice. The two fools caught sight of his death glare and realized with sinking hearts that they were completely out of their depth. With Evan sent off to gather intel from the Information Guild, Luke turned his attention to the mansion itself. Grabbing a quick bite, he scanned for potential sources of gossip. His enhanced senses, courtesy of a small spell, let him eavesdrop on a pair of nobles in a hushed conversation. They spoke of Duchess Altea and Count Zenonia, apparently surprised that the two had formed an unusual alliance. Luke shrugged internally. Their chatter didn't concern him. Alliances like these rarely lasted, and he was content to let them unravel on their own. But then, the conversation took a shocking turn. The nobles whispered about the real power behind the underworld. Not Duchess Altea or Count Zenonia, but the Count of Patio. Luke froze mid-bite. The words hit like a thunderclap. The nobles went further, directly naming him as the true mastermind controlling the shadows beneath the kingdom. Panic surged as he realized the rumor had spread, and he had no idea who was responsible for this dangerous misrepresentation. Dropping his food, Luke felt the weight of the absurd accusation pressing down. His heart raced. This was exactly the kind of chaos he had hoped to avoid. Yet here it was, unraveling before his very eyes. Luke's mind raced as he tried to make sense of the gossip. He had met Altea only once as a child, and Sonia's infamous daughter just twice. So how could such absurd rumors even take root? He attempted to calm himself, dismissing it all as idle chatter, nothing more than noble gossip. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice calling from behind. Turning, Luke felt a twinge of unease at the sheer number of people seemingly drawn to him today. The newcomer introduced himself with a confident air. Carmine, the third son of Duke Camelon from the distant Ashelon kingdom. In his usual awkward half-bowing manner, Luke offered a polite introduction, silently scolding himself for forgetting nobles from other lands were part of this gathering. Carmine wasted no time, launching into playful mockery. He claimed he had heard Luke had only become a count through sheer luck, and that his envy had driven him to see Luke in person. Luke's irritation flared instantly. That ridiculous donut-shaped hairstyle alone seemed enough to provoke a mental jab. Two nearby nobles, sensing the insult, stepped forward immediately. They questioned Carmine's audacity. Mocking a noble of the Asteria kingdom? Carmine's confident smirk faltered. He hadn't realized the high status of these men. Panic set in as he struggled to comprehend the social blunder he'd committed. Carmine, introducing himself with exaggerated charm, described himself as a romantic suitor on a mission to win the heart of Duke Rotgray's youngest daughter. He boasted of his charm, convinced no woman could ever regret saying yes. But the truth was far less flattering. At the gathering, he openly gawked at other women, making crude comments on their appearance, right in front of his fiancée. Even insulting a woman's nose while showering his own fiancée with backhanded compliments. Unsurprisingly, the engagement ended in disaster, leaving him both stunned and furious, unsure how he had blown his chance with Duke Rotgray's daughter. Frustrated and seeking a target for his anger, Carmine had mistakenly fixated on Luke, thinking him the perfect scapegoat, a supposedly weak, inconsequential noble with no real standing. Now, however, he realized the magnitude of his miscalculation. The three towering nobles in front of him, Duke Rotra, the host of the gathering, Marchianio, leader of the royalist faction, and Count Palon, a key figure among the moderates, loomed over him exuding authority. Luke watched the scene unfold with mild amusement. From his perspective, Carmine was simply being a nuisance, yet these nobles weren't just chastising him, they were fiercely protective. Duke Rotra's sharp question cut through the tension. Had Carmine been mocking them by insulting a noble of the Asteria kingdom? Carmine scrambled to clarify, insisting he had no such intent. Count Palon then demanded to know why Carmine had addressed Luke by name so casually, interpreting it as a sign of disrespect, not just toward Luke, but toward all of them. Flustered, Carmine apologized profusely, yet Marcanio stepped closer, emphasizing that the real issue was Carmine's insolence toward Count Palatio, Luke himself. Something about their defense felt oddly intense, almost unnatural. Why were these three high-ranking nobles who barely knew Luke reacting with such fervor? Had someone whispered instructions to them beforehand? Luke, observing quietly, couldn't help but smirk. The thought occurred to him that Carmine must be truly unbearable for these powerful nobles to descend so decisively on his behalf. As always, the absurdity of noble politics never failed to amuse him. Luke couldn't shake the strange sense of déjà vu. Something about the whole situation felt eerily familiar, like a junior officer being berated by senior officers. The thought tugged at some buried memories, and for a fleeting moment he felt the weight of old, unspoken frustrations. Yes, there was a touch of lingering PTSD from his military service back in Korea, the kind that left echoes of unease even in calm moments. Meanwhile, Carmine, utterly overwhelmed, had taken off like a child caught without misbehaving, crying, running, and completely humiliating himself. Luke couldn't help but suppress a small laugh at the spectacle. Turning back to him, the three nobles, Duke Rotra, Marcanio Mardano, and Count Palin, leaned in, concern etched across their faces. The sudden attention threw Luke off. Why was everyone acting so unusually kind today? Enhancing his hearing through a subtle spell, Luke tuned into the surrounding conversations. The other nobles had seen the earlier scene, misinterpreting it entirely. They now believed that Luke wasn't just a simple count. He was rumored to be the true mastermind of the underworld. Some even speculated that if powerhouses like Duchess Alia or Count Zenonia were to engage in politics, Luke, supposedly outranking them both, would wield overwhelming influence. Luke sighed inwardly. The misunderstanding was getting out of hand, and he considered correcting it outright. But before he could even open his mouth, the noble's actions left him speechless. Duke Rotra and Marcianio began showering him with praise, as if he were a revered guest rather than an unsuspecting participant. Mardano started, complimenting Luke on his recent dive into the study of magic. He mentioned he had acquired a rare magical artifact and wanted to gift it, a device capable of storing mana. Before Luke could respond, Duke Rotra and Count Palin jumped in, each eager to present their own offerings. Luke froze, realizing the magnitude of what was happening. By staying silent, he unwittingly secured 2 powerful magical artifacts and 5 mana potions, entirely free. A small, satisfied smirk tugged at his lips. Later, in the privacy of Duke Rotra's annex, the architect behind all the subtle maneuvers revealed herself. A striking woman in black approached Mardano, inquiring about the unfolding events. He explained that Luke had graciously accepted the gifts. Normally, such exchanges among nobles were mere formalities, but offering something as precious as a magical artifact conveyed deeper intent, a declaration of alignment and loyalty. The woman finally revealed her identity, Duchess Altea. She formally welcomed Mardano into Luke's growing circle, and indicated that from this point on, she and Count Zenonia would operate. Altea voiced her approval, pleased that everyone involved was aiming for the same outcome. She calmly inquired about the other's progress. Mark answered with measured confidence, saying it had been an honor and that no one had hesitated in accepting. Inwardly, he reflected on how carefully everything had been arranged. Duke Alia, who seldom moved personally, had stepped forward this time, but only after selecting the right pieces for the board. Those chosen were then tested through what could only be described as a ritual of sincerity, sealed with gifts too valuable to be dismissed as mere courtesy. Rumors were spreading at an alarming pace, yet this too fit neatly into the shifting tides of politics. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Marque resolved to grasp the opportunity before it slipped away. Altea's gaze cooled as she concluded that the time had come to move in earnest, though only with a trusted few. Meanwhile, on the 4th day of the banquet, Alan noticed that rewards kept arriving at his quarters one after another. He assumed the generosity stemmed from the false whispers tying him to Altea and Zenonia. If people wished to misunderstand, he would not correct them, not yet. For now, he would accept everything. Whether they later demanded repayment was another matter. In his mind, he labeled the strategy plainly: take and withdraw. A hand suddenly settled on his shoulder. Evan's familiar voice announced his return. Alan startled, an involuntary hiccup escaping him. Evan raised a brow. "Why do you look so shocked?" "I only just got back." Alan quickly composed himself, brushing it aside as absent-mindedness. Soon after, the two withdrew for a private discussion. The report Evan delivered wiped the calm from Alan's face. An outer god had descended in the north. Evan confirmed the chaos unfolding in Caliban. Ancient manuscripts were being revisited, and scholars now believe the appearance of amethysts signaled the influence of outer gods. Alan asked about the other matter he had assigned. Evan replied that the individual Alan sought had been located in a village north of Ashton. In that case, Alan decided they would make a stop there on their way, because their true destination would be Caliban. Evan's composure faltered. Caliban? Was Alan truly intending to head north? "I'll explain on the road," Alan said firmly, ordering immediate preparations. Evan bowed and departed without further protest. Left alone, Alan exhaled deeply. He had hoped events would not spiral this quickly. Entities like the 5 great sins and the outer gods defied prediction. No one could foresee which god would descend, nor when divine manifestation would erupt. That uncertainty was precisely why he had tried to gather intelligence and move swiftly. Still, he had not expected the timeline to collapse so soon. Data fragments and branching probabilities flickered through his mind, like memories of countless game scenarios. He had seen hundreds of endings. The most likely future now formed with grim clarity. The allied kingdoms tearing themselves apart in feudal wars across lands tainted by foreign divinity, until everything fell into ruin, himself included. But he had not come unprepared. After descending, an outer god required months to stabilize before awakening fully as a living deity. During that vulnerable phase, their power remained incomplete. That narrow window offered the only chance to strike. There were no guarantees, but there was no alternative either. Steeling himself, Alan briefly wondered what that child might prefer. With the thought lingering, he began drafting a letter. A week later, a vice commander delivered Alan's sealed message message to his superior. Upon reading it and recognizing the authority behind its contents, the commander stiffened in disbelief. Without delay, he issued new orders. The next northern deployment would be postponed by 2 weeks. The vice commander saluted and carried out the command. Far north of the Ashtalan kingdom lay the quiet village of Prawn. When Alan spotted the figure ahead, he paused. He had not expected the search to conclude so easily. The discovery felt almost unreal. Before him stood a pale yet radiant boy who greeted them with gentle warmth. Even at a glance, he was impossible to overlook. Alan recognized him immediately. The protagonist, the playable lead of the Liban roguelike turn-based APS psychedelia. Seeing him in reality rather than on a screen left Alan quietly awed. A protagonist was unmistakable. The boy looked exactly as he had in the illustrations. Delicate features, striking beauty that bordered on unreal. Too refined, almost luminous. Studying him carefully, Alan finally asked, "Do you know who I am?" The boy answered with an easy smile, saying he was simply glad to meet someone new. He introduced himself as Ellie. Hearing the name, Alan felt a strange sense of inevitability. No matter how different this world might be from the version he once played, a protagonist would always remain a protagonist. In time, Ellen, would rise to fame and strength. That much felt certain. Aloud, Alan remarked that the boy had a bright disposition. Inwardly, however, he couldn't shake the odd sensation of standing face to face with a character he had once controlled. Without further preamble, Alan handed him a small pouch and told him to take it. When Ellie loosened the string and peeked inside, his eyes widened at the sight of gold coins packed to the brim. Before the boy could recover from his surprise, Evan stepped forward with another box. He opened it carefully, revealing rows of potions within. Evan explained that everything inside belonged to him. Ellie looked from the coins to the potions, overwhelmed. He asked in disbelief whether all of it was truly meant for him, and why it was being given so suddenly. "It's an investment," Alan replied evenly. Inside, he reassured himself that he had prepared exactly what a protagonist would need in the early stages of growth. Supplies, funding, support, everything required to accelerate development. He told Ellie that he was doing this because the boy was destined for greatness. Unspoken was the real reason. Grow quickly, and one day stand against calamities like the outer gods in his place. As he mentally reviewed the signs and probabilities, Alan wondered if the offering was generous enough. Surely this would secure the boy's favor. Then he realized he had neglected something important. He introduced himself properly as Count Palladio, the name Ellie should remember when success finally came. The boy quickly straightened, thanked the Count with sincere gratitude, and promised not to forget. Beaming, he waved goodbye to Evan as they prepared to depart. Watching him, Alan found himself questioning the boy's temperament. Had the protagonist always been this cheerful? The story he remembered belonged to a dark fantasy setting. He had expected someone hardened, not someone so openly warm. As they turned to leave, Evan spoke quietly. He understood Alan's intention, but pointed out that they were departing without truly getting to know the child. "He's perceptive," Alan answered. "He'll understand." What he did not say aloud was that his own survival was at stake. There was no time to nurture bonds slowly. In his mind, he had essentially activated the protagonist's growth on auto, an unapologetic pay-to-win strategy. Evan then observed that the boy's talent seemed extraordinary. His mana felt dense, constantly swirling beneath the surface. And despite his plain clothing, he appeared to carry artifacts. Alan nodded. He had sensed it as well. In the original setting, Ellen had started as someone entirely ordinary before embarking on his journey. This deviation felt like another butterfly effect, an unpredictable divergence from the game's script. Considering that the anomaly involved the protagonist himself, it was both unsettling and reassuring. Still, Alan reminded himself that the objective remained unchanged: secure a comfortable future. The stronger the boy became, the more valuable this investment would prove. He even reassured himself that Ellen had been one of the few genuinely kind figures in that grim, unforgiving world. A moment later, doubt flickered. Was he truly as kind-hearted as remembered? Shifting the subject, Alan mentioned Dios, saying that Dios would eventually meet him. Inwardly, he admitted he had avoided going there before out of fear. He had never imagined events would force his hand like this. Evan, unable to hide his unease, asked whether they would at least be allowed to see him. "Probably," Alan replied, though uncertainty lingered beneath the surface. The answer carried the quiet melancholy of someone who had crossed into another world without a safety net. Later, back in his room, Alan began sorting through his belongings. Evan stared at the scattered assortment of items, baffled at why he had purchased so many seemingly unrelated things. Alan answered calmly. They were not random at all. They were offerings, carefully selected bribes meant for the person who would one day become his lifeline. 10 days later, their long journey finally brought them to the capital of Caliban. Ahead stood Kurtum, the immense northern gate of Kurum, towering, disciplined, and immovable. It marks the end of a grueling road and the beginning of something far more uncertain. Inside the carriage, Evan looked half dead from exhaustion. Days of relentless travel had drained him completely, and he did not bother hiding it. He complained openly about how worn down he felt, boredom and fatigue clinging to him like a second skin. Alan, though just as tired, remained composed. Long-distance travel was never pleasant. It consumed stamina and patience alike. There was no point in resenting what could not be avoided. Evan muttered that the final stretch had been especially unbearable because of the absurd labyrinth they had been forced to navigate. Without that detour, he could have at least arrived with some dignity intact. Alan simply accepted the hardship. Complaints would not shorten the road already traveled. As the carriage rolled closer to the gate, Alan absent-mindedly clasped the locket in his hand. His thoughts drifted. They had moved from place to place preparing for the looming war against the outer gods, gathering resources, forging connections, securing advantages wherever possible. All of it had been done with one purpose in mind: Dios. He wondered quietly whether what he had prepared would be enough. Beneath his calculating exterior stirred something warmer, an instinct that resembled a father's desire to provide without limit. Evan soon noted that their turn for inspection was approaching. He stepped down from the carriage and headed toward the officials for identity verification, assuring Alan it would only take a moment. Left alone, Alan leaned back inside the carriage and closed his eyes briefly. At least here in the capital, procedures appeared efficient. That alone was a relief. It didn't last. Evan returned sooner than expected, tension visible in his expression. He informed Alan that there had been a minor complication. Though Alan's identity had been confirmed, they were being asked to step aside. Without visible irritation, Alan stepped out of the carriage. A knight approached from behind. The man wore a crooked, self-assured smile, one eyebrow slightly raised as if the entire situation amused him. He addressed Alan directly, confirming whether he was Count Patio. Then he introduced himself, Vrain, direct disciple of Master Knight Fiola, the so-called Fourth Sword. His smirk carried deliberate provocation. Annoyance stirred within Alan. The name Fiola meant nothing to him. He had no idea who this Fourth Sword was, nor did he particularly care. Maintaining a cold expression, he questioned why Vrane had arrived with an escort of knights and demanded an explanation. Vrane replied smoothly. A friend from the Asteria Kingdom had contacted him claiming to be deeply wronged by Alan. Alan dismissed the accusation immediately. No such matter existed. Then realization dawned. There was only one person dramatic enough to spin such nonsense: Carmine. With evident boredom, Alan asked whether this friend happened to be Carmine. Vrane's smile widened. He confirmed it without hesitation, recalling how his friend had raged about humiliation and disgrace. The memory unfolded. Through a magically summoned globe, Carmine had appeared furious and exhausted. He claimed that Count Palutino had harassed him relentlessly. Assisted by 3 others, he hurled insults freely and demanded retaliation. Alan, he said, was heading toward Caliban. Vrane should deal with him. Then Carmine's tone shifted. A slow, calculating smile formed as he tempted Vrani. If he wished to sharpen his abilities, he would require more abyssal bodies. Vrani had laughed at the suggestion. He owed his friend a favor, after all. At the very least, he could stage an impressive performance. The present snapped back into focus. Without warning, the knights accompanying Vrane drew their swords in unison. Steel flashed beneath the light as they surrounded Alan and Evan near the northern gate. The escalation was immediate. Evan reacted first, drawing his blade and positioning himself protectively beside Alan. Inside, irritation simmered within Alan. That reckless brat had started a conflict, fled from it, and now the consequences had chased him all the way here. And apparently they had arrived armed. Alan understood immediately what this was: retaliation carried out through another's hands. The pettiness of it struck him as almost laughable. Hiding behind a friend to settle a grievance felt no different from a rat baring its teeth from the shadows. Vrane unsheathed his sword. With deliberate arrogance, he advanced and leveled the blade at Alan's chest. A crooked smile tugged at his lips as he laid out his terms. If every valuable item inside the carriage was surrendered, he might consider mercy. To him, this was merely a favor repaid. Confidence swelled within Vrane. He had calculated everything. Alan was nothing more than a minor noble from the Asteria Kingdom, irrelevant within the Union and entirely without backing in Caliban. He had looked into it thoroughly. There would be no consequences. The odds leaned completely in his favor. Annoyance flared in Alan's mind. So this was the caliber of Carmine's associates. Birds of a feather truly did flock together. He clenched his fist. A fierce flame-like aura coiled around his hand, energy condensing with lethal intent. He prepared to strike. At the same moment, Vrani lunged forward, grin widening as he charged. Alan remained steady. Even if this spiraled slightly out of control, his master could resolve it. There was no need for panic, but the clash never came. A figure materialized behind Vrane and seized him by the neck mid-charge. The interruption was so sudden that Vrane barely registered it before agony exploded through him. A sickening crack echoed as bones strained under crushing force. He screamed, lifted effortlessly into the air. His sword slipped from his grasp and clattered against the stone below. Veins bulged across his face as he clenched his teeth against the unbearable pain, fury and disbelief warring in his eyes. Who dared? The answer revealed itself. Deos. His expression was cold, detached. He stated calmly that his own identity was irrelevant. What mattered was Vrane's audacity. No one had the right to lay a hand on his benefactor. The truth Vrane had failed to uncover now stood before him. Count Palladio had defeated Kurga of the Snowfields in a duel, earning the title of Swordless Master Knight. More importantly, he had become the benefactor of Dios Malian. Dios released Vrane without warning and hurled him to the ground. The impact drove the air from his lungs. Before he could recover, Dios kicked him mercilessly, again and again. Grabbing him by the hair, Dios forced him down, his gaze devoid of warmth. He glanced toward the surrounding knights and issued a warning. If even one of them moved, the consequences would exceed their imagination. Then came another brutal kick to Vrane's chest. Blood spilled from his mouth as he was launched backward, crashing hard against a distant tree. Alan watched in stunned silence. So this was Deos as he was now. Vrane struggled to rise, barely managing to prop himself against the tree. Deos closed the distance in an instant and drove his knee into Vrane's chest, slamming him back into the trunk. The assault continued without hesitation, fists and kicks landing with ruthless precision. Beside Alan, Evan muttered that the strike had been impressive, but Alan's thoughts drifted elsewhere. The benefactor, Dios had called him that. When Dios was young, gratitude had been natural, yet Alan had assumed that once grown, he would not acknowledge someone he scarcely knew. After all, not a single reply had ever come, and yet, watching him now felt strangely familiar, like witnessing a son stand up for his father in foreign soil. Alan inwardly called him a troublesome rascal, but pride welled up nonetheless. Dios had grown, truly grown. The impression was unmistakable. Anyone could see who had supported him. He had matured into an upright young man. A heavy thud resounded as another blow landed. Evan, half-teasing, remarked that Alan's son was beating the man senseless. Alan replied that he heard nothing, but deep down he understood. Deos had stepped forward because his benefactor, his father in a sense, had been insulted far from home. Deos continued the relentless assault until Vrane finally lost consciousness. Even then, Alan couldn't help thinking it might be slightly excessive. Then another realization surfaced. Deos was one of the 5 great sins. Restraint had never been one of their virtues. At last, Deos turned away from the fallen Vrane and approached Alan. Stopping before him, he bowed respectfully. A confident smile curved his lips as he stated that he would personally escort him. Around them, the remaining knights stood frozen. The knights who remained at the northern gate could only stare, stunned by what had just unfolded before them. Far to the north, beneath a sky drained of warmth, an endless field of ice bore the scars of war. The battlefield lay silent except for the crackle of flames. Bodies were scattered across the frozen ground, stiff and pale, some already set ablaze by the victors. Fire devoured what the cold had preserved, smoke rising in dark spirals against the white horizon. At the center of the devastation stood Delman, bearer of Caliburn's third sword and commander of the Crimson Flame Knights. Victory surged through him. He lifted his blade high, its edge still radiating heat, and proclaimed in a voice that carried across the frostbitten plain, "One of the 8 chieftains, the Great K, along with his entire tribe, has fallen." The Red Flame Knights claimed triumph on the kingdom's soil. A roar answered him. The Crimson Flame Knights erupted into cheers, their laughter and shouts cutting through the frigid air. They leapt, raised weapons, and celebrated the hard-won conquest. After allowing the jubilation its moment, Delman lowered his sword and gave the next order. "Return to the outpost. Prepare for departure." "Yes, Captain." The response came in perfect unison as the knights began to move. Yet Delman did not share their ease. As the men dispersed, his expression tightened. Inwardly, he replayed the events that had led to this outcome. With a victory of this magnitude, he believed he should no longer be treated as subordinate to that newly appointed Master Knight. His jaw clenched. Others might not know the truth, but he did. For generations, Caliban and the northern barbarians had clashed under a brutal but understood code. There had always been rules, a grim respect governing their bloodshed. This time those rules had been shattered. Khan, one of the 8, had been deceived, drawn out alone, ambushed by a concealed force. Delman remembered the chaos vividly. The chieftain's warriors cut down without warning, the tribe overwhelmed through manipulation rather than strength. The entire campaign had been built on exploiting the battle's momentum. It had not been honorable, it had been effective. "That bastard," Delman muttered under his breath. He recalled the report sent afterward, the proud declaration that Kirga of the Snowfields had also been defeated. All of it had unfolded because he himself had demanded clear results from the expedition. Khan's body had disappeared amid the carnage. Even if he had escaped the initial assault, the poison used in the operation would have ensured his end. There was nothing left to confirm, nothing left to pursue. With that reasoning, Delman convinced himself that his duty now was simple: return to Caliban and present the mission as a resounding success. A faint, satisfied curve touched his lips as he stepped forward. Then he halted. Near the forward base, standing alone against the icy wind, was a solitary figure. Delman frowned. The man turned slowly to face him. Recognition struck like a blade to the spine. Rage flooded Delman's veins. Without hesitation, he swung his sword. Flames erupted from the edge, fire surging outward as heat split the frozen air. Yet beneath his fury, something colder took hold. A creeping unease. His thoughts faltered. Clank should already be dead. Delman narrowed his eyes. As he focused on the lone figure ahead, a suffocating pressure began to swell from the man's body. The air thickened. Within the stretch of shadow cast across the ice, Delman thought he saw something impossible. An outline that did not belong to a human form. It loomed behind Clank like a demon rising from the abyss. "You tainted a sacred duel," the man said calmly. "A fight that was meant to be decided with honor." His voice carried no shout, yet it crushed the air between them. A chill gripped Delman's spine. This presence was wrong. Even warriors capable of slaughtering hundreds would be nothing more than prey before such a being. Cold sweat slid down Delman's face. This isn't Clank. Panic flickered through him, but pride refused to yield. With a roar, he swung his sword again. Fire detonated from the blade, torrents of flame surging across the frozen field. The man avoided the attack as if stepping around falling snow. "Answer me first," he said. Delman did not respond. He attacked again, pouring even greater force into the strike. Flames erupted violently, melting ice and scorching the earth beneath. Once more, the man slipped past him without effort. Delman grit his teeth, believing in duels on a battlefield. How naive. The stranger fixed him with a gaze devoid of warmth. "You are strong for a human," he said. "I will offer you one final chance. Face me in a duel." Danger screamed through Delman's instincts. "Prepare for battle," he shouted. The crimson flame knights rushed forward, encircling the lone figure. A faint smirk touched the man's lips. Dark, corrupted mana coiled around both his hands. "A mortal without honor does not deserve an honorable death," he said softly. "There will be no duel between me and a barbarian like you." From his palms, poisonous energy burst outward. It seeped into the corpses scattered across the battlefield. The fallen knights convulsed. Cries of agony split the air as the toxin invaded their lifeless bodies. Eyes snapped open, glowing crimson. Limbs twitched unnaturally. "Kill us, please. End it," some of them begged, voices breaking as their bodies twisted in torment. The man stepped forward. With a single motion of his bare hand, he sliced across Delman's throat. Before Delman could even react, the stranger struck the ice beneath them. The ground detonated in a violent explosion. Surviving knights were hurled skyward and slammed back down, blood misting into the frozen air like a crimson fog. Then the man drove his fist forward. It pierced straight through Delman's chest. Delman coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth. His strength drained instantly. What alternative was there? He rasped. He collapsed, trembling as agony consumed him. "It hurts. Kill me, please." Moments later, his voice faded. As life left his body, the stranger's eyes burned a deep, unnatural red. "Savages," he murmured. "Creatures born from the dead, denied their rightful end." Around him, the fallen began to rise. The resurrected knights surrounded the remaining Crimson Flame warriors. Shock and horror rippled through their ranks. "The bloody Colosseum," the man declared, "is now open." The sky darkened. A terrifying presence descended upon the battlefield. Althus appeared, lips twisted in amusement. "I am the god of all barbarians," he announced. "The father of duels. I shall grant you honorable deaths myself. If you claim you are not barbarians, prove it in a duel." From above, blood began to fall like rain. The scene shifted. Dio stood before Alan and lowered his head respectfully. "I will escort you, Count Alan." The surrounding knights froze in disbelief. In Caliban, the prestige of the swordless Duke Deos Massilian towered above nearly all others. He had once defeated the second prince and bowed to no one save the king himself. Yet here he stood, offering courtesy without hesitation. The watching knights stared at Alan, stunned. What kind of man commands such respect from him? Dio summoned an ornate carriage and gestured toward it. "Please." Alan felt a faint discomfort at the attention, but he stepped inside. Evan quietly assured him he would follow behind. Soon they arrived at Dios's residence. The mansion loomed like a massive, illuminated fortress, its sprawling structure reminiscent of a great armored beast crouched in silence. Inside, the halls were still. Alan reflected quietly. Coming here was technically a success. He had secured Kim Dong Dong, yet something felt slightly off. After considering his thoughts, he decided honesty was best. "I would like a word," Alan said. "I came with a purpose. I have a favor to request." Dios blinked in surprise. "You came to ask something of me. Please, explain." Alan nodded. "I will be clear. It would be my honor to assist you," Dios replied at once. He understood the difference. This was not a command. It was a request. Let us sit and speak properly. They took their seats at a tea table. Silence lingered between them. Alan briefly wondered if the host should not be seated at the head. Yet despite the formality, he felt unexpectedly at ease. After a pause, he continued, I have two requests. I know they are not simple. Dios listened attentively. I must travel north, Alan said. I would like you to accompany me. A small smile touched Deos's face. I would gladly go with you. Relief flickered through Alan until Deos added calmly, I was already preparing for an expedition north. The tension eased slightly. Then Alan spoke again. My second request concerns the royal treasury of Caliban. The atmosphere shifted. I wish to borrow an artifact. He met Deos's eyes directly. The ring of the madman. Outside the estate, a knight stepped forward and bowed. Vice Captain, I have returned from the escort mission. The man in front of him replied calmly, Well done. I was not concerned since the captain personally went. He reflected inwardly that Deus himself had escorted Count Palatinio. Soon after, Styla, Deus's sister, arrived. She spoke with careful curiosity. If my older brother handled the escort himself, the guest must be someone truly distinguished. The man chuckled lightly. Indeed, Lady Styla. Elsewhere, Deus held a letter and reviewed the contents in silence. After finishing, he looked up at the warrior before him and instructed, Inform them that the northern schedule will be delayed by 2 weeks. One of his subordinates asked respectfully, May I know the reason? With a faint smile, Deus answered, Because my benefactor, the great moon, Count Palatinio, will be arriving soon. Sometime earlier, a white-haired knight had observed him quietly, thinking that he had never seen their vice-captain show such an expression before. The arrival of the Count of Palatinio from the Kingdom of Austria had clearly stirred the estate, and even Styla could not hide her anticipation. The scene returned to Alan. Alan faced Deus and asked steadily, Would it be possible for me to borrow the ring of the Maid One from the Caliban treasury? Though his tone remained composed, tension weighed heavily on him. A thin sheen of sweat formed on his face. He understood the gravity of the request. It was unreasonable, and could place him in debt to the royal family. Yet the ring of the Maid One was vital to his plan. He looked directly at Deus. Without hesitation, Deus lowered his head slightly and replied, Yes, of course. At that moment, Ewan entered the room. He bowed respectfully to both Deus and Alan. My apologies for arriving late. Alan thought his timing could not have been better. A subtle smile touched his lips. He decided to ease the atmosphere first. You came at the right time, Alan said. You brought them. Ewan gave a confident nod. I will bring them now. He returned shortly with several elegant boxes. The gifts shimmered under the light as Alan personally presented them to Deus. Deus looked at the boxes with mild surprise. What is this? Alan opened one and explained. These are gifts I prepared myself. I especially recommend this gemstone string tie. It is quite popular. You should try it. Inside, Alan steadied his thoughts. He had chosen the tie after careful consideration. The refined design, adorned with delicate stones, gave it a distinguished appearance. He hoped Deus would appreciate the effort. Deus accepted it calmly. Thank you. He did not open the box. Alan hesitated before asking, Aren't you going to open it? Deus turned his face slightly. It would be discourteous to open it now. I will do so when I am alone. A flicker of doubt crossed Alan's mind. Perhaps the gift had failed. Was he merely a foreign count offering something insignificant? Or was Deus sincerely trying to show respect? Then Alan noticed the subtle brightness in Deus's eyes. He reminded himself that he was Deus's benefactor. Deus had always stood firmly at his side and protected him. Clearing his throat, Alan spoke again. If my request causes you any inconvenience, I will compensate for it. After a brief pause, he added firmly, I will bring the ring of the Maid One right away. Alan continued speaking and asked, Didn't you hear what I said about its current location? Deus replied calmly, It is in the royal treasury of Kelvin. Alan frowned slightly. Wouldn't retrieving it be difficult? Deus answered, Under normal circumstances, it would take about a week. He fell silent afterward, lost in thought. Both Alan and Ewan watched him, waiting for a response. When none came, Alan spoke again, thinking about the complications. Dealing with the king would be the most troublesome part. He briefly wondered if he would need to deploy nearly 50 elite pupils just to manage the situation. The thought surprised him. Deus might not appear expressive, but he seemed capable of making bold decisions. Suddenly, Deus's expression hardened, turning serious. Should I begin immediately? Alan quickly shook his head. You don't have to go that far. Deus gave a slight nod. Understood. Then I will retrieve it as quickly as possible. Alan felt a surge of gratitude. Deus was clearly willing to fulfill his request by any means. It showed how deeply he cared. Their conversation ended, and both of them prepared to leave the room. At that moment, Styla rushed in excitedly. At the same time, Aero interrupted with equal enthusiasm. Lady Styla, it has been a long time. The two greeted each other warmly, clinging to each other like siblings reunited after a long separation. Alan watched them with surprise, noticing the genuine happiness on their faces. He recalled that Styla was the younger sister he had ordered Ewan to save. In the original game, only a brief scene had shown her tragic death. Seeing her alive in person made Alan realize how much she resembled Deus. Before the moment could continue, Deus suddenly stepped forward. His face darkened as he pulled his sister slightly behind him. Narrowing his eyes at Ewan, he spoke coldly. "Address me properly. I am not your brother. I am Mr. Deus." Both Ewan and Alan froze in place. Shock was evident on Ewan's face. Ewan stammered, you're not wrong, but still." Alan silently observed the situation. He already knew that Deus carried a deep sense of loss and emptiness regarding family, but he had not expected him to cherish Styla this strongly. The atmosphere turned tense. Deus's eyes glowed faintly with a dark purple hue, and his aura deepened ominously. He spoke in a low, threatening tone. "Silence. Do not speak to my sister so casually." Deus trembled slightly. "I was only trying to greet her." The tension quickly escalated, creating an awkward and dangerous atmosphere. Alan suddenly understood something important. Deus treated him kindly because Alan had saved Styla. Alan had been too focused on preventing Deus from becoming a destructive force that he had overlooked this emotional bond. He wondered silently whether Deus would continue helping him unconditionally. Perhaps he had been pushing things too far. Still, he could not deny the benefit of their connection. At that moment, Silas stepped forward, interrupting the tension. She turned toward Alan politely. "Excuse me, sir. You must be Count Palatinio, correct?" Alan nodded. "That is correct." Silas spoke sincerely. "I heard that you ordered Sir Ewan to save me." Alan replied modestly. "I simply did what I had to." Inside, however, he admitted the truth. If she had died, her brother would have become a merciless killing machine. Alan had arranged their reunion at the most crucial moment to prevent that future. Scylla gently held Deus's hand and said softly, "Truly, thank you." She bowed her head gratefully toward Alan. Alan froze for a moment. He had acted with calculated intentions, never expecting to receive sincere gratitude. Yet the warmth of her words filled him with unexpected happiness. A gentle sense of satisfaction spread through him, and he smiled faintly. Later, Alan found himself staying at the mansion for dinner. During the meal, Deus returned and said calmly, "I have brought it." Alan looked up in disbelief. It had only been a single day, yet Deus had already obtained the treasured ring. When Alan opened the box and saw the ring of the Maid One inside, he asked in astonishment, "How did you manage to bring this within a day?" Before Deus could answer, Dae Yuan rushed into the room in a hurry. "Count, I have just discovered something very strange." Dae Yuan looked unsettled. Alan raised a brow. "Explain clearly." Dae Yuan took a breath. Deus caused a disturbance at the royal treasury. He demanded the ring of the Maid One. Alan stiffened. "What?" Wayarn continued, lowering his voice. The second prince tried to nitpick and delay him. In response, Deus slapped him several times. He kept striking him while repeating the same demand. "Hand over the ring." Alan was speechless. After that incident, 3 days were spent making preparations. Soon afterward, Alan departed for the northern expedition with the solar eclipse knights. He and Ewan left the capital in a carriage. 2 weeks later, at the forward outpost along Caliban's southern border, alarming news poured in. The knights engaged in war across the northern lands were being pushed back. Reports described brutal slaughter, entire units collapsing, and the sudden appearance of demonic monsters. Inside the military camp, chaos erupted. "Retreat," someone shouted. Another slammed his fist against the table. "Are you suggesting we turn our backs on the barbarians? You've seen it yourself, Viscount." Another officer argued. "The soldiers are severely wounded. They can barely stand." A different voice snapped back. "The first sword has already fallen. We have no chance of victory at this rate." Suddenly, a sharp clap echoed through the tent. The sound silenced the heated debate. All eyes turned to Deus. Beside him stood Folia, the fourth sword of Caliban, and captain of the representative knights. Deus spoke evenly. "Everyone's opinions are valid. We will decide after calming ourselves." Later, outside the camp, Deus walked with Folia. "The outer god is sweeping through our bases with undead forces," Folia explained. He continued grimly, "The third sword, Dalaman, died at the eastern base. The second sword, Chirin, has been critically wounded at the western base." Deus gazed toward the horizon. "I can already sense it." Folia nodded. "The mana is overwhelming, ominous. There's a strange red aura spreading through the land." Only those who had reached the realm of 3 opened eyes could clearly perceive the chilling distortion in the mana flow. Folia frowned. "That aura keeps drawing my attention. Perhaps retreat truly is our best option." Deus narrowed his gaze. "Smoke. What is that?" On the other side of the camp, Alan calmly roasted a sweet potato over a small flame. Deus stared at him in disbelief. "That is a sweet potato." Alan focused on the food, appearing oddly relaxed despite the grim atmosphere. He seemed to be enjoying himself. Deus narrowed his eyes but remained silent. Suddenly, raised voices erupted behind the camp. A young woman shouted sharply while confronting 2 soldiers. "I said the treatment is complete. There is nothing more I can do. I am here to investigate the barbarians' ritual." One soldier tried to reason with her. "Shouldn't saving people come before investigation?" Just once more. She cut him off coldly. All you can do now is watch over him. Dais looked up with surprise. The King's Grace, Knight Order of the Second Sword, and the Wise Master of the Blue Magic Tower. She has arrived for investigation. The Wise Master snapped irritably at the soldiers, clearly annoyed. Then she turned and spotted Dais. You brat, move aside. Her voice carried sharp authority. However, as her gaze shifted further, she suddenly trembled. Her eyes locked onto Alan. Alan returned her stare with a calm but piercing look. Her expression stiffened. Why is he here? She demanded. Meanwhile, the Vice Tower Master looked up at Alan in complete disbelief, and her expression stiffened the moment their eyes met. Alan casually waved a hand and addressed her as Vice Commander, stating that he had heard she was present and that the rumors appeared to be true. The Vice Tower Master trembled while still holding a meat skewer in her hand, clearly caught off guard by his sudden arrival and calm demeanor before her. She quickly explained that the medicine he had mentioned was currently out of stock and that preparing it would require time and effort. She added that she was rather exhausted at the moment, though she tried to maintain composure. Her voice wavered despite her attempt to appear calm. Alan studied her reaction with a faintly puzzled look, quietly observing every subtle tremor in her posture and the nervous tension visible in her hands. Alan responded evenly that he had sincerely hoped she could assist him, yet he understood that perhaps he was asking for too much under the circumstances. Hearing this, she immediately raised her voice in panic and clarified that she could absolutely prepare it without hesitation. Alan gave a slight nod and mentioned that his finances were tight, so the payment might be delayed. She insisted that 1 gold coin would be more than enough for her service. Although she spoke calmly, her fingers still shook as she forced a nervous laugh. Alan's gaze sharpened as he stated that he could not refuse such generosity. Behind them, several knights exchanged stunned looks, whispering among themselves in disbelief. One knight questioned what was happening. The Vice Tower Master quickly composed herself and reassured them that there was no need to worry, respectfully addressing Alan as Count. The knights were speechless that the Vice Tower Master of the Magic Tower was smiling in such a manner. 2 mages from the tower stared in disbelief and recalled that she once extracted 100 gold coins without blinking, wondering whether she had lost her mind. Without delay, she hurried off and announced that she would prepare the concoction immediately and serve it at once with utmost care and speed. Alan and Yuan stood frozen briefly, observing her retreating figure. The nearby knights looked at Alan with shining admiration, commenting that she was showing him remarkable respect and that it was impressive to witness such deference from someone of her standing. The atmosphere carried a mix of awe and confusion as everyone processed the unexpected turn of events unfolding before their eyes. Not long after, inside the camp, Dais suddenly stiffened as a disturbing sensation spread through the air. One of his knights asked whether he had felt the immense energy approaching from afar. Dais tightened his grip on his sword and glared at the faint red mist forming in the distance. He declared that they were under attack, his voice firm and resolute. Outside the camp, zombie-like corpses staggered forward, slowly but relentlessly closing in on their position. A knight shouted for everyone to charge, and the soldiers rushed ahead without hesitation. Swords pierced through rotting flesh, and twisted bodies convulsed grotesquely as they fell. Yet more corpses continued advancing, creating an overwhelming wave of decay and hostility pressing toward the camp. Suddenly, a freezing wave burst across the battlefield, scattering pale light like countless shards. The Vice Tower Master raised her staff and activated her detection spell, her movements swift and controlled. In an instant, the advancing corpses were sealed in thick layers of ice, frozen like stone statues. She began another chant without hesitation, reinforcing the battlefield with calculated precision. Behind her, Dais stepped forward with purple energy flaring around his blade. With a decisive and powerful strike, he cleaved through the frozen monsters, shattering them into fragments. He then lifted his gaze toward the sky and alerted the others to look above. The Vice Tower Master followed his line of sight, her expression darkening at the ominous sight unfolding overhead. The heavens had turned crimson as thunder roared within swirling clouds. An oppressive force pressed down upon the battlefield, radiating despair born from overwhelming power. A massive sphere of condensed magic descended like a cannon shot, slamming into the ground and tearing the earth apart. The impact sent shockwaves across the field, shaking both soldiers and terrain alike with destructive intensity. From the smoke emerged a towering demonic figure. A massive clawed foot stepped forward, marking the arrival of a being far beyond ordinary comprehension. The demon laughed mockingly and warned the soldiers not to belittle the sins of those who had lost their honor. His laughter echoed through the burning air, carrying a cruel and disdainful tone that chilled the hearts of those who heard it. Without hesitation, one of Deus's subordinates lunged forward and struck his sword directly at the demon. The knight gritted his teeth and swung with full force, determined to land a decisive blow. However, the blade failed to pierce the creature's body, proving ineffective against the overwhelming demonic presence standing before him on the shattered battlefield. In the next instant, the demon retaliated with terrifying speed. A flash of red light cut through the air, and the knight's head was severed cleanly. It fell to the ground before his body collapsed lifelessly. The battlefield fell silent for a brief moment as the brutality of the scene weighed heavily on everyone present, intensifying the murderous atmosphere surrounding the confrontation. The demon lord coldly declared that those who had abandoned the nobility of their souls would not be granted an honorable death. One of the soldiers shouted in panic that Pelva was going to die at that rate. Before chaos could spread further, Alan stepped forward with unwavering composure. His gaze lifted toward the demonic figure looming above the battlefield. He addressed great god Alpai Delus and invoked the oath of Kai Gune, presenting himself as Alan Palatuni to honor the sacred promise. He formally requested a duel of Babylon and activated his chanting skill with an unwavering tone. His voice carried clearly across the battlefield, cutting through fear and confusion with decisive authority and controlled resolve. The demon burst into laughter, and the sound seemed to split the sky itself. With each echo, violent energy rippled outward from his body. He expressed amusement that someone still remembered the oath of his era and described the situation as unexpected yet pleasing. Red energy erupted from his body as surrounding corpses dissolved into mist, which formed a massive barrier around them. The demon welcomed Alan to his bloody coliseum and sealed them inside the crimson mist. He announced that no one could interfere with the duel. In accordance with the Grand Pact of Altai, he accepted the sacred duel of Babylon. The barrier thickened, isolating them from the outside world and trapping them within a domain ruled solely by the laws of the duel. Alan felt the crushing pressure radiating from the being before him. He realized that the demon was far more terrifying than he had anticipated, and admitted inwardly that he had been mistaken. The entity was already close to full manifestation. The demon laughed again in manic delight, covering his face as his power swelled within the crimson domain. Alan calculated that the closer an outer god came to interacting with the world, the more strength it acquired, and he recognized that this being was nearing the revelation of the five mortal sins. He steadied his breathing and reflected that if he had not consumed the potion of excellence earlier, he would have collapsed by now. He understood this was his final chance. He raised his head and declared that the duel would begin. The Grand Duel of Babylon proceeded turn by turn as a solemn voice echoed within the Crimson Colosseum. Rule 1 granted initiative to the challenged party. The demon lord moved first and hurled a punch toward Alan, crimson energy condensing around his fist as he expressed his intent to play the Song of Ruin. Outside the barrier, soldiers shouted for everyone to take cover. Alan did not move and stood firm with his gaze locked on the approaching strike. A soldier questioned why he remained still after witnessing such power. Rule 2 declared that the defender could not act outside their turn and could not move if struck by the initial assault. The demon lord's energy surged violently, pressing down like a collapsing sky. He commented darkly on the dreadful nature of manifestation. Rule 3 declared that each turn consisted of one attack and one defense, and that positions would reverse at the end of each turn. Alan brushed his fingers against the potion at his side, acknowledging that it was now the defender's turn. He understood that a basic defense would be useless against such force. He began chanting imposition, condensation, reinforcement, and dispersion as magic circles layered behind him in rapid succession. He resolved to exhaust every enchantment to block a single strike. The crimson force descended and collided with his barriers, halting midair before erupting in a deafening explosion. Red light clashed against shimmering enchantments as the earth shattered beneath them, splitting apart under immense pressure. Outside the barrier, Yuan and the others froze in place. The Vice Tower Master anxiously wondered whether the Count had survived. When the light faded, Alan remained standing, though battered and bleeding, with a cracked magic circle glowing behind him. He steadied himself and held the potion prepared by the Vice Tower Master, recalling that it was described as a redemption potion capable of soothing unbearable pain. He observed that when used at the precise moment, it worked flawlessly and allowed him to remain standing. He poured the golden liquid over himself as warm light enveloped his body and restored his strength gradually. He assessed that it would not restore him completely but would allow him to move. His gaze turned cold as he declared that he had fulfilled the conditions to enter the state of stillness. He raised his hand as a ring appeared upon his finger. Golden radiance burst forth from it, illuminating the crimson mist as he activated Binding Summon and announced that the long-awaited hour had arrived. He began to explain the situation almost like a lecturer presenting a lesson. To confront Ultralus, one first had to understand the rules of the duel itself. That was why he had willingly accepted the challenge and demanded a sacred duel of Babylon. Only within those strict boundaries could the movements of an outer god be limited. The reincarnation pendant had ensured that he would not truly die, and the potion had kept him barely alive. The Ring of Radiance required one critical condition. He had to stand at death's edge. Now that requirement had been met, the constraint activated. Alan stepped forward toward Ultralus and stated that in a sacred duel, defense and counterattacks were forbidden. In the game's mechanics, he had simply endured the first strike because enhancement effects there had been limited by turns. Here, however, they were governed by reality itself. There was no turn limit. He began channeling magic. He declared the first constraint, explaining that when magic was used upon snowy terrain, he could slightly distort the laws of this world. Above his head, a red eye opened. Then a blue eye opened as well. He invoked diffraction. Energy gathered before his palm and crackled with unstable force. He declared the second constraint, stating that when magic was invoked at death's threshold, he could bend the laws of this world further. He invoked Primeral Point. Lightning condensed into the shape of a spear in his grasp. Its form sharpened and compressed into lethal density. Dark energy seeped into it as he layered extinction over the spell, staining it with a shadowed aura. He declared the third constraint, explaining that when battling a god, he could twist the world's laws even more. He invoked Silent Front. The power surged once again and intensified beyond its previous state. He declared the fourth constraint, stating that when magic was used against Ultralus, the great god of duels, its force increased further. Ultralus stood with his arms spread wide. He neither guarded nor retreated, bound completely by the sacred rules. Alan hurled the spear. It struck Ultralus head-on. A blinding explosion erupted and swallowed the battlefield in light and thunder. The ground fractured beneath the blast and the air screamed from the force of it. Through the roar of destruction, Alan's voice carried steadily as he declared that he could still twist the laws of this world one more time. Alan knew the final condition clearly. For his plan to succeed, Ultralus had to be erased in a single strike. However, destroying the body of an outer god was not enough. Even if a spear pierced straight through its heart, such beings did not simply vanish. The lightning spear struck true. A massive hole tore through Ultralus's chest. And yet, the god threw his head back and laughed. He described the attack as impressive, almost as if complimenting a student. Cold dread tightened in Alan's chest as he questioned whether it had failed. He had poured everything into that attack. Even the reserve of magic stored within his bracelet had been completely drained. Ultralus regarded him with manic amusement and remarked that he truly was the successor to that will, and had already reached such a level. Alan's mind raced as he wondered what was happening. Before his eyes, Ultralus's massive form began to blur at the edges. His frame flickered like a reflection disturbed by rippling water. Ultralus described the duel as splendid, and acknowledged it as a worthy clash between noble warriors. Alan stared as realization dawned that the god was fading. Ultralus continued speaking as his voice echoed strangely and his body grew translucent. He wondered how matters would unfold between the black one and the blue one. He then lifted a hand and produced an object, a belt, and tossed it toward Alan. He declared that he had lost the duel and granted Alan the belt along with its authority. His body began drifting upward and dissolving into the sky. He addressed Alan as a warrior who remembered the ancient rites and hidden mysteries of the forgotten great god, and who walked in pursuit of that will. He instructed that when the usurpers broke their chains, Alan should call upon his name. His smile sharpened as he clarified that Alan must not use the false and humiliating name wrapped in deception, but instead call upon his true name, the god of chaos. Then he vanished completely. Silence fell across the battlefield. The duel was over. Alan had won. After the outer god's disappearance, soldiers moved quietly across the battlefield and buried the fallen. The chaos gradually settled, and preparations were made to return to Caliban. Inside a carriage, Alan sat opposite Pinea. He drew a breath and indicated that it was time for the next question. She immediately cut him off and stated that he was a rank 3. Her eyes widened as she corrected herself and admitted her mistake. Alan leaned back slightly and asked what she knew about the blue things and the black things. At once, tension seized her face. She shook her head rapidly and insisted that she did not know anything and had never seen anything like that, swearing that it was the truth. He studied her for a moment and then stated that it was fine. The moment he said that, she practically leapt from the carriage, thanking him repeatedly as she hurried away. Alan blinked and realized that he had not even said she could leave yet. He exhaled quietly and reflected that if people kept thanking him for things so minor, he might start believing he was some kind of villain. His gaze lowered as his thoughts returned to the duel. He questioned why Ultralus had disappeared even though his attack had not truly destroyed him. Ultralus's final words lingered in his mind and raised more questions than answers. Beside him rested the belt the god had given him. Alan picked it up and examined it carefully. He had seen this item before in the game. It was the Belt of the Forgotten, a reward for defeating Ultralus. Its effect was simple and brutal, doubling both the damage dealt and the damage received. As he turned it over, he noticed something he did not recall from before. An inscription lined the inner surface. The inscription addressed the one who had inherited his will and instructed that his steps should guide him to Kahala, the city of the ancient gods. Alan narrowed his eyes and stated that this part had never been seen before. He turned the belt over in his hands again, his gaze lingering on the inscription, Kahala, the city of the ancient gods. A quiet thought surfaced as he wondered whether he would find answers there. A knock interrupted him. He looked up and permitted the visitor to enter. The door opened and revealed Deus. Alan raised a brow and asked what it was. Deus spoke evenly and explained that the mage had left without properly seeing him off, and offered to eliminate her if Alan wished. Alan blinked and quickly waved the suggestion away, stating that it would not be necessary. As the door closed again, Alan rubbed his temple and wondered whether this was going a little too far. 2 weeks later in Kid Ram, the capital of Caliban, the northern expedition officially came to an end. Dace went to the castle to deliver his report and returned the Ring of Radiance while there. When he rejoined Alan afterward, a brief silence passed before Alan mentioned that he had received quite a number of rewards from the king. Dias hesitated and then asked whether he too could become stronger. The question caught Alan off guard. He wondered what Dias was talking about, since he was already the youngest Master Knight. Then he realized it was about the magic, the duel, and the overwhelming display of power. He understood that it had impressed Deus. Aloud, he explained that even without divine descent or the incarnation of the five sins, their generation's natural talent was exceptional. He stated that Dice excelled with the sword and that strength would come in time. He met Dice's eyes and assured him that if he kept working, he would reach whatever height he aimed for. To Alan, that was simply a fact. Dice looked surprised by the certainty in his voice. Alan reflected that Dace had been born with that gift. A faint trace of envy passed through him as he acknowledged that Dace was already tremendously powerful and simply did not fully recognize it yet. Alan eventually stated that he should be going. Before he could leave, Dace quietly asked why Alan always requested favors instead of giving him orders. Alan paused and responded by asking why he would order someone from his own family. Dace stood still, caught off guard by that answer. Without another word, Alan departed. Inside his carriage, Alan leaned back against the seat and wondered whether Deus had thought his sponsorship came with hidden intentions. He exhaled and acknowledged that he wanted to prevent the descent of the five sins. However, the money he had spent and the support he had given had not been a calculated investment alone. He admitted quietly that he had done it because he wanted to. Then he frowned slightly and questioned what the point was of raising a kid like that. That evening, in his own quarters, Dice sat alone. The gifts Alan had given him rested on the table nearby. He reflected that he had initially followed Alan because he felt indebted, yet Alan kept doing more for him. He raised his hand and attempted to replicate the gesture he had seen during the duel, and invoked Silent Front. Nothing happened. He lowered his arm and let out a quiet breath, wishing that he could use magic the way Alan did. Then he remembered Alan's words about family. The thought settled warmly in his chest. For the first time that night, Jace allowed himself a small and contented smile. Nearly a month passed before Alan finally returned to the estate of Count Patio. By the time his carriage rolled through the gates, almost 3 months had gone by since his last visit home. The journey had been long and exhausting. Dust from the roads clung to his cloak, and fatigue weighed heavily on his body. When he reached the door to his room, Alan paused for a moment. It was his office. More specifically, it was the place where his responsibilities as a noble gathered into a physical form. Papers were stacked everywhere. For a brief moment, Alan simply stared. It almost felt as if the paperwork itself had been waiting for him. "Welcome back, Count. Now please finish everything you've been avoiding." Alan quietly stepped backward and gently closed the door. Then he turned around and began walking away without hesitation. "I must have opened the wrong door," he said calmly. After a long pause, he rubbed his face and released a tired sigh. "Right, who am I trying to fool?" With the reluctant acceptance of a man marching toward his own execution, Alan turned around and walked back to the office. After all, this was the unavoidable fate of a noble who had been away from his duties for too long. When Alan pushed the door open again, the towering stacks of documents greeted him once more. This time he didn't retreat. Instead, he walked inside, pulled out the chair, and sat down at the desk. The work began immediately. One hand moved across the paper signing documents with quick practice strokes. The other hand pressed a seal stamp down again and again. He stamped another document and muttered under his breath, "Fine. Once I finish all of this, I'm taking a vacation. No interruptions, no emergencies, even if the kingdom collapses. When exactly do I get to enjoy a peaceful life as a noble?" The towering stacks had finally disappeared. With the responsibilities cleared, Alan decided it was time to reward himself. For the next week, he declared a personal vacation. And this time, he intended to enjoy every moment of it. His days followed a simple rhythm. He woke up late in the morning instead of before sunrise. In the evenings, he treated himself to perfectly cooked steaks, savoring each bite without thinking about politics, responsibilities, or magical disasters. The quiet routine brought him a surprising amount of happiness. For Alan, this simple lifestyle felt more satisfying than any powerful spell he had ever mastered. Yet despite the peaceful atmosphere of his vacation, his mind refused to completely relax. Because he understood something important. The world had already changed. Otherworldly beings had appeared once before. Remembering that chaos made Alan feel strangely relieved about the current situation. Even during his vacation, he quietly gathered information whenever he could. He muttered, "Normally, Alan preferred investigating matters personally rather than relying on organizations like the Information Guild. He trusted his own judgment far more than secondhand reports. But this time there was a complication. The location of the ancient divine city known as Kahara had not yet been discovered. Alan folded his arms and sank into thought. If his memories from the game Psychedelia were accurate, the hidden city should be discovered sometime during the current year. In the original storyline, Kahara had been found exactly 3 years before the protagonist left his village. And by coincidence, or perhaps by fate, this year happened to match that exact point in time. So all I have to do is wait, Alan murmured quietly. Just as that thought settled in his mind, the door to his office suddenly opened. Evan stepped inside. Almost immediately, he frowned and rubbed his arms as if trying to warm himself. "My lord," Evan said cautiously, "is it just me, or is it unusually cold in here?" Alan blinked in confusion. Only then did he glance down toward the floor. At some point during his magical research, he had unconsciously drawn an ice-based magic circle beneath his desk. The runic lines glowed faintly, quietly releasing waves of chilling energy that were spreading across the room. The temperature had dropped so low that frost was beginning to form along the furniture. In other words, Alan had accidentally turned his office into something resembling a storage cellar. Evan stared at the frozen floor, clearly unsure how to respond. After a moment, he cleared his throat. "My lord, there's actually something more important I came to report." Alan raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Evan hesitated for a moment before delivering the news. "A hidden city has been discovered in the colony." For a brief second, the room became completely silent. Alan froze. His eyes widened slightly. "What did you say?" The timing was almost suspiciously perfect. Only moments earlier, he had been thinking about Kahara, and now news had arrived about a newly discovered hidden city. It felt as if the world had somehow overheard his thoughts. Meanwhile, far away from Alan's estate, a meeting of the organization known as Blue Moon had just begun. Because its members lived in distant regions, they gathered only twice a year. Instead of meeting in person, they communicated through a magical crystal orb created by Renee. Most meetings were extremely short. In fact, they rarely lasted longer than 10 minutes. Utia typically guided the discussion, keeping everything organized and efficient. CEO Rang occasionally asked simple questions out of curiosity, while the others usually responded with brief comments like, "Yes, no," or "That seems reasonable." Deus in particular was known for speaking the least. His quiet nature meant he rarely offered more than a few words during any gathering. That was why what happened next surprised everyone. During the meeting, Solrang suddenly spoke with innocent curiosity. "I heard a rumor that the Great Moon recently appeared somewhere. What was it like seeing him in person?" The others expected a simple answer. Instead, Deus began speaking. "The Great Moon confronted the otherworldly entity known as Olus," he began calmly. While everyone else was overwhelmed by fear, including the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Tower, the Great Moon stepped forward and challenged the creature directly. Everyone listened politely. Deus continued explaining every detail of the event with careful precision. By that point, it was clear that the Great Moon had already begun preparing his magic long before the confrontation began. 30 minutes later, the atmosphere in the meeting had changed. The members stared at the glowing crystal orb with increasingly blank expressions. It slowly became clear that Deus was not giving a short summary. He was delivering a full lecture. An entire hour passed. Renee and Seolrang exchanged desperate looks before turning toward Utia. She was the only person who could stop him. Silently, they begged her to intervene. But instead, Utia smiled warmly. "The Great Moon truly sounds extraordinary," she said cheerfully. "Please continue." At that moment, the others realized something horrifying. This meeting was not going to end anytime soon. Eventually, 2 full hours later, Deus finally finished speaking. Silence filled the meeting once again. Renee, Radon, and Seorang all learned a very important lesson that day. Never ask Deus about the Great Moon again. Deus looked at the crystal orb thoughtfully. "I may have spoken slightly longer than intended," he admitted calmly. "I suppose we'll continue our discussions in 6 months." Udia smiled brightly. That was very interesting. With that, the meeting finally ended. By the time the crystal orb dimmed, dawn had already arrived. Back at Count Patio's estate, Alan soon encountered something equally unexpected. Standing in the doorway of a storage room, he stared at a bizarre sight. The entire room was filled with gift boxes. Large boxes, small boxes, elegant boxes wrapped with ribbons, and several that looked suspiciously expensive. For a long moment, Alan simply stood there silently, as if he had accidentally wandered into someone else's house. Then he slowly turned toward Evan. Evan, would you mind explaining what exactly I'm looking at? Evan stepped forward and opened one of the boxes. The moment he saw the contents, his eyes widened. My lord, this artifact came from the deepest levels of the Albury ruins. He carefully lifted the item out. To be honest, this single piece could probably buy an entire mansion. Alan blinked. He then opened another box and pulled out a golden cup decorated with intricate patterns. It was clearly worth a fortune. In his other hand, he held several letters that had arrived along with the gifts. He began reading the names written at the bottom. His expression slowly shifted into a frown. I've never heard of any of these nobles, Alan muttered. The letters themselves were filled with extravagant compliments and polite greetings. If people were generous enough to send gifts, refusing them would only be rude. To Alan, the situation felt simple. Someone had sent friendly presents. Accepting them seemed like the most natural response. A week later, Evan returned once again. This time he carried several additional boxes. He carefully set them down beside the others, though his expression looked increasingly uncertain. My lord, Evan said slowly, glancing at the towering stack of gifts. It doesn't appear that they intend to stop. Alan stared at the growing pile with widened eyes. For a moment he remained silent, observing the boxes that now occupied nearly half the room. A month passed, and the gifts kept arriving. Even Alan eventually began to feel a little embarrassed by the sheer extravagance. While examining a particularly luxurious jewel box one afternoon, he sighed quietly. Maybe I should send back the more outrageous ones. By the beginning of summer, however, the stream of deliveries finally began to slow. Around the same time, the Grand Assembly was scheduled to take place in Teria, the capital of the Asteria Kingdom. Unfortunately for Alan, things didn't go smoothly. He arrived late. The result was a rather unusual sight within the royal palace corridors. Count Alan Patio was walking quickly through the hallway, his steps far faster than usual. Behind him, Evan struggled to keep up. We're almost there, my lord, Evan said. Alan said nothing. At the moment, he was far more concerned with avoiding attention than anything else. Being late to his first grand assembly was not exactly the kind of impression he wanted to make. Evan noticed his master's unusual speed and assumed the reason was simple. The count must be in an enormous hurry. What Evan didn't notice immediately was something stranger. Several other nobles had begun walking behind Alan. They followed at a distance, quietly matching his pace. Eventually, Alan reached the enormous doors leading to the assembly hall. He pushed them open and stepped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, he stopped. Right in the center of the hall stretched a wide-open space, completely empty. Alan blinked once, then sighed in relief. Oh, so I'm not late after all. Earlier, he had studied the seating arrangements for the assembly. The political factions were separated clearly. The royalists usually sat on the left side of the chamber. The aristocratic faction occupied the right. Alan looked toward the open area in the middle, so the center must be reserved for neutral nobles, he thought. That made sense. After nodding to himself, Alan made a decision. I'll just sit somewhere in the back. It seemed like the safest option. But as he stepped forward, something strange happened. More nobles began entering the hall behind him, and all of them were staring directly at him. Alan blinked in surprise. What? Just moments earlier, he was certain these nobles had still been outside. Are they judging me for choosing a seat in the back? The thought made him uncomfortable. Trying to avoid attracting suspicion, Alan quietly changed direction and walked toward the middle rows instead. But the staring didn't stop. In fact, the expressions of the nobles seemed to grow even more shocked. Of course, the reason was completely different from what Alan imagined. In their minds, they were asking a different question. Why isn't he sitting in the front? After a few seconds of silent pressure, Alan finally gave up. Fine, he muttered quietly. I'll sit in the front row. He walked forward and sat down. The instant he did, every noble in the hall sat down at the same time. Alan slowly turned his head and looked around. His confusion deepened. He scratched his head awkwardly. Were they all waiting for me? Alan frowned. Is no one brave enough to sit in the front row? With a quiet sigh, he leaned back slightly. What's the point of sitting this close to the faction leaders anyway? Before long, the presenter stepped forward and officially began the session. We will now begin the Grand Assembly. The room grew quiet. The presenter continued speaking. Today we will recognize a new faction that has recently been granted official voting rights within the assembly. He paused briefly before announcing the name. The faction known as Kalpa. Alan blinked, but he didn't pay much attention. At that moment, he was mostly hoping the meeting would end as quickly as possible. Then the presenter spoke again. Count Palladio, the president of Kalpa. Alan suddenly jumped upright. Yes. The word escaped automatically, then his brain froze. Wait, inside his head, panic erupted instantly. What is Kalpa? Alan quickly turned around, hoping to see someone else who looked equally confused. Instead, he spotted two familiar figures sitting together, Altia and Zenonius. Both of them were watching him with bright expressions, filled with admiration. Alan's thoughts stopped completely. Why are those two sitting together? His confusion deepened. Did Zenonius and Altia form some kind of alliance and name it Kalpa? His sanity felt like it was slipping away piece by piece. Those two individuals could barely remain in the same room without arguing. How had they somehow formed a faction together? Before Alan could process the situation further, the presenter spoke again. Count Palladio, as the president of Kalpa, would you like to say a few words? Alan slowly turned his head back toward the front. His face was completely blank. And in that moment, a horrifying realization finally struck him. The mysterious new faction known as Kalpa apparently had him listed as its president.
In the desolate northern wasteland, where freezing winds carved across endless sheets of ice, a lone cloaked figure walked steadily through the storm. His steps suddenly stopped. For a moment, he simply stood there, letting the biting wind whip around him. A faint, unsettling smile slowly formed on his lips as his eyes scanned the vast frozen landscape. Something about this place clearly amused him. His gaze eventually settled on a massive trench carved deep into the ice. It stretched across the wasteland like a scar left on the earth itself, the unmistakable mark of Delmon's devastating sword strike. This was also the exact battlefield where Alan had once faced the god Ultus. The cloaked man quietly studied the frozen ruin, then spoke softly into the empty air. So, how far will you go? His voice carried lightly with the wind. Perhaps I should watch. It seemed that Alan had begun attracting the attention of beings far more powerful than he could imagine. Far away from the frozen north, inside the Grand Council chamber, Alan was experiencing a crisis of an entirely different kind. His mind had completely shut down. The chairman had just asked him, of all people, to deliver a speech as the new leader of the Cow faction. Yes. The Cow faction. The very political group that had somehow formed around him, despite the fact that Alan had spent his entire life trying to stay as neutral and unnoticed as possible. And now, unbelievably, he had become its representative. Inside his head, a single thought echoed in pure panic. How did this even happen? He felt like he had somehow stumbled into the plot of a ridiculous novel. Situations like this were supposed to happen to bold heroes or cunning masterminds, not to a tired former salaryman who just wanted a quiet life and maybe a nap. Meanwhile, the chairman noticed Alan's blank, 1,000-yard stare and awkwardly cleared his throat. Well, it appears our representative has chosen to remain silent for the moment. With that, the meeting moved forward. But the moment it did, the council chamber erupted into celebration. Confetti burst into the air, and a massive banner was rolled out across the hall. Congratulations on the founding of the Cow faction. Before Alan could even react, nobles flooded toward him from every direction. Hands grabbed his in enthusiastic congratulations while voices praised him as the star of the evening. From his perspective, however, it felt like being trapped in a social disaster he had never asked for. Surrounded by cheering nobles, Alan slowly arrived at a terrifying realization. Don't tell me. I'm just a ceremonial leader. Later that evening, during the after-party, Alan found himself cornered by the two women who had clearly orchestrated much of this chaos. Duchess Altia and Duchess Zenonia. Kalia stood nearby holding a glass of champagne, her sly smile radiating satisfaction. Are you enjoying the celebration? She asked casually. She took a small sip, clearly pleased with the outcome of the night. I'd say everything turned out exactly as planned, wouldn't you? Beside her, Gloria nodded in agreement, her own smile equally sharp. Yes. Everything unfolded exactly according to your wishes, Count Palazzo. Alan's thoughts immediately spiraled into confusion. He had barely spoken to these women more than a few times years ago. What plan? What wishes? The room suddenly felt like it was spinning. His mind frantically searched for answers. Did I develop a split personality or something? Did some other version of me secretly organize an entire political takeover? Gloria clasped her hands together, her expression filled with dramatic gratitude. We're simply grateful that we can finally begin repaying you for saving our lives. Alan clenched his teeth so tightly it almost hurt. Inside, his mind was screaming, "What are you even talking about?" Yet on the outside, he forced himself to maintain a stiff, painfully neutral expression. As the truth slowly began forming in his mind, a memory surfaced. This entire disaster had started with a single letter. After Alan asked Kalia to arrange a meeting with Duchess Loria, he had written a message meant to smooth things over politely. Unfortunately, the contents of that letter had been wildly misunderstood. What Alan believed to be a simple apology had somehow been interpreted as a series of mysterious and calculated commands. In the letter, he had casually mentioned that only a few nobles were truly on good terms with him. To them, it sounded like an instruction to recruit only the most loyal allies. Those countless gifts that had been arriving at his mansion over the past month suddenly made sense as well. They weren't merely thank you presents. They were applications. Applications to join his so-called political faction. Alan clutched his head in disbelief. "I swear on my old corporate career. I never ordered any of this." He clearly remembered writing that letter. All he had meant to say was something simple. "Sorry if my quiet and blunt personality made me seem cold." That was it. Just a polite apology. But his vague, corporate-style wording had been interpreted as something far more sinister. Thinking back, he now understood why some of the gift notes had sounded disturbingly intense. One even said, "Please take care of us, Count. We adore you." The memory alone nearly made him die of embarrassment. Sweat rolled down Alan's forehead as reality sank in. There was no easy way to clear up this misunderstanding. And from what he knew about the personalities of people like these duchesses, villains had a very specific way of reacting to betrayal. The moment the word misunderstanding crossed his mind, his imagination immediately ran wild. In his mental image, the room grew cold. Kalia's smile turned icy. "A misunderstanding?" she asked dangerously. Loria slowly pulled out a dagger. Kalia radiated terrifying energy while even the cute little dog nearby transformed into something resembling a hellhound. "Well," Kalia murmured sweetly, "then we'll just have to kill him." Alan immediately reconsidered his strategy. Plan A, explain the truth. Outcome, certain death. Plan B, pretend everything was intentional. He sighed internally. "I'll just need to find the right moment to quietly retire later." Besides, he had already accepted far too many gifts to back out now. Just then, Kalia's cheerful voice interrupted his thoughts. "So," she asked with a sweet smile, "what are you planning to do next?" Alan forced himself to think quickly. Since he had absolutely no understanding of politics, he decided the safest strategy was to say something that sounded impressive while revealing nothing at all. Putting on his most composed and mysterious expression, he spoke calmly. "First, we should bring order to the underworld." The statement hung in the air. Both women blinked in visible surprise, clearly caught off guard by the boldness of his declaration. To them, it sounded like a decisive strategic move. To Alan, however, it was simply the first vague sentence that had come to mind. But now that he had said it, he realized something important. This was his chance to escape. Without giving them time to respond, he straightened his posture and added casually, "I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave." Before either of them could ask another question, he turned and made a swift retreat. His calm stride quickly turned into something closer to a hurried power walk as he exited the hall. Outside, his carriage was already waiting. Evan stood nearby. The moment Alan climbed inside, he spoke with urgency. "You delivered the letter, right?" Evan looked at him in confusion. "Yes. I did. But wasn't this supposed to be a party? You're leaving rather early." Alan immediately cut him off. "Don't look back. Just head straight to Colony." Evan stared at him completely baffled, but he followed the order anyway. Meanwhile, back inside the celebration hall, Kalia watched Alan's sudden departure with a faint, amused smile. "Just as expected," she murmured. "He says only what's necessary and then disappears." Beside her, Loria looked thoughtful. "It has been quite some time since we took full control of our districts," she said slowly. "And now he speaks of unifying the underworld." Kalia's eyes gleamed with excitement. "This is going to be interesting." Loria responded with a sharp, predatory smile. The two women lifted their glasses and clinked them together in a quiet toast. "I'm very curious," Loria said softly, "to see how far our new leader will take us." While Alan believed he had successfully escaped one problem, another threat was already moving through the darkness of the night. An assassin named Cygnus had found his target. From the shadows, he watched the carriage moving along the road. There you are, Count Palazzo. However, this mission would not be simple. Eliminating the target itself was not the real issue. The complication came from the powerful Master Knight who was rumored to be guarding him. His leader's advice echoed in his mind. Avoid creating unnecessary enemies. Even large rewards are not worth it. But Cygnus only smirked. I'm sure the leader would understand this particular job. His thoughts drifted back to when the contract had first been offered. The meeting had taken place inside the Carmine residence located south of the Ashkelon kingdom. The client had waited in a dark room, his presence radiating quiet menace. You're the agent, correct? The man asked. Leaning forward slightly, he spoke with arrogant confidence. If that's the case, then you should know exactly who I am. After all, your organization serves the family of the strongest. Cygnus belonged to a legendary guild of assassins operating throughout the United Kingdom. Every member possessed strength comparable to a swordmaster. But before discussing the mission, Cygnus decided to tidy up the room. He glanced toward the client's guards. In the next instant, steel flashed. The guards never even had time to draw their weapons before they collapsed in a spray of blood. The client slowly clapped his hands, clearly impressed. As expected from someone of your reputation. Then he revealed the true reason for the meeting. I want you to eliminate Count Palazzo. A cruel smile spread across his face. You wouldn't refuse a request from me, would you? After all, they call me the Tyrant of Ashkelon. Cygnus remained calm and professional. As long as the payment is sufficient, the mission will succeed, he replied. Even if the target happens to be royalty. He then named his price. But he added one more line. However, I wonder if you can actually afford my services, Lord Carmine. Carmine didn't argue. Instead, he simply said one word. 4. He then revealed the payment. In his hand was a glowing dark cube. Cygnus froze. This wasn't an ordinary abyss orb. It was something far rarer. An abyss cube. His eyes widened immediately. Unlike the common abyss orbs that merely enhanced physical strength, the abyss cube granted unique and powerful abilities. It was an incredibly rare artifact secretly circulated by Duke Kamayan himself. Its value was almost unimaginable. Cygnus couldn't help swallowing nervously. He had once experienced only a tiny fragment of its power through his guild leader. Even that small taste had been extraordinary. If he possessed one himself, the temptation was overwhelming. Without hesitation, he accepted the contract. I'll return as soon as the task is finished. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the room like a shadow carried away by the wind. Left alone, Carmine leaned back in his chair with a twisted grin. Palazzo, did you really believe you could ignore me and live peacefully? His expression slowly warped into something monstrous. That will never happen. Sometime later, Cygnus appeared at another luxurious estate. Standing before him was a man whose authority surpassed that of nearly every noble in the Ashkelon kingdom. Seeker. He was the true power behind the nobility and the hidden ruler of the underworld within the United Kingdom. Cygnus spoke respectfully. Will this cause any trouble? Seeker looked at him calmly. So, my useless son stole an abyss cube. Cygnus felt the temptation of the artifact strongly, but he also remembered the warning given by his leader. Never provoke the Duke. Seeker waved his hand dismissively. I heard nothing. Cygnus understood immediately. The man was choosing to ignore the matter entirely. So he's deliberately looking the other way. What incredible luck. Before leaving, Cygnus paused at the window. Shall I pass along your greetings to the leader? He asked. Seeker gave a simple reply. Do as you wish. Moments later, Cygnus disappeared through the window into the night. Not long after, another man entered the room. Seeker turned toward him and asked calmly. Didn't you say you had no influence inside the Alon kingdom? Yes, Lord Seeker, the subordinate replied respectfully. He continued, explaining the situation he had gathered through his informants. There is a newly formed faction gaining influence in the Alon kingdom. It's called the Kalan faction and Count Palazzo stands at its center. Their rise has been unusually fast. Seeker listened quietly. In truth, he was the hidden force that ruled the criminal underworld of Ashkelon. Very few people understood the extent of his influence. A faint, cold smile appeared on his lips. If that's the case, he said slowly, then this situation has turned out rather conveniently. If he had been forced to intervene personally, it would have been bothersome. But now, someone else was already moving to deal with the matter. Meanwhile, far away in the darkness of the forest, Alan's carriage continued along the narrow road. Inside, Alan and Evan remained completely unaware of the danger rapidly approaching them. Above the trees, Cygnus floated silently in the air, his eyes locked on the moving carriage below. This was the perfect moment. He raised his weapon, a special magical quill used for casting his deadly techniques. Power gathered along its tip as he prepared the final strike. "No hard feelings, Count Palazzo," he murmured quietly. Magic surged through the quill as he released the attack. But just before the spell could be completed, something happened. Cygnus's expression instantly twisted into shock. His hands suddenly separated from his body. For a brief moment, he didn't even understand what had happened. He had not been the attacker. He had become the target. A powerful force slammed into him from nowhere, sending his body crashing violently toward the ground. An instant later, a brilliant beam of energy struck the exact spot where he landed. The explosion tore apart the earth with a thunderous roar. High above, the full moon illuminated the scene like a silent witness. When the dust settled, Cygnus lay on the ground, completely broken. His body refused to move. He could only stare helplessly into the darkness. "Don't bother struggling," a quiet voice said. The words drifted out from the shadows. A figure slowly stepped forward into the pale moonlight. It was Elvian. His face carried a strangely cheerful smile that felt unsettling in the silence of the night. "You can't move anyway," he added casually. With a simple flick of his wrist, Elvian released his power. An invisible force tore through the air. Cygnus's body was ripped apart instantly, leaving no chance for resistance. The execution was swift and merciless. Elvian stretched his arms afterward as if he had just finished a minor task. "What a shame," he said lightly, his tone completely devoid of regret. In the distance, Alan's carriage continued traveling along the road, untouched by the chaos that had just occurred. Inside, Evan kept guiding the horses forward, completely unaware that a deadly assassin had just been eliminated moments earlier. Elvian walked over and picked up the fallen weapon, the magical quill that Cygnus had used. He examined it briefly. "If your target hadn't been the Count," he muttered softly, "you might have survived tonight." With a sharp snap, he broke the quill in half. Moments later, his figure disappeared into the moonlit night. Unbeknownst to Alan, his newly sponsored ward, Elvian, who in the original story was supposed to be the main protagonist, had already become something far more dangerous, a silent protector, and a terrifyingly powerful guardian watching over him from the shadows. Inside the carriage, Alan sat as it moved through the scorching desert. The blazing sun and dry wind made every breath feel heavy. He leaned back weakly and muttered, "My lungs feel completely boiled." After a moment, he added in a tired voice, "It's been 5 days, and I still haven't gotten used to this." Across from him, Yuan observed his condition and replied calmly, "You're not boiled. You just look like a melted ice cake." Alan let out a quiet sigh. "If only we had an ice crystal." Yuan tilted his head slightly. "Then why not practice your magic?" Alan lowered his gaze and shook his head. "Not really." Yuan spoke again, his tone steady. "It could be worse. You could end up roasted like barbecue." Alan gave a faint response. "At this point, I already feel like one." Despite everything, joining the caravan had still been a reasonable choice. After a brief silence, Alan suddenly lifted his head and looked outside. His eyes landed on a red-haired girl in another carriage. "We don't know this desert at all," he murmured. Noticing his gaze, the girl frowned and snapped, "Hey, why are you looking at me like that?" Alan froze for a moment, then narrowed his eyes as he observed her carefully. She had short red hair and was calmly reading from a small device. Her expression turned sharp. "What? Do you enjoy spying on people?" She was Lion, the daughter of the Red Magic Tower's master and a rank 4 mage. Both Alan and Yuan looked at her with quiet suspicion. Alan shook his head. "You're misunderstanding." Lion scoffed. "That attitude, exactly what I expected from someone connected to the Blue Tower." Alan leaned back, his thoughts turning restless. "Can't I get a moment of peace here?" Yuan glanced outside and spoke in a low voice. "Did you see that? She has a lot of ice crystals in her carriage." Alan's expression became slightly serious. "The Red Magic Tower's master is unpredictable. It's better not to get too close to his daughter." Inside, he made a quiet decision. "I'll just keep a low profile." Sometime later, chaos suddenly broke out. A group of bandits attacked the caravan without warning. One of them swung a chained weapon, striking down a warrior instantly. Before anyone could react, the leader moved forward and grabbed Lion, pressing a blade against her neck. "Everyone, listen carefully," the bandit leader said with a cold smile. If you want to stay alive, cooperate quietly. The soldiers froze. One man trembled as he recognized something. That symbol. These are the bloody scent bandits. Another spoke in shock. They even captured Lady Lion before she could react. The leader chuckled and tightened his grip. I heard the master's daughter was here. Looks like I found her. He leaned closer, his voice mocking. Should I give you some special treatment, little girl? Lion's body trembled and her breathing became uneven. Who are you? She managed to say. I can't breathe. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. A chilling cold spread through the air, replacing the burning heat of the desert. Lion's eyes widened. It's cold. I can breathe. Frost began to form across the ground, spreading rapidly. Not far away, Alan stood with a calm expression, quietly chanting. Lion looked toward him in shock. Count. That's impossible. Alan completed the chant, his voice steady. Snowy land. In an instant, snow covered the entire area. A sharp, freezing storm engulfed the battlefield, turning the desert into a land of ice. Alan briefly explained the condition of Lion, the daughter of the Red Magic Tower's master. Because of the hardships she had endured due to her position, she had developed trauma and a strong aversion to heat. As a result, even though she was only a rank 4 mage, her sensitivity to energy had become exceptionally sharp. Lion observed Alan quietly from a distance. He barely has enough mana to reach rank 2. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Alan and Yuan sat together, eating. Alan let out a small breath. It's much cooler now that night has fallen. Lion, however, continued to glare in his direction. And I'm supposed to believe he played a major role in the battle against the outer god. They call him the benefactor of that master knight, but it looks more like he just took the credit. Her thoughts lingered for a moment before fading. Back in the present, Lion couldn't hide her displeasure from the moment she had first seen him. But now, her expression had changed. She looked at Alan again, her gaze filled with confusion. At least, that's what I thought, she said quietly. But he's capable of using combined enchantment. He linked at least 3 elements. Her voice carried disbelief. The success rate of combined enchantment, which requires linking multiple chants, decreases exponentially with each additional chant. She paused, her brows tightening. And you need to be at least rank 5 to master that technique. So how? Before she could finish, a bandit rushed forward, charging straight at Alan. Alan didn't move. He calmly began chanting. One turn, freeze. In the next instant, the bandit's body was completely covered in ice. He froze solid, turning into a crystal-like figure. Alan raised his hand again and clapped once. Demolish. The frozen body shattered instantly, breaking into countless pieces. A cold silence fell over the battlefield. Alan stood there, his expression calm and distant, his presence overwhelming. These bandits usually scatter once their leader is eliminated, he said coldly. I'll give you one chance. Get lost. The remaining bandits trembled in fear. Run. In an instant, they turned and fled for their lives. Lion watched everything in disbelief. So the rumors were true, she whispered. He really is that strong against the outer god. Some time later, the atmosphere had completely changed. 2 men approached Alan respectfully, offering him food and wine. What do you think? One of them asked with a smile. The wine pairs well with the meal. Alan calmly tasted it, finding it surprisingly good. Another man bowed his head deeply. I owe you my life. This is nothing compared to what you did. You are my benefactor. Nearby, 2 pupils also bowed in respect. Alan nodded slightly. Fortunately, everything went according to plan. Reducing the contrast penalty was the right decision. Behind him, Yuan continued eating without much care. Alan then explained further, his tone thoughtful. The snowy land spell was something I designed during my vacation. It combined space magic, freezing magic, and maintenance magic. He continued, even though it only turns the surrounding area into a temporary frozen zone, it works effectively under the right conditions. His thoughts drifted briefly to past experiences. When magic is used near the gate of death, the output decreases. The same happens when facing entities with overwhelming power. He narrowed his eyes slightly. When I fought against a god-level entity, my magic was heavily suppressed. Against something like the great god Douglas Ultra, most spells would be ineffective. After a short pause, he added, this method allows me to limit the penalty to around 3 levels. Still, he frowned slightly. Combining 3 chants within such a short time isn't efficient. I need to refine it further. His gaze shifted to the belt at his waist. Thanks to this, my power has increased. Now, the only issue left is solving the penalty. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out, Count. Alan looked up, slightly surprised. Lion stood there, then bowed her head sincerely. I was wrong about you. I'm truly sorry. Alan froze for a moment, caught off guard. Even Yuan paused, watching the scene. Lion lifted her head, her expression noticeably softer. If you don't mind, I'd like to discuss magic with you. Would you be willing? Alan felt as if cold water had been poured over him. What is this? She was picking a fight the whole way, and now she suddenly changed like this. Even Yuan looked slightly frustrated by the sudden shift. Alan cleared his throat and straightened his posture. Fine. I accept your apology, he said calmly. I'm not a narrow-minded person. Lion's face brightened immediately. Thank you so much. The narrator described how their conversation continued along the journey. The discussions about magic and enchantment turned out to be surprisingly engaging. Lion showed genuine interest, and Alan, in turn, explained a few techniques, including how enchantments could be used to subtly bend the rules of magic. Time passed quickly, and soon the group finally arrived at Colony. As they prepared to part ways, Lion spoke politely. Thank you for everything you taught me, Count. Will you be attending the conference? Alan shook his head slightly. I'm not affiliated with any tower, so I wasn't invited. Lion responded casually. In that case, why not join the Red Magic Tower? I really enjoyed our discussions. Alan gave a small, polite smile. Thank you for your kindness. Lion nodded and turned to leave. Then, I'll see you there. As she walked away, Alan murmured to himself, I actually need something from the conference tower, so this works out. At that moment, Yuan returned after handling the arrangements. I've taken care of the carriage and luggage, he said. Suddenly, a loud impact echoed nearby. A sharp attack struck the ground close to Yuan, forcing him to step back immediately. A voice rang out, filled with hostility. You dare show up at our meeting place? Alan turned toward the disturbance. Several pupils were already lying on the ground, beaten and unable to move. Yuan frowned, his expression tense. What is going on here? A burst of golden energy erupted in the air as another attack was launched at one of the fallen pupils. Alan narrowed his eyes. What's happening? At that moment, a figure appeared. Seal rang. She moved swiftly, her body surrounded by a radiant golden light. Without hesitation, she kicked the attacker away and continued striking him relentlessly, her expression filled with anger. Yuan immediately stepped forward, ready to fight. Count, please stay back. Before he could finish, Seal Rang suddenly dashed forward. In the very next moment, she rushed toward Alan, leaping onto him from behind. With a playful yet firm grip, she wrapped her arms around his shoulders and her legs around his waist, clinging to him as if she had no intention of letting go. Hello, Godfather. Her voice was bright and cheerful, completely different from the fierce aura she had shown moments ago. Alan froze slightly. Seal rang. She beamed with excitement. You should have told me you were coming. This place is full of troublesome people. Yuan stared in surprise. Seal rang. She winked playfully. Don't worry, I already dealt with the ones who were targeting you. Seal rang, known as the Golden Flash, one of the 4 Babylons of Colony, now stood there acting like a cheerful child. She grabbed Alan's hand tightly, her excitement obvious. I've been waiting for your arrival ever since I got your letter. Behind them, the surrounding people whispered in shock. Is that really the Golden Flash? She's acting like that. Who is that man, for her to treat him so kindly? All eyes turned toward Alan, stunned by the scene. Seal rang, however, paid no attention to them. Smiling brightly, she held onto Alan's arm and began pulling him along. Come on, I'll show you around. As she dragged him forward, Alan glanced back at the man she had attacked earlier. She didn't actually kill him, did she? After their rather chaotic introduction, Sorang excitedly led Alan and Evan toward a large, imposing building. With clear pride in her voice, she declared it to be her guild, a place meant only for her own people. Without hesitation, she gestured enthusiastically for them to enter. Alan and Evan exchanged tired looks but followed along anyway, realizing they had little choice at this point. As soon as they stepped inside, a sharp-eyed beastkin watching from above noticed them. Leaning over the balcony with a sly grin, he greeted Sorang. This was Layan, her second in command. He dropped down smoothly to meet them, welcoming Sorang back before asking if anything had gone wrong during her outing. She simply shook her head, signaling that everything was fine. Layan's attention then shifted to Alan and Evan. With a curious smile, he acknowledged them as the guests Sorang had been waiting for. He even teased her slightly, revealing that she had been going to the city gates every day just to wait for their arrival. Sorang looked embarrassed at that, while Alan appeared completely drained by the situation. Trying to act like a proper host, Sorang suddenly slammed her hands onto a nearby table and loudly told Alan to sit. Her energy was overwhelming, but Alan calmly remarked that she seemed to take good care of her guild. Without missing a beat, she flipped onto the table into a handstand, proudly declaring that her guild was like a family and that she needed no one else. However, in the middle of her display, she abruptly froze. A thought seemed to hit her all at once. Her expression turned conflicted as she lost balance and fell. Muttering to herself, she tried to sort out her priorities, her guild, someone named Yusha, and now Alan. It was clear she was struggling to rank where he fit in her world. Meanwhile, Alan quietly processed this, finding it oddly surprising that he had already secured a place among her priorities despite barely interacting with her. After a brief pause, Alan decided on his next move. With a subtle signal to Evan, he prepared something. Evan immediately understood and revealed a large pile of neatly wrapped gifts. The effect was instant. Sorang's confusion disappeared completely, replaced by pure excitement. Her eyes lit up as she stared at the presents. Without hesitation, she began eagerly agreeing to help them with anything they needed, even brushing off her earlier words as if they meant nothing. She quickly reaffirmed that Alan's role as her benefactor mattered more than anything else. As she spoke, the golden gauntlet on her arm began to glow with energy, crackling faintly. She credited him for helping her gather her people, her tone filled with gratitude. Alan was slightly taken aback by how easily the situation turned in his favor. A system notification confirmed that the item he had given her, a powerful artifact, was indeed effective, increasing her combat capabilities. Satisfied, he allowed himself a small sense of accomplishment. But before he could enjoy it any further, Sorang suddenly lifted him up without warning, declaring that he must be tired and that she would personally take him to his room. She rushed off with him in her arms, leaving Evan scrambling to follow behind. After settling them in, she casually asked about their journey through the desert. Both Alan and Evan looked exhausted just thinking about it. Evan replied dryly that it was nothing but endless sand and unbearable heat, adding that the return trip would likely be even worse. Curious, Sorang asked why. Evan simply stated that it was because of the heat, then casually mentioned that they had also been attacked along the way. That single detail changed everything. Sorang's expression immediately shifted. Her cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by something far more dangerous. When Alan calmly explained that the attackers were known as the Bloody Sand Bandits, her reaction became even more intense. In an instant, her killing intent flared. The scene abruptly shifts to the bandits' hideout, where chaos had already begun. The entire place was being torn apart. Blood stained the walls as bodies were thrown aside effortlessly. At the center of the destruction stood Sorang, surrounded by flashes of golden lightning, moving with terrifying speed. Her expression carried a cold, predatory calm as she scanned the area for any remaining enemies. Without hesitation, she advanced deeper into the hideout. Spotting more bandits, she grabbed two of them effortlessly and hurled them away, continuing her relentless assault. Sorang soon tracked down the final surviving bandit and cornered him without difficulty. Her eyes shone with a dangerous glow as she stepped closer, her voice oddly gentle as she asked if he was the leader. The man trembled uncontrollably, clearly terrified. In desperation, he tried to save himself by claiming he was related to a powerful figure, insisting that harming him would provoke someone far stronger. Sorang showed no reaction to his words. Instead, she calmly reminded him that he had already crossed a line by targeting her benefactor. To her, that alone was enough reason. The energy gathering around her gauntlet intensified, growing brighter with each passing second. She added one more reason in a cold tone. She disliked being blamed or scolded for things like this. In the next instant, a burst of golden light consumed everything. When it faded, the entire Bloody Sand Bandits group had been completely erased. The following morning, Alan woke up to the news, still half asleep as he tried to process what had happened. Standing beside his bed, Sorang looked incredibly proud of herself. She explained cheerfully that the problem had already been taken care of, as if it were nothing more than a small task. Alan could only stare, unable to fully comprehend how such a large threat had disappeared overnight. Without hesitation, Sorang leaned closer and demanded praise for what she had done. His thoughts struggled to catch up. The group she had wiped out was known to be extremely dangerous, filled with powerful fighters. Yet she had eliminated them alone. In the end, he gave in and patted her head. That simple gesture was enough to satisfy her, and she relaxed immediately, clearly pleased. Even as he did so, Alan couldn't help but reflect on her strength. It became obvious why she held such a fearsome reputation. The scene then shifts to a large coliseum bathed in sunlight, a place famous for its brutal combat matches. Inside the arena, a fierce battle reaches its end as one fighter stands victorious among many fallen opponents. The crowd roars loudly, celebrating the champion known as Gungal, a warrior who has held his title for a long time. He stands confidently, enjoying the attention and admiration directed at him. Later, he is seen resting in a luxurious private room, looking down on others with clear arrogance. At that moment, Leon appears from the shadows, speaking casually as if they were already familiar with one another. He brings up the recent destruction of the bandits, mentioning that Sorang was responsible. Gun Gal shows little concern, revealing that the supposed connection between him and the bandits' leader had only been a rumor he created for his own benefit. The man had merely been a tool to maintain control. Leon expresses mild disappointment, as he had hoped it would create a reason for conflict. Gun Gal, however, begins to show irritation. He admits that he has tolerated Sorang until now, but her actions are starting to interfere with his control over the city. His expression darkens as he considers using the situation to justify his next move. By turning it into a matter of revenge, he could easily gain public support. Leon, clearly interested, presents him with a case. Inside are several strange objects emitting a dark and unsettling energy. He explains that these items come from a powerful source and could greatly enhance Gungal's strength. Gun Gal examines one of them, his smile turning more sinister as he imagines what he could achieve with such power. With these tools, he believes he can not only defeat Sorang but also take full control of the city, and perhaps even aim for something greater beyond that. As he prepares to test the artifact, Leon watches quietly, curious to see how things will unfold. 2 days later, Alan and his group set out on their journey once again, unaware of the conflict that is beginning to take shape behind them. The scene transitions to a journey through a rugged canyon as Sorang escorts Alan and Evan, along with her guild, toward their next destination, the ancient city of Kahara. Their caravan moves steadily between towering rock walls, the ruins gradually coming into view. When they finally arrive, Alan and Evan prepare to continue on their own. Sorang waves at them casually, telling them to return safely. Alan thanks her for the escort before he and Evan, now dressed in desert gear, step into the ruins alone, leaving the group behind. Inside, the air grows darker and heavier. Evan lights a lantern, guiding their path through a narrow passage. After walking for some time, he notices a faint glow ahead and points it out. As they move forward, the passage opens into a breathtaking sight. The lost city of Kahara, carved directly into the canyon itself. Evan is left in awe, taking in the scale of the place. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoes throughout the empty city. It calls out clearly, addressing a mage. Alan immediately tenses, recognizing that something significant is happening. At the center of the city, a massive obelisk begins to emit a golden light, the apparent source of the voice. It instructs whoever can hear it to come to the tower. Sensing that this trial is meant for him alone, Alan turns to Evan and tells him to wait outside. Evan agrees without hesitation. With that, Alan steps forward and enters the tower. Inside, he finds himself in a vast cylindrical space resembling an endless library. Shelves stretch upward beyond sight, creating an overwhelming sense of scale. The golden voice greets him, noting that it is unusual for someone like him to hear it. As Alan stands on a glowing magic circle, shadows begin to gather before him. Slowly, they take form, shaping into a dark, ominous entity with a twisted grin, the Shadow Demon. Alan immediately recognizes the presence and mutters a name, correcting himself as he recalls another title associated with it. The entity reacts with interest, noting that Alan knows its true name, which suggests a certain level of awareness. Still, it dismisses him, stating that he lacks the proper status required to receive further answers. Confused and frustrated, Alan wonders what this status truly means. The environment around him subtly distorts as the entity explains that status is the measure by which the world judges existence. It then reveals something far more alarming: an outer god will soon descend, and Alan will be the one expected to deal with it. After a brief silence, the golden voice speaks again, declaring that Alan has now met the minimum conditions to continue the conversation. The Shadow Demon, now slightly more interested, decides to share a fragment of knowledge. It begins explaining the nature of true magic. According to it, magic is not just a technique, but a law imposed upon the world by a sorcerer. It starts with a phrase, develops through something called providence, and is completed by giving it a name. As it speaks, glowing symbols form in the air, accompanied by visions resembling constellations, hinting at a deeper cosmic structure behind magic itself. Alan listens intently, fully absorbed, though he struggles to grasp the unfamiliar concept of providence. Sensing his confusion, the entity mocks him slightly, claiming he would not understand even with further explanation. Still, it decides to teach him a single piece of true magic, one that aligns with providence, marking the beginning of something far greater than Alan had anticipated. The demon moved closer, its dark form glowing faintly like burning embers. It spoke with a cold tone, as if looking down on everything before it. "You wouldn't understand, even if I explained." Then it continued, saying it would show what true magic looked like, as if it were teaching something aligned with a higher order. Meanwhile, in the desert, Seol Rang was waiting. Time passed slowly, and although she remained patient at first, concern began to show on her face. "He's taking too long," she murmured quietly. A moment later, the calm was broken. Something rushed toward them at an incredible speed, kicking up sand as it approached. It was clear from the start that this was not a friendly arrival. A figure emerged with a sinister expression. "Got you," the man said with a grin. It was Jenkel, the champion of the Colosseum, and he had no intention of holding back. Before Seol Rang could react, dark tendrils shot out and struck the guild members guarding the area. They fell instantly, caught completely off guard. Her eyes widened as she quickly took a defensive stance, senses sharpened. But it was already too late. Jenkel had entered their formation. He grabbed one of her men by the head, holding him effortlessly while showing no real interest in their resistance. Seol Rang's anger rose instantly. Golden lightning surged around her gauntlet as she recognized the situation. "Kalman," she shouted, furious. "How dare you fight outside the Colosseum?" Jenkel laughed and tossed the man aside like he meant nothing. "You're not one to talk," he replied mockingly. "Didn't you just wipe out the sand bandits?" Then his expression darkened. "I'm just here to take revenge for my little brother." Using that excuse, he charged forward. Dark energy spread from him, affecting the air itself. The battle began. Seol Rang didn't hesitate. As a guild leader, she stood her ground and released a powerful wave of golden energy. The force of it surged forward, pushing everything in its path as she launched herself toward Jenkel. She fought not just for survival, but for the people she believed in. The two clashed directly, her golden lightning against his dark power. The impact created a violent explosion of energy. Seol Rang managed to land a clean hit, but Jenkel only smiled. "I knew it," he said, as if everything was going according to plan. "Don't mock me," she replied sharply. "What are you talking about?" She got her answer immediately. A sudden, sharp pain tore through her side. Her body froze for a moment as she looked back. Standing behind her was Layan, her trusted second in command. A cruel smile spread across his face as dark smoke escaped from his mouth. "Our leader is too predictable," he whispered. Seol Rang's thoughts blurred as shock and pain overwhelmed her. Her mind drifted back to the past, moments when everything felt real. She remembered how her people had praised her, how they had followed her willingly. She had believed in them, believing they were her family. "It's because you're my family," she had once told them with a bright smile. It was a promise she truly meant. Her memories went even further back, to her childhood as a descendant of the Golden Mane tribe. Those days had been filled with warmth and happiness. But all of it had been destroyed. A terrifying black dragon had taken everything from her. That tragedy became the driving force behind Seol Rang's life. From that day on, she carried a single goal: to take revenge for her fallen people and build a new place where she truly belonged. She admired the legends of the past, especially the great leader of the Golden Mane tribe. The same power that once belonged to that leader now rested in her gauntlet. But deep down, there was a truth she had never fully faced. The illusion shattered. Reality returned harshly. "How could you?" she muttered, stepping back unsteadily as she looked at Layan. He showed no remorse. "Let's stop pretending this is some happy family," he said coldly. At his signal, Jenkel moved again. This time, the dark power surrounding him grew even stronger, fueled by something deeper and more dangerous. Without hesitation, he launched a powerful attack. His punch struck Seol Rang and sent her flying across the battlefield. She tried to defend herself, but her condition was already deteriorating. The poison in her body, combined with her injuries and Jenkel's overwhelming strength, made it nearly impossible to keep up. His attacks came one after another, each strike filled with shadow energy that amplified his power far beyond normal limits. Seol Rang clenched her teeth as her body struggled to endure the damage. Even with the strength of the Golden Mane, she was being pushed to her limits. The battlefield fell into chaos. Despite everything, she let out a fierce roar and released another burst of lightning, forcing back the enemies surrounding her. But it was clear her stamina was fading quickly. Jenkel blocked her attack with ease, while Layan watched from a distance, confident in their victory. "Goodbye, boss," Layan said with a mocking smile as he launched a dark slash toward her. Seol Rang reacted at the last moment, using Jenkel's arm to push herself upward and narrowly avoid the attack. "Let's see how long you can keep this up," Jenkel said, clearly enjoying the fight. Layan then joined in directly, his own dark power surrounding him. "I've gained power too," he declared. Together, the two attacked her from both sides, overwhelming her with a relentless assault. Even so, Seol Rang refused to give up. With a powerful push from a nearby rock, she launched herself forward. In a sudden movement, she slipped past Layan and delivered a lightning-charged kick straight into Jenkel. The impact was immense, cracking the ground beneath them. Even in her weakened state, her strength remained formidable. Leon watched carefully, a hint of tension appearing on his face. Even with his newfound power, he realized something. He still couldn't match the true strength of fighters like Jenkel or Seo Rang. Jenkel staggered slightly from the hit, anger rising in his expression. But before he could react further, something caught his attention in the distance. Two figures were approaching calmly from the canyon. It was Alan and Evan, finally returning from the ruins. A cruel smile spread across Jenkel's face as an idea formed in his mind. So that was the one she had called her benefactor. Without hesitation, he abandoned the fight with Seo Rang and rushed straight toward Alan. This works perfectly, he thought. I'll take him hostage first. At the same time, Seo Rang continued fighting Leon. She threw a punch aimed directly at his face. But suddenly, her movement stopped. Her body froze mid-action. The poison had finally taken full effect. She collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Leon stepped closer, looking down at her with satisfaction. He leaned in and spoke quietly. The blade I used was coated with Kamasi's poison. You won't be able to move for at least an hour. Then he smiled faintly. You wanted to know why I did this, right? Leon looked down at Seo Rang with cold eyes. Do you really think everyone was happy pretending to be your family? He said, his voice filled with mockery. His words were harsh, cutting deeper than the poison already weakening her body. He ridiculed her for relying on power she had gained through luck, exposing the jealousy he had been hiding all along. Each word struck her hard. For a moment, her resolve began to shake. Doubt crept into her mind, making her question everything. Still, deep inside, she held on to one belief, that the bonds she had built were real, that the time they spent together meant something. Leon only laughed at her. You still believe in that illusion? He said, snapping his fingers. Then look closely. At his command, several figures stepped forward. They were her guild members. The same people she trusted now stood before her with their weapons raised against her. Seo Rang's expression broke. You too, she whispered, her voice filled with pain. Leon, now surrounded by dark energy, formed a blade in his hand. That power should belong to someone worthy, he said. Thanks for the gift. He swung the blade, aiming to end it in one strike. But before it could land, a flash of blue light cut through the air. His attack was stopped instantly. A violent surge of energy burst between them, forcing Leon backward. He stared in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. At the same time, Jenkel's body suddenly showed a large, glowing wound. Standing before them were two figures. Evan stepped forward first, his presence filled with anger. His expression alone made it clear he had no intention of holding back. Beside him stood Alan. Without hesitation, Evan moved. With a single, powerful strike, he drove back the traitorous guild members, forcing them to retreat. Leon looked around at the battlefield, now filled with clashing red and blue energies. What is this? He muttered in disbelief. Through the chaos, Alan walked forward calmly. His gaze was sharp as he observed the dark energy spreading around them. He quickly understood what was happening. The strange black aura, it wasn't normal magic. It came from something deeper, something tied to abyssal entities. A system-like message appeared before him, confirming his thoughts. These entities were objects that promised immense power, even something close to godhood, to those who could absorb them. With that, everything became clear. Alan approached Seo Rang, who was still on the ground, and poured a high-grade recovery potion over her. The liquid worked instantly, healing her injuries. You'll be able to move soon, he told her. Don't worry, they're probably the only ones who betrayed you. Seo Rang looked up at him, her eyes filled with tears. Do you really think so? She asked quietly. Alan met her gaze without hesitation. The people you introduced to me, they looked genuinely happy, he replied. His words were simple, but they carried weight. That was enough. The doubt in her heart faded, replaced by renewed determination. She wiped away her tears, her expression turning firm. I understand, she said. Moments later, she stood up again. The poison had been removed, and her strength returned. Her power surged once more, even stronger than before. Facing her enemies, her eyes were steady. My family is waiting for me, she said. Golden lightning burst around her as she rushed forward, striking down multiple traitors in an instant. Evan followed close behind, supporting her attacks. But Alan had already begun something else. Raising one hand, he focused completely. Cold energy gathered around him as the air itself began to freeze. Above the battlefield, a massive and complex magic circle of ice formed, casting a chilling presence over everything below. He continued his incantation, his voice steady. From the glowing formation, enormous masses of jagged ice began to take shape, each one radiating intense cold. Within his mind, the image of the mysterious demon appeared once again, watching with interest as if recognizing the spell. Back in reality, Alan completed his magic. With a final whisper, the battlefield changed. The ground erupted as countless massive ice crystals shot upward, spreading across the area and freezing everything in place. The entire battlefield was covered in ice within moments.
Alan kept casting his ice-based magic without stopping. As he did, Ralga moved straight toward him, clearly trying to interrupt his attacks. Before he could get close, Sirelan stepped in front of him and blocked his way, protecting Alan without hesitation. At the same time, Alan continued using his crystal-infused magic. Sharp ice shards formed around him and shot forward at high speed. They struck Ralga's allies directly, piercing through their bodies. Some of them fell immediately, unable to survive the attack. One of the strikes also hit Ralga in the chest, sending him flying backward from the force. Even Sirelan was pushed slightly aside by the impact. Evan, who was watching from a distance, was left stunned by how powerful Alan's magic had become. Despite the heavy damage, Ralga didn't stop. He ignored everything around him and kept moving forward with a clear intention to kill Sirelan. In the next moment, he suddenly jumped forward and aimed his dagger at her. The attack came so quickly that Sirelan couldn't react in time. Seeing this, Alan rushed in to step between them. At that instant, Ralga's determination reached its peak. He believed that if he could gain control of the essence, he could start everything over again. Without hesitation, he drove his dagger forward. The blade struck Alan in the abdomen. Sirelan's expression changed immediately as she saw what happened. Blood spilled from Alan's mouth and wound, and that sight filled her with overwhelming anger. Without wasting a second, she counterattacked and cut through Ralga's neck in one clean motion. The fight ended instantly. Ralga's body collapsed, lifeless, along with the bodies of his remaining allies scattered across the ground. After the battle, Alan sat down, slightly injured, trying to recover. Evan quickly approached him, worried, and asked about his condition. Alan took a deep breath and assured him that he was all right. In reality, the injury wasn't as serious as it looked. The dagger had only grazed his side, cutting the skin but not causing deep damage. The blood he had coughed up was due to mana exhaustion rather than the wound itself. The power he had used was strong, but it had drained him more than he expected, putting strain on his body. As he steadied himself, a memory crossed his mind. He remembered something Kalman had once mentioned, that Shatro had said Alan's father found him troublesome. The thought made him pause for a moment, wondering what it meant. But in the end, he chose not to dwell on it. Evan then helped Alan to his feet, supporting him as he regained his balance. As they moved forward, Alan began thinking about the dangers that lay ahead. He knew that enemies who had absorbed abyssal entities were on a completely different level. An abyssal entity was a being capable of granting immense, almost divine power to someone strong enough to absorb it. Remembering this, Alan also recalled a warning about facing gods using magic, that one needed the ability to bend the very laws of the world. Even so, he understood that facing such powerful opponents was the only way for him to grow stronger. After that, his attention shifted to Sirelan. She stood quietly with her head lowered, her expression filled with sadness. Seeing her like that, Alan began to think about her condition. He realized that he needed to be careful, as he couldn't allow her to fall into darkness driven by negative emotions. Suddenly, Sirelan broke down and started crying. She asked him why he hadn't dodged the attack, knowing that the enemy had been targeting him because of her. Alan calmly reminded her that she had said she could stop the enemy. Hearing that, Sirelan asked if he had truly trusted her. In his mind, Alan admitted that it wasn't really about trust. He simply hadn't been able to dodge and had hoped she would handle it. However, he didn't say that out loud. Still overwhelmed with emotion, Sirelan questioned why he had chosen to protect her, saying that it hurt her deeply to think about it. Alan didn't make a big deal out of what had happened. He treated it like it was nothing important. In his mind, his body had simply reacted on its own. The moment he saw Sirelan in danger, he moved without thinking, just like someone protecting a child they had raised for years. He also hadn't expected the attack to reach him in the first place. After adjusting himself, he spoke calmly, saying that protecting family didn't need any special reason. Sirelan responded quietly, pointing out that family was usually connected by blood. Hearing that, Alan paused for a moment. He understood what she meant and admitted to himself that she wasn't wrong. Even so, Sirelan shyly added that she still wanted to become a family with him. Her words caught Alan completely off guard. For a brief moment, he felt as if he were a stepfather who had finally been accepted after years of distance, like hearing a child call him father for the first time. Then, without warning, Sirelan placed her hand on his shoulder. Alan looked confused as she smiled gently. She explained that things couldn't stay the way they were. She belonged to the Golden Mane tribe, while he was human. Then, in a completely straightforward manner, she suggested marriage as the solution. Both Alan and Evan froze instantly. They stood there in silence, too shocked to react. Alan's mind filled with questions, unable to understand why she would bring this up at such a moment. Sayerlin, however, remained serious. She asked him once again for an answer, addressing him as her benefactor. Time passed, and 5 days went by. During that period, news about Kalman's actions spread throughout the colony. People were furious after learning about his betrayal and cowardice as a Bab Yaga. Amid this situation, Sayerlin gained strong support and became the first to receive the title. Even so, she didn't drop the topic of marriage. Alan found himself facing the same conversation again and again. At first, he felt a bit proud, but over time it became overwhelming. Sayerlin repeatedly said that once she grew older, she would marry him. Her innocent and determined attitude only made things more difficult for him. At one point, Alan mentioned that she had already brought this up 19 times. He reminded her that he already saw her as family. But Sayerlin didn't back down. She insisted that marriage was what would make them a true family. She spoke with complete confidence, saying that she could make him happy and that she was serious about it. Hearing this, Alan let out a quiet sigh. In his mind, happiness was something simple, just enjoying sweet potatoes and living a peaceful life as a noble. Before long, it was time for him and Evan to leave. Their carriage had arrived. As he prepared to go, Sayerlin showed clear dissatisfaction and told him to give her a proper answer next time they met. Alan agreed casually, though deep down he wondered if she would ever give up on the idea. With that, he left, and Sayerlin waved goodbye as he departed. After he was gone, her expression slowly turned serious. She began thinking about everything that had changed recently. The guild had improved, and the tribe members were genuinely upset over Ralga's betrayal, especially since he had been the second in command. She realized that simply gathering people together didn't create a true sense of family. The kind of family she wanted was built on trust, where people cared for each other even in dangerous situations. With that in mind, she made a decision. She would build something stronger, an elite guard capable of protecting her benefactor at all times. Only then, she believed, could they truly become a happy family. Meanwhile, inside the carriage on the way back, Evan informed Alan that his information guild had completed its investigation. Aside from Ralga's group, there were no other suspicious forces involved. He also mentioned that he had arranged for constant monitoring and regular updates to make sure nothing would be missed. Alan nodded in approval after hearing Evan's report and praised him for handling everything well. In his mind, he reflected on Sayerlin, feeling that he had guided her properly so far and that nothing should go wrong at this stage. Soon, his thoughts shifted to what lay ahead. He remembered that in order to raise his rank, he would have to deal with an outer god. The idea made him think deeply. The only rank he clearly understood was divinity. If that wasn't the limit, then something had to exist beyond it. At the same time, the concept of a natural order kept bothering him. The more he thought about it, the more questions appeared. It felt like the number of things he didn't understand was only increasing. This reminded him of the shadowy figure he had encountered before, the one who told him to go to the eastern end of the fortress, at the bottom of the tower. His memory shifted back to a few days earlier. At that time, Alan had entered a cave and reached the eastern edge of Kahala Fortress. There, he came across something strange. As he looked at the markings in front of him, he questioned whether it was a record from the past. Even though he had never seen it before, he somehow found himself able to understand what was written. The text described several beings in symbolic ways. One valued honor. Another searched for forgotten deaths. One had gone too far in exploring magic. There was also a being with many hands, and another driven by greed and envy. After examining it, Alan concluded that these were references to gods, described in a metaphorical way, similar to how things were presented in the game. He recognized that the many-handed figure and the one tied to greed were clearly connected to the 5 great sins. However, the rest didn't match what he already knew. Since the story of psychedelia belonged to the future, he thought that some inconsistencies were to be expected. Even so, one detail continued to confuse him. The terms outer gods and gods seemed to be reversed. From what he understood, outer gods were supposed to be deities originating from other worlds or human beliefs, while gods referred to the 5 great sins that had existed since the beginning. But on the stone tablet, the 5 great sins were labeled as outer gods instead. The memory faded, and Alan returned to the present, still troubled by that contradiction. At that moment, Evan changed the topic and brought up news about the children. He reported that Deos had defeated the first blade. Alan immediately thought of Reinhardt and was visibly surprised. Even in the game, Reinhardt had been on a completely different level. The fact that Deos had reached such strength in just 6 months made Alan wonder how great his talent really was. He also remembered when Deos once asked if he could become as strong as him. Evan continued with more updates. Lion had joined the Tartania Council and was now involved in making important decisions. Alan reacted by noting that she had practically become a politician and was advancing quickly. Next, Evan mentioned Raiden. He explained that Raiden had united the 5 archipelagos and had taken the title of Pirate King. This shocked Alan even more. Raiden's bounty had reached the millions, rivaling that of the original Pirate King. In his thoughts, Alan compared this growth to someone jumping from level 99 to an absurd level far beyond imagination. After that, Evan began to talk about Yusha. The scene then shifted elsewhere. Sayerlin was holding a virtual meeting with the other Sins. During the discussion, she suddenly announced her intention to marry the Great Moon. Her words left everyone stunned. Among them, Yusha reacted the strongest. She clenched her teeth, clearly upset, unable to accept what she had just heard, especially since that declaration was directed toward their leader.